on the basketball itself, instead of having to kind of imagine the trees in the kind of made into the fur, because sometimes they do kind of abstract things like that, where oh, if you look at this color of his a different color fur, you can see the trees. That's a nod to KG. Well, in this one, they literally put a couple of trees kind of in that background on the new logo with Shep. So it's, like I said, it's just really well done. And you go back to those throwback colors, if you will, the blue and the green, and I think it's a good look. And I will say this. Normally, you talk about, is this going to lead to something as far as, getting us in the playoffs or making a run to the finals? Can't say.
You got to look good while you do it.
I do know that a lot of times in the NFL, when you switch uniforms, teams had a good run of making it to the Super Bowl, maybe winning a title. I don't think that's ever been proven in the NBA. So we'll see if it changes this coming year when the Wolves take the court in their new.
Well, it could help with your nationally televised games. That seems to be a common thread with it.
Yeah,
and probably the most important thing to this whole present being wrapped up and putting a bow on it is the return of Big Ticket Kevin Garnett.
Yeah,
he's officially back, going to get his number retired.
That's awesome,
and he's going to be a part of some marketing stuff. But I would be curious to see if he doesn't get a percentage of ownership at some point here in the future.
I would like to see that.
That would be tremendous, I think, from a fan base perspective.
Well, I would just say this, that if there's any way, James, that we can make it down there to go watch the night he gets retired, I might have some dust in my eyes that night.
Well, I can tell you right now, a $200 ticket's probably going to cost $2,000 that night. So
absolutely.
I wouldn't be shocked to see that. We're out of time for tonight, though, so until tomorrow night, have a great night, y'all. Hopefully you enjoy the new uniforms as much as we do and the logos. Have a great night, and God bless.
Yep, you betcha. Bye.
Your weather station, fast and first. Nobody does it better.
AM 970 and FM 93.1. WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo. This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
All right, straight up 7 o'clock, 970 WDAY, 92.3 FM. It is a start of election coverage. Myself, Jay Thomas, along with Tim Flackel, and we'll just keep you updated on numbers throughout the night as they come in. Tim, you're no stranger to this. You've been in politics for a while. These numbers really don't start coming until polls closed now. And what, an hour from now, maybe?
It'll be at the earliest. Now, we have a new director of elections in Cass County, for one, and you just never know how they'll come in and if they get the numbers all. I mean, they're using the same machines all across the state, and they always test the heck out of them. They run like 2,000 ballots through each one of them, and they have to come up right on the mark. But, I mean, truly a night where dreams are realized and dreams are crushed.
Well, you've done this. I mean, you are current. You're a Cass County commissioner. What else have you held?
State senator for 18 years. Yeah. But, I mean, these nights kind of suck in a way because it's like you're on pins and needles. You got family and friends around who want the best for you, and you just don't know at a certain point how it's going to turn out. I mean, very rarely, I was in a close district, did I know that I was going to be okay,
Well, I was talking to somebody earlier about this, and I don't know if I'd want to do if I'm running in one of these elections. I don't know if I'd want to do a watch party. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'd just rather be at home with family.
Well, and that's what they did. And when I was in the legislature, they had these citywide watch parties. And that makes it a lot easier. Yeah. And you got to watch. One thing I want to the listeners to pay attention to is we'll kind of try to couch it a little bit, but there's going to be numbers that come out early. Sometimes those are the numbers that vote on election day, and then the early voting numbers, which could be 42 to 50% of the vote, come in later. I remember my 2016 election where they had declared me the winner, but early votes hadn't came in yet, and I ended up losing.
So it's backwards.
Yeah.
So what we'll probably get is today's actual voting numbers, and then the early voting numbers will come in, followed by the mail-ins then?
Well, they may just dump them all in. I talked to Sarah Heinley, the director, and she, I think she wants to dump them all in at the same time, so they're not, split out.
Okay.
But we'll see, because there's a lot of, different. It takes a lot of campaign, election day workers to make this all work.
By the way, if you want to join in on the conversation, you're out there listening and keep a track once things start rolling in. Even now, if you want, if you got comments you want to make about this current election cycle, what's happened, what you're hoping to happen, concerns, your thoughts on any of the candidates from the mayoral race down to the school board, and that's both Fargo, West Fargo. I got some state candidates on there. You're more than welcome to do that. Number 701-293-9000, or you can email Tim and I, studio@WDAY radionow.com. Again, you can jump in anytime. Phone lines are open too. We'd love to hear from you and sit and chat. And again, it's, I've said for quite a while now when it comes, and let's be honest, maybe you see it different, Tim, but this Fargo mayoral race has sucked the air out of the room. I mean, it's taken it all, man.
Yeah. I mean, when you look legislatively, there's going to be winners and losers on the Republicans because they're contested. Mm-hmm. But it's not just them. It's how did the Governor Armstrong impact those races?
No.
And in the city
of
Fargo.
Does that have a big impact?
I think in some cases it does, because you get those people that go, I'm not really sure. I haven't studied it. I don't know the people that well. Mm-hmm. For some of those races, it really does make a difference. But maybe in Fargo, what will the Mahoney effect be? Because for a long time, I mean, Denise Kolpak was really tied to the mayor.
Yeah, she was.
She kind of split herself off here in the last 6 months or a year, a little more. But how will that impact her vote when it comes to tonight's election?
All right. So, talking Denise Kolpak running for mayor, current deputy mayor for Fargo and commissioner, she kind of came out, I don't want to say slow, but not really guns a-blazing, but it seems like in the last week or so, she's really picked up her pace when it comes to political ads and just being, I think, heard more. Is that common in these elections?
I think what you do is you go, okay, I think I'm going to have this many dollars, and you start from election day and work your way back. What kind of penetration do I want to have? How many ads can I run on Jay's show? How many ads can I run on, sister station here? So you look at that and you kind of work your way back, and there's heavy carpet bombing the last few days, but before then you may be on one day, off one day, on one day, off one day in the lead up to it. So you're stay in front of them, keep you top of mind.
I kind of relate that to the Muhammad Ali effect, where Muhammad would sit in the corner, let himself get beat because he knows the person's going to wear out, and then he comes out swinging.
Yeah. Because some people, their burn rate is too fast.
Yeah.
And they don't, or they think they're going to get this many dollars in, and they don't get that many dollars in. So we're going to see on that, because I think some of the numbers that are going to come out are going to be really big in this race in terms of at least one of the candidates is going to have a big number at the end of that. Because
I think you're right,
we know
buddy.
That.
It's 6 minutes after 701-293-9000. You want to call in and talk to Tim and I. Again, talk about the candidates, talk about the election. Your thoughts on anything, you're more than welcome to. Right now, we're going to check in with Ethan, Valley News Live, and then we're going to go to Chris Larson. He is at commission candidate Scott Brecky's watch party. Ethan, where are you at?
I am. Hi, Jay. Hey, Tim. I am at Michelle Turnberg's watch party all night tonight.
Okay, so you're hanging there the whole night.
Yes, I will be here all night as results come in. I spoke to Michelle a little bit ago. She sounds like she's feeling pretty good. She's excited, but obviously just a little nervous, like you'd assume she would be. Yeah,
exactly. I had her. She called into my show earlier this afternoon, and basically, she's excited, but she's nervous like all these candidates. I gotta believe how's the crowd over there at her watch party? I know it started at 6, and I know it's early yet, but how's the crowd?
Yeah, no, crowd is pretty good. People are starting to kind of file in here and there. Good crowd for it. And she told me that she actually really appreciated the support, because right at 6 there actually was quite a few people there, and the crowd's actually started to grow even more as the night's going on here. It's past 7, so hopefully start getting votes soon.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, we'll check in with you. You check in with us throughout tonight. I know we have our very own Chris Larson. You'll run into him as he heads over there in a little bit. He's bouncing around town as well. But yeah, keep us in the loop, Ethan.
Yep, sounds good, JTM. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Jay, I always thought an ideal campaign night would be for me at about 7 o'clock to get on an airplane, maybe go to Vegas.
Just get out of here.
And just fly, and then when you land, you'll know if you won or lost.
That's a great point.
Like, because you get to a point where there's nothing more you can do. Either they're going to vote for you or they're not. They've already voted for you. I mean, some people have voted a couple weeks ago, that type of thing. But, it just helps take some of the nerves out of it because you got people standing around, friends and family, like, okay, how are you doing? Anything?
Yeah, I'm like I said, if it was me, I'd be in my garage with some family, maybe a couple of friends, and I'd be drinking some Miller J Lifes, just probably not having anything on, just wait until the very end and go, okay, it's about 10 o'clock. I should check in.
You couldn't resist.
Yeah, well, that's true. You're right.
Yeah.
Our very own Chris Larson from our news department. He is with Fargo Commission candidate Scott Brecky, and he's holding his watch party. Scott's doing what I would do. He's in his garage hanging out with friends. Chris, how's it going over at Scott Brecky's?
It's going great over here, Jay. Got a good crowd on hand supporting Scott. Of course, he's looking to have a seat on the Fargo City Commission, current Liquor Control Board member. And, Scott, before Jay has the questioning, how you feeling?
I feel great. This has been a great experience, a lot of good positive feedback. Really excited for tonight and looking forward to getting the results. And tell you what, Jay, you're missing out on some very good food and some refreshments.
I always do, man. I always end up with the short end of the stick. So now, Scott, I got to ask you, like everybody else, of course, there's nerves, there's excitement. Are you throughout the night going to keep an eye on the numbers? Or are you just going to I'll wait till later on in the evening?
No, I took for my full-time job, I took vacation this week. We have a lot of friends and family that are going to be hanging out here through the rest of the night here, and we're going to take this as an opportunity just to get together and hang out and support each other.
So what did you do to keep busy today? I mean, did you have a little get out the vote effort, or what did you do to keep them going crazy until the returns start rolling in?
Oh, today has kind of gone by pretty quick. We started, my wife and kids and we all worked together and, getting the house, everything ready, getting some tables and chairs and food all prepared. And that takes your mind off of anything. And, it's been good to look at, get feedback from friends that you haven't heard of for a while that are getting text messages saying, hey, I voted for you. I appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing. So it's been a very, very great day. I
know I asked you earlier on my program. Oh, I got to tell you this story. So when I started the program this afternoon, Tim, Scott's he's an avid listener. He just was not listening at that time.
Oh.
I did a shout and say, hey, I need you candidates out there listening. If you want one last hurrah on my show, either call in or just show up at the studio. And next thing you know, Scott's up here. He stopped everything he was doing, getting everything set up. Said, no, I had to come up there and get on the show last time.
No, I heard him. He did a great job. And he's made a lot of friends through this process.
Yeah, he has. He really has. Anything, Tim, you have for him before we let him get back to his...
No, I mean, just have fun tonight. Embrace the time. And there's no way you're not going to know because all your family and friends that are there are going to be looking it up online. You're going to be getting texts from people. So, it's impossible to not know the latest or, it's just... roll with the punches. I talked to the Secretary of State this afternoon, and he said, well, really the earliest will be about 8 o'clock. But, who knows after that? I mean, I think some of these races are going to go, they may not be decided till after midnight.
That's true. That's true. All right, Chris, appreciate it. I know we'll talk to you in a little bit. Scott, good luck tonight. We'll check in with you later on in the evening as numbers start rolling in, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
You got it. Scott Brecky, one of the commission candidates for the city of Fargo. 701-293-9000. The phone number, if you're listening, you want to jump in and be part of the conversation, you are more than welcome to do that. We're scheduled to go until 10, but we could go longer. It just depends on what happens, Tim.
I still think my out there prediction is the commission race for Fargo, second place, is not going to be decided by midnight.
Really?
Yep.
And why is that?
I just think there's two, couple variables.
People don't want to hear that.
No, I know.
But you've lived this life, so you know.
And again, I checked to make sure with the Secretary of State on this, but if a vote is within 0.5%, there's an automatic recount.
Okay, all right.
So on 8,000 votes total, that's like 40 votes. So.
Well,
it could. I just don't know. That's just one of my, one of those gut feelings without any necessarily rationale behind it. Because I think some of these things are pretty tight.
I think you're right. There's going to be some tight races. You know which one I think is going to be tight? I think it's going to be the mayoral race.
The mayor, yep.
I could be. I'm never right on this stuff, people. Could be wrong, but my gut just tells me that one is going to be a tight one.
Oh yeah, like you said, it's just taking up every ounce of oxygen. People are talking about it, all the time.
Yeah. Hold on, Grant. Go ahead.
And I think it's gonna be tight between three, shall we say?
See, and I'm going with two, but possibly three.
But I think there's three that could win.
Grant, you're up on the election coverage. What's up, buddy?
Hey Jay, I just want to talk. I'm a candidate for the North Dakota House.
Okay.
In District 27, and it just these candidates, how exhausting it is to be a candidate. Like with me, I had to get up 225 signatures knocking on doors just to get my name on the ballot. And then for 3 months, you're knocking on doors endlessly till the final day is today, and you just hope you win.
No, you said District 27, Grant?
Which is Horace, Wild Rice, Oxbow.
How you feeling?
I'm probably not going to win. I'm not the endorsed candidate. I chose to go anyway.
Why did you choose to jump in this ugly game of politics?
Well, I just feel there's so many important issues, the conservative issues that are going on in schools, and the amount of money our state spends. We spend twice as much money than the state of South Dakota just because we have it.
That's crazy.
And some of that stuff got to be reeled in, and I just felt that. If not, I made the other guys that I'm running against, I made those guys go out and work and campaign too. Because if I went to run, they wouldn't have had to do that.
That's true. That's very true.
That's a good point because when we have candidates that have never even we used to have Republicans that didn't face a challenge in the primary, didn't even face a challenge in November.
Yeah.
And it's a totally different game because they don't feel responsible as when you're getting the crap beat out of you and you're getting asked the hard questions like Grant was talking about.
Yeah.
You become a better candidate and a better leader.
Yep, and I know those guys were campaigning, and they wouldn't have because they would have been unopposed.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we forced them to get out and knock on doors and mail advertising and do the thing. And so same as me.
Well, kudos though for you doing that. Saying, look, man, I'm going to do more than complain, and I'm going to do more than vote. I'm going to jump in this and put my life on hold basically. But I'm also going to make those current incumbents accountable, and they're going to work for this.
Yeah, and we've had a great experience with my family. All my kids are involved, and they've learned a lot about what it takes to run for office, and so it's been a good experience for my whole family too.
Were you surprised at how much work goes into it, or did you kind of know that going in?
I was after just getting the signatures to get my name on the ballot, I was exhausted.
I bet.
Because to get one signature, I figured about 4 doors.
And
to get 220, so I had to hit over 1,000 doors just to get my name on the ballot.
Wow. All right.
That's a lot of work.
All right.
So do you think everybody should have to do that? Would you like that way better than endorsed by a group of 12 or 25 or 40 that show up on a, endorsement night?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would have been nice if I would have been endorsed. I wouldn't have had to gone out and do that work. But
yeah.
I talked to a lot of people, which makes this low-skin race a lot closer than I think the other guys think it's going to be. I hope.
Oh, we're going to
never know. That's the beauty behind this.
Yeah, we're gonna find out at some point this evening or tomorrow.
When I win tonight, Jay, you're going to say, "Holy macaroni!"
Grant is in. He did it.
He's in.
He did it. All right. Good luck, Grant. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it, brother.
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye.
Enjoy the evening.
17 minutes after 701-293-9000. You want to jump in on our election coverage? You want to comment? More welcome to do that. Jay Thomas along with Tim Flacco. I'm looking numbers rolling in already. No, I'm kidding. They're not. They're not rolling in already. That would be impressive, Tim.
Speaking of rolling in, look who rolled in.
Speaking of rolling in, what are you doing? Just grab that one right over there. There we go. Dean Wysocki's coming in and giving us a weather update.
It's a beautiful evening out there.
Yeah, it's a calm before the storm. There's two calms before the storm going on right now.
We've got, so there are tornadic storms right now out just south of Minot, around the Velva area up through Granville. Tornado warnings out there. Also, some very strong storms now developing just south of Bismarck, right about the time frame we expected. So, the ones up by Velva and Granville are discrete. In other words, they're not in a line. And the ones down by Bismarck are also discrete, which is a little worrisome for possible tornadic activity as those move towards the Bismarck area. No watches issued yet for the FM area, but that will change here over the next hour or so, as either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch will be issued for the valley and into Lakes Country. We're still looking at the timing to be the same, right around the midnight hour.
For us here.
Yeah, between 11 and 1, right, in that 2-hour time frame. And again, we're still looking at the possibility of straight line winds. And if any of those cells are discrete, like the ones up in just outside of Minot and south of Bismarck, if any of those turn discrete as they get towards the valley, some of those could turn tornadic. So something we're keeping a close eye on, babysitting radar here for the next couple of hours until it gets a little closer to home.
Yeah, I'm looking right now on the radar that you use, and this is just outside of, just a little bit south and west of Minot in that cell you're talking about. Wind measured at 72 miles an hour right now.
Yeah. So, and that's just these are just starting. So once that whole line, we're watching down into South Dakota, because as that line moves east, it's also going to move northeast. So we're watching development down in South Dakota, because that's what's going to be affecting our area. So we'll keep a close eye on it here. And again, timing here in the valley, once again, about 11 to 1 in the morning, and earlier out to the west around Jamestown and Valley City.
Okay, when you say earlier out west, what do you think for Jamestown?
Probably, I'd say between 9 and 10, and Valley City probably 10:30 to 11.
Okay.
Right around that time frame.
All right, and then Dino will stop in. He'll try to stop in here a couple times an hour.
Once an hour?
Once an hour, unless something pops, of course.
You don't want to hear me too much. I'm a bag of wind as it is.
So are we. We're all bags of wind, man. All right, thanks, Dino.
You got it.
And, of course, weather anytime at WDAYRadioNow.com. And make sure you get the app. It's a free app. You can get the weather. You can listen to all our shows. You can get our podcasts. Everything is on the app. So make sure you get that. It's free. It's easy to download. Tim Flacco with me, current Cass County Commissioner, and also Senator for how long?
18 years.
18 years. Yeah. So you know the ins and outs of this. With everything going on in politics this day and age, there's just very little trust in the government, in the system, in voting. When it comes to the state of North Dakota, Tim, do you think when it comes to actual voting trust, we have a pretty good voting trust in the state of North Dakota?
Much better than, nationally, of course, by far. And I think one of the things that does help, which our earlier caller alluded to when he called in, when Grant called in, is the door-to-door, the face-to-face, seeing them in the grocery store. They can ask you anytime, anywhere. We are the most open system in the United States, and that really does help a lot, because I always tell people, because we only meet every other year, if we make something a stupid law during the 4 months we're in session, I get the crap beat out of me for the next 20 months back home. So you got to watch and you got to listen to the people, and because they come up with so many good ideas.
So, is it time that North Dakota goes to a yearly session, or are we just not in need of that?
Well, I'm leaning more and more towards that, but I'm not there yet, in part because one of my concerns is then you get a whole different group of people running for the legislature. They're more professional.
They can afford it.
Legislators, they can, the richer people can afford it. And if you are an agency, say if you're like NDSU or College of Science or whatever, you're playing defense now every year, because hey, I was there. Nothing's safe when the legislature meets, because all of a sudden something could come out of a conference committee or down the bowels of some committee room that's like, what were they thinking?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, geez.
That's every legislative session,
You just
too.
got to play defense so much of the time and, commit more resources to that.
Email says, here's my ballot, guys. No regrets, no mudslinging for me, just straight shooting. Denise Kolpak was the best choice for Fargo mayor for myself and my family. She's honest. She has integrity. She knows her deputy mayor job well. She doesn't go after people for disagreeing with her opinions, and she has no baggage or political cult of personality. Denise Kolpak is good for Fargo, and she got my vote. I will say that, I had Denise on yesterday. She was the only candidate I had a chance to get on. We were finally able to hook up, had her on for an hour. Had a good conversation. And she really does not have any baggage. I mean, the only thing that was really, I think, was hurting her somewhat was the fact that she worked on on Heidi Heitkamp's campaign, and I asked her about that. Yeah. But I wouldn't consider that real big baggage, but some people do. But otherwise, she's pretty clean.
Until they reminded me of that, I totally had forgotten. I didn't even know it at the time, but it's like one of those, okay.
Dude, I've lived here for how many years now? 26, 27, 20, I don't know. And I've been in the media almost my whole time here. I didn't know until yesterday that Dave Kolpak is her husband. I had no clue.
Oh, really?
Because I asked her, I said, so are you related to Jeff Kolpak? And she's like, well, what'd she say? He's like, yeah, my brother. I can't remember. She goes, I go, well, which Kolpak? She goes, oh, I'm married to Dave. I'm like, what? She's like, you didn't know that, Jay? You didn't know I was married to I had no idea.
Well, it worked out.
And he's a nice guy, man.
Back 4 years ago when she ran for commission, it just so happened I was hosting your show, and I heard she was going to announce on that day.
Yeah.
So then I got her on, and I got her on through her husband, Dave.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of how I surreptitiously got through to her.
Hey, Chris Larson is out and about from our newsroom. He's going to be stopping at Michelle Turnberg's watch party. He'll be stopping at Josh Beauche's. He will be stopping at Denise Kolpak's throughout the evening and just get a feel for where they're at. And it'll be fun later on when the numbers start rolling in and, now the candidates kind of have an idea of what's happening with their campaign. 701-293-9000. The email is studio@WDAYradionow.com. By the way, I should mention, you can also watch us. I believe you can watch us on our Facebook page, which is WDAY 970 AM, and also on our YouTube channel as well. So if you want to watch us instead of listening to us, you can do that as well. All right, Tim, let's talk poor West Fargo. My town of West Fargo kind of another one that got left in the dust with this whole Fargo thing, man. Number one, we didn't have a mayoral race because we only had one candidate, Eric Jurdevig, who was a former commissioner for West Fargo, served one term. Surprised me that nobody else tossed their name in the hat. Surprised by that?
Very surprised by that. Based upon some of the really tough campaigns that have happened there for mayor in the last number of years.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a big surprise. And I mean, there some of that goes on. It just, you look at the Cass County Commission, the two people that are running. One's a first-time candidate.
Yep.
Jim Prochniak, no opponent.
No.
Tony Grimberg, no opponent. Sheriff Johnner, no opponent. Which I predicted for him. I told him, I said, you're not going to get it.
Honestly, Cass County Sheriff Jesse Johnner, who's done a fabulous job. I didn't even know he was up for election. I'm dead serious. You know what I knew he was up for election? Yesterday on my Facebook page, an ad for him popped up.
Right.
And I'm laughing. I was so tempted to call Jesse and go, Jesse, can I ask you a question? Why the hell are you running ads, buying ads? You're running unopposed, buddy. I had no idea he was running, or I shouldn't say running, that his term was up.
Well, he's, I have his portfolio. Okay. And he is so appropriately cautious about never mixing his job with the campaign.
Oh, I mean, he'll make sure the uniform is off.
Yeah. Yep, all those kind of things. He will, he is very, very cautious. You can't believe when you go out into like rural Cass County.
He loves doing that stuff.
Gosh, those people love him. I mean, he goes to their pie feeds, their pancake feeds.
Yeah, you bet he goes to his pie feeds, pancake feeds. The uniform's getting a little tight. I'm kidding, Jess.
But so you get some of those. Our state's attorney is running unopposed. So, I mean, a couple of the other things we want to talk about that are on the ballot that'll be interesting. Measure 1 in North Dakota, one topic, limited to one topic set by the Secretary of State is the kind of the arbiter of that. Some people are worried about that, but it's also the Secretary of State that produces the language in consultation with the Attorney General. So it's not like it's a stretch. Somebody's got to be in charge of the elections.
Well, exactly.
And so, I mean, if you look at like the form, totally unscientific, things that they have click yes, no, or maybe. Yeah. I mean, it was like 65% were in favor of
the measure one. Yeah.
And, and then the Fargo sales tax, 1 cent sales tax for infrastructure. We'll see how that, because you have camps that are very far apart. I mean, it's like love it or hate it, in part because, those that love it, go, well, half of it's paid for by somebody else from, another community, Minnesota somewhere or down in the cities. But
and you question that,
So
why are they getting involved? If you get a chance, Addison, I'm getting emails saying that they don't think our YouTube page is up and working. So we'll check on that. Dan, appreciate the email. Chris Larson, let's check in with him. He's now made his way over to the Gastro Pub and Billiards, where Michelle Turnberg, mayoral candidate, current sitting commissioner of Fargo, is holding her watch party. How are things looking over there?
Sorry it took me a while to call in, Jay. I had to play some billiards before I called in. Things are hopping over here at Fargo Billiards and Gastro Pub. A lot of Michelle Turnberg supporters here, and Michelle joining me now. Michelle, how are you feeling tonight?
Hi, Chris. I'm feeling really good. I mean, look at this turnout. It's amazing. And so, very good. Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's going on? The crowd's piling up there at your watch party?
We are packed. Nice, big crowd. People just keep coming in. Polls closed just about a half hour ago, so people are excited. We're waiting for numbers to come in and see how the night unfolds.
Well, we've got some trickling right now. If you want them, we can. Oh, I'm kidding. There's no numbers yet, Michelle. No numbers yet.
I just got a little ping of anxiety.
Did you? Like, no, I'm doing my job. So I got to ask you, Tim Flacco and I were talking about this. I said, man, if I was running for one of these positions, I don't know if I could throw a watch party. I think I just want to be home and maybe a couple of friends and family hanging out in the garage, and that's it. The watch party, you were all on board with this.
Well, I don't believe it was an option.
Okay.
I was told when and where.
Voluntold.
And here we are, and it's great. I mean, this is a wonderful gathering.
And of course, your watch party, that's open to the public, correct?
Yes, all ages. We have babies to elderly to senior citizens, babies and carriers, toddlers, high school students, you name it.
She hasn't even won the position yet. She's already politicking and kissing babies and shaking hands and doing all that.
I did take one for a little walk, and we went and got some juice. So they come to me. Come to me.
But again, it's at the at Billiards Gastro Pub, but it's for all ages, families welcome.
Absolutely, yes. And it is a little warm with the weather outside and the amount of people, so dress appropriately.
Yeah.
Be cool.
Well, don't be the first candidate who gets busted for fire code violation with having too many people there.
Exactly.
I think in the size of this facility, we should be okay.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll be checking in with you throughout the evening. Go have fun and good luck tonight.
Yep.
Wonderful. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it. And to Dan, who emailed us, Addison, check. The YouTube channel is up and running. People are watching it, so it's gonna be on your end, Dan. It is up and running. What is the exact YouTube channel, Addison?
It is WDAY 970 AM.
Okay, so it's the exact same as our Facebook page. WDAY 970 AM. That is our YouTube channel. And again, you can watch us also on our Facebook page. All right, are we to a break here? Can we break? Okay, good. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a break. When we come back, more breaking down of this election coverage. Myself, Jay Thomas, along with Tim Flacco, who's got years in politics. He knows this stuff inside and out. And also we got coverage on AM 1100 The Flag, our sister station. Steve Hallstrom is over there. doing the coverage with Scott Hennon, who's out and about bouncing around as well. Again, our guy Chris will be checking in with Denise Colpack's party tonight, Josh Boucher. And then also check in with Valley News Live as they have people out and about and just waiting for those numbers to start rolling in. More election coverage on 970 WDAY and 93.1 FM.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A new escalation in the Middle East late today. The United States launching retaliatory strikes against Iran after the downing of a U.S. helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz, hit by an Iranian drone near the coast of Oman. President Trump speaking on the phone with ABC's Jonathan Karl.
The president made it clear to me that these U.S. strikes on Iran are specifically in response to Iran's downing of that Apache helicopter. He brought up the peace deal that he is trying to negotiate with the Iranians. It seemed clear to me that even as he was ordering U.S. attacks on Iran, he still believes he can get a peace deal with the Iranians.
And we've learned more about the rescue of those 2 U.S. crew members on that helicopter that was downed. The first of its kind rescue at sea.
The 2 pilots were then able to board this boat drone, which then took them off to another location in the water, where they were then plucked and hoisted up by a helicopter that took them to a safer location.
A public interest law firm in Washington is filing a lawsuit against President Trump's UFC match on the White House lawn.
The lawsuit argues that actually this event, because it's being organized by a private entity, and it's really more about the president's birthday, they allege, than the country's anniversary, shouldn't be able to bypass those normal channels. They've asked a judge in Washington, D.C. to issue a temporary restraining order as early as this week to block this from taking effect.
ABC's Peter Haralambous. A Texas track star teen has been found guilty of murdering a rival track athlete from a neighboring school. They got into an altercation at a meet. It ended with one stabbed, dying from his wounds. Now 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony is waiting to hear how long he'll have to serve for Austin Metcalf's death. In the California governor primary, ABC News now projecting Steve Hilton will be the second candidate to advance to the general election, where he'll face Javier Becerra. You're listening to ABC News.
Wesley Financial Group is not...
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s, and we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
Hear that? That's not just a golf course. That's Minnesota Lake Country Therapy. Welcome to Balmoral, 18 holes of championship golf carved into the southeast shore of Otter Tail Lake. Whether you're breaking 80 or breaking away from work, Balmoral's rolling fairways and pristine nature offer the perfect escape. Challenge your game, then relax with your friends with a beverage on our deck. Balmoral Golf Course on Highway 78 between Otter Tail and Battle Lake. Book your tee time today at golfbalmoral.com.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. They have a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores didn't come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. Now there is no middleman, so you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dream bed sheets. Queen size, normally $179.96. Yours at the wholesale price of only $69.99. King size, only $79.99. Another amazing deal they are offering is on their premium MyPillows. Queen size only $18.98 and kings just $1 more. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028. Free shipping options are available. So remember, go to MyPillow.com and scroll down to the radio podcast square and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
People with chronic lower back pain have often tried lots of different things, and most of those things just don't work.
and they're searching things that do work. Non-surgical spinal decompression is a type of treatment done with a specialized machine that has very high success rates, and we're lucky to be one of the few clinics in the entire state that has it.
I had horrible neck pain due to a degenerated disc. I went and saw Dr. Zimmerman. It got better. It got way better. You know, at the clinic, it is very easy to schedule, and they work around any schedule you have. He has actually fit me in prior to the weekend if I have a relapse, so I'm not in pain over the weekend. So very good care there.
The success rate for decompression treatment based on research is just about 90%, although I think ours is higher because we incorporate other types of care to address the dysfunction. Whether it's the neck or the lower back, decompression treatment can be effective for a wide variety of conditions that include bulged, ruptured, or slipped discs, pinched nerves, sciatica, and joint arthritis, and sometimes can be effective in just a few treatments. Find us at theclinicnow.com. That's theclinicnow.com.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
All right, and we are back. Time is 7:38. Election coverage 2026. Jay Thomas, along with Tim Flackle, hanging out with us. Just checking, because you never know. You never know. 2026 primary election. No numbers in yet. Nothing in yet. Do you even think by 8 o'clock we'll have something?
10% chance.
Okay.
I'm actually I'm trying. I thought I had the head of elections cell phone number to see where they're at, if they're anything that's hiccuping or going smooth or whatever, and any predictions. So I'm working on getting that. I thought I had it here, but guess not.
All right. 701-293-9000. That's how you get on the program. Email studio at WDAYradionow.com if you want to comment on any of the races that are going on throughout the state, or just want to BS with us. You're more than welcome to do that. Again, no numbers in as of now. It's very early, of course. I'm just looking at some numbers here. When it comes to eligible voters in the state of North Dakota, 600,394. Eligible voters. That's according to the Results ND site, Secretary of State site.
I believe, because you got about 100,000 K-12 kids. So that'd be about right.
So the numbers, Valley News Live was reporting. Now, this is for Cass County. And they're saying that these numbers are up quite a bit. And it still doesn't seem like a lot. But as of 3 o'clock this afternoon in Cass County, there were 10,000 votes cast today. That was today voting.
Yeah.
What was it? About 8,400?
I thought we had 8,400, kind of that earlier voting.
Early voting, and it was right around 2,500 mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
But that, again, was as of 3 o'clock today. Does that sound like an upvote to you?
I still think it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because of the Fargo elections.
Yeah.
But again, West Fargo, not much going on there.
No, there's not. Sorry, West Fargo, but we like it that way.
Oh, you love it when it's just calm, quiet, just do your stuff.
And I don't know what's going to happen in West Fargo with this commission race. You have Dave Withey, you have John Severson, you had Patty Stedman, and you had Tyler Erickson. All four of them were running for 2 seats out there. And there just I didn't see a whole lot of yard signs. I didn't see a whole lot going on out there.
I think the most yard signs I saw in West Fargo for the District 13 legislative race.
That's a fight.
And that one's going to drive some people to the the polls, I think, today or in advance. And like caller Granter talked about 27, which is kind of
down in that horse area
south of here. Yep. So you're going to get that for Cass County. 41, nothing happening there. You got the it's pretty well cast in stone. There'll be more action come the fall, I think. But the incumbents in the House, Jordan Johnson and Karen Grimberg, didn't seek re-election. So Jennifer Benson and Rich Schlegel is going to, they're running unopposed for that. So we'll see.
What I was surprised by was when I went and cast my vote today, my ballot, the amount of judges that we have that go unopposed. It was crazy how many judges.
Yeah. mean, the stats on that are staggering in terms of they just don't lose once you've been put in that role. And then again, that goes back to, remember, if somebody steps down, governor appointee. So, I mean, the governor just has so much power on those seemingly smaller things. When you look at what Hoeven was able to do during his term with appointing people that had stepped down, sometimes they were Democrats, and then you filled it with the Republican, and then they stayed on. So the governor that's one of the biggest power holes that the governor has in their portfolio, is to be able to do that.
And I was told this, and I don't know how much truth there is to it, but I was told one time by somebody that was an elected leader, that you don't see these judgeships when a judge gets in there. These other, I don't know if there's truth to this, but like, people are afraid to run against because they're afraid, hey, if I lose, I got to face that sitting judge in a courtroom. Not that the judge would do anything, but they're afraid to. So they just let them ride their term out, and then they'll go for it when they're done.
Yeah, in the land of paranoia, you're just afraid, because it's very real. Hey, if I can jump in on, South Dakota had their primary last week.
Okay.
So now, there were some changes because the time before they had a lot of that, I'll call it far right wing that came in on a variety of issues, whether it was pipeline sightings or some of those things. And then that scaled back this time to kind of go more towards moderate. And we're going to see if that happens across the state with North Dakota. I mean, there's a lot of legislative races that are being challenged, across the state. I won't go into all of them, but there's 149 candidates that are seeking legislative position right now that are on, that
in South Dakota.
Qualify. No, in North Dakota that qualified.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you got a lot of that. So they'll decide 74 legislative seats this year, 24 in the Senate, 50 in the House, and Republicans, hold a huge margin of 83 to 11. They're not going to lose that, and 42 to 5 in the Senate side. So that they're going to continue to be the majority.
Do you ever see the Republicans losing their stronghold in the state of North Dakota, or are they so locked in that it's damn near impossible for that to happen?
It could happen. I mean, it happened, like in the early mid '90s.
Okay.
And I think if you get complacent and get cocky, and you get so big that you have the infighting which is going on right now, it can pull down a party to the point where they're like, if my person isn't there, I'm not even going to go vote.
All right, let's talk about the Julie Fedorchak, Alex was it Blazek? Is that his?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, he has run before. He's running against an incumbent. That's a tough road, isn't it?
That is a really tough road in Congress, particularly. A little less, in the House. And she's up for her first term because, if you play the game back farther, she was on the Public Service Commission. Yes. So Jill Kringstead is running for the 2 years remaining on her term as Public Service Commissioner. And then when Julie moved on to U.S. House against a whole slew of people that were running that time, she's got that whole infrastructure behind her. She got the money as an incumbent behind her. And, Alex has ran a really hard-fought campaign.
Yeah, he knocked on doors. Wow.
Wherever two or more are gathered kind of thing, he was there.
Yeah.
And he's, really stakes out his position very clearly, concisely.
There's no second guessing. You know exactly what he stands
and I've
for.
heard him speak a couple times, kind of, very likable guy. So, we'll see what happens. But it is tough to run against the incumbent. Now, incumbency has kind of waned a little bit since, if you look back to the 2016 election when Trump ran for the first time, drain the swamp, get rid of all these old-time incumbents, etc., made it, caused a lot of problems for incumbents.
Yeah, he did.
And then Doug Burgum was doing the same thing in North Dakota, where it was like, we need term limits. We need to get rid of these people that have been around for a long time.
Yeah.
So it's a lot less appealing to have that incumbency stamp on your stuff, on your name.
Yeah, I think because if you have that in this day and age, if you have that incumbency stamp on your name or on your campaign, the way people feel about politicians who have been in office a long time, it's not a badge of honor anymore.
No, they think of their worst the stupidest thing somebody did, where there is a DUI, or we had a case in Western North Dakota where I think there was like a child or animal abuse once upon a time, and all those things. And it could be 1 out of 141 people, but that's the ones they remember, and they hold you accountable for things you had never had any knowledge of or anything. I got pulled in. I was going door to door with a lady, and she literally had all my opponent's yard signs up. But I go to those houses too because I represent them. And she was like griping to me about something. Had literally on her fridge had some stuff, like with bill numbers and stuff. I go, hey, I voted against, because she was talking about Al Carlson controlling my vote. I go, no, I voted totally opposite of that. Here it is, and I had to look it up and show it to her. And by the time I left, she was like, oh, okay.
But that's why you need to door knock, because your opponent can get ugly. They can take and spin things around where they're not necessarily lying, but they're alluding to it. Yeah, so you got to bang on them doors.
You get into the crazy season, the closer it gets up to election day, where the Tim Flacco doesn't like baby puppies kind of stuff, that's running. It's like, what? This is just crazy. And it's really frustrating for people. And it's frustrating for families. That's the hardest thing. Mm-hmm. People used to ask me, like, you going to run for governor someday or Congress? I go, no, not while my parents are alive, because I wouldn't want them to have to put up with all the crap that comes down that is not true on both sides.
Well, speaking of parents, it's funny because when I had Denise Kolpak on the show yesterday, she told a story about it. I said, well, why did you even want to get into the world of politics, even though it's on a local level? It's still politics somewhat. And she said that her mom always wanted her to, get into politics. Oh. It was kind of what the story was. And then she said when her mom passed away, she didn't know this until they were going through the will and everything. Her mom left her $10,000 specifically. She could only use it to run a campaign.
Wow.
Yeah, she said.
Who'd have thought? Yeah.
She said she still gets choked up over that. That's how bad her mom thought that her daughter needed to be in the political world and get
great
involved.
Story. Mine is, I was about 9 years old. We were driving our old big grain truck down this dirt road.
Yeah.
We fell into a culvert washout, and we had to walk back. And I was a snotty little 9-year-old. I go get on the phone, and I call. And asked for the White House. I asked the operator.
At 9 years old?
At 9 years old, because
you were so
my
mad.
9 years old mind said that the president is the person who solves problems. So I asked for President Johnson.
Oh my God!
And she's kind of like going, kind of pushed me off. My mom was like, who are you calling? Well, I'm getting a hold of the president. We got a problem there. Mom goes, get off the phone.
Wow.
So that's kind of what I decided. Someday I'm going to be the guy who can help fix those potholes.
So what was your first political position, and what was it that made you run other than the potholes when you were 9 years old?
Well, I was on the Fargo Planning Commission for a little while, which is a political appointment.
Sure.
But then my first elected position was the Senate, and I had not been to the state capitol in the Senate until after I was elected.
Okay.
We didn't go there as a school group or anything like that, but it's just one of those that, like, okay, it's something I want to do. Because I'd been on a lot of boards and stuff, and I realized that as much good as you can do on the boards across the communities, you can do a lot more as an elected official in determining how you can help people.
Is there ever a point where you're going to say, I'm done?
Oh, yeah.
And when I say it's not because I'm tired or anything like that, is there ever going to be a point where the political climate has gotten so ugly that you're like, I'm not dealing with this anymore?
I don't know that I could serve in the legislature right now.
No. Well, you got a problem. I'll tell you, the Republican Party is so split in this state right now, and that's scary stuff.
It used to be back, if we would misbehave on the floor, Dave Nething, Senator Nething, who was the dean of the Senate, would come beat her right down and get in your face and say, we do not do that here. Because you can't say somebody's name on the floor, you can't see a company. It's all about decorum because you're attacking the problem, not the person.
No, the decorum is gone.
Oh, and I can't stand that.
Level, and we were talking about this earlier today on the show, and you watch these constant hearings, and it's so frustrating because you watch these and go, why are we doing this? Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's getting handcuffed. Nobody's losing a job or whatever. And the bickering is just, it's so over the top that nothing gets accomplished.
They're looking for their social media or
they
TV,
want their 5 minutes of fame.
Bite,
their sound bite.
And God, I hated that. we weren't covered that often in the Senate or the House with TV coverage, but you could see when the camera showed up, it's like, oh, there's 45 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
Really?
You're not going to change anybody's vote.
Yeah.
But it just, because I remember Dick Devers, Senator Devers, after about an hour said, well, everybody said everything, but I'm going to tell you something you've already heard, and, that was the case.
701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYRadioNow.com. If you want to call in, got any comments, keep us company, you're more than welcome to it. It's just going to be, for now, it's just basically Tim and I just BSing back and forth, waiting for numbers to show up. And then when they come in, hopefully they'll start rolling in, and it'll probably start out as a trickle. I mean, we all know this. And then hopefully they'll start really rolling in, and we can, really start getting into the meat of election night with what's going on with the candidates. Again, I'm keeping up to date here, and I'm on Cass County right now, and I'm seeing, there's just nothing. Also, Dean, keeping an eye on the weather, and we can tell you right now that, boy, you get out Bismarck, you got some stuff rolling through Bismarck right now, and it's looking a little ugly. It looks like they may have pea-sized hail going on in the Bismarck area right now. And we're going to be watching weather coming out of, I believe Dean said, out of South Dakota, and then they'll start racing across the state. Here in the Fargo metro area, our region, at midnight, between that 11 and 1 o'clock hour, and Dean is still saying we're a good shot of seeing these very strong winds. I believe he said 75-plus miles an hour. Jamestown, you're probably about that 9-10 o'clock time frame, and about an hour after that, Valley City. So anyway, we'll keep you up to date on that weather. But right now, everything starting to build up right over the Bismarck metro area.
One thing, Jay, that our listeners need to be aware of is, like in the city elections, we'll just take Fargo again because of the mayoral and the commission races. Mm-hmm. It's not just the votes, it's where do they come from and the split, because you have distinct districts that are very heavily weighted Republican or heavily weighted Democrat. Mm-hmm. So like 45 up north, heavily Republican. 44 where I'm in, Democrat. 11 and 21, Democrat. 41 in the south side, Republican. So it's going to matter a little bit where those come from and what time they get dropped in, too, which adds another kind of complex feature to diagnosis of who's doing well. Because if there's, a split district that so-and-so does well, one side or the other, that means a lot.
So how much of a factor of when it comes to Josh Boschee being I'm going to run this down with all these. How much of a factor is Josh Boschee being a senator going to play into this race for him in Fargo?
Well, I don't know about senator, but he would have the Democrat machine behind him.
Yeah, and we know he does. Look at the money that came in.
Yeah, and so he is very good at get out the vote efforts. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's in my district, and I know that firsthand.
Yeah.
And so that'll be interesting as far as when do those votes get dumped in, because I mean he closes like the racehorse Zenyatta. Boy, I mean if they dump those early ballots in later on, which they did in 2016. I remember.
So you thought you won, but you didn't.
I didn't win. Yeah.
So how far ahead were you before those votes came in? I mean, were you like, holy smokes?
Not a ton,
okay.
But my races were always within 10%.
Okay.
Just because of the makeup of the district. But we'll see how those all play out. But I'm sure they're really good at bank calls and. I mean, as in banks of calls, not.
Yeah, they got a place where they go and they just got people on the phone just calling.
Have you voted yet? Have you voted? And there people that might not know that, but you might figure it out. If you were asked for an absentee ballot, your name goes onto a list, and they sweep those lists sometimes every day.
Wow!
And then they'll follow it. They'll do chase mail, a postcard or something like that. Chase
they got
mail
it down.
Up. Oh, it's just very precise in terms of campaigning.
And this came up today. Ronnie was, I see Chris Larson is actually with Josh Boschee right now. We'll get to him in a second here. Came up on the show today. Ronnie had brought it up, my producer, that all of a sudden, last, couple weeks or so, his phone has just been bombarded, text messages with campaigns reaching out to him. I haven't gotten anything, not a one now. How does that happen? How do they have these phone numbers? How do they get? And I had other listeners that were emailing and calling saying, "Yep, same thing." How are they getting this information? Is this a secret you can't tell?
No. But there's so many different lists, Jay.
Okay.
That you can pull. There's a book about this that it's like micro targeting sometimes.
Yeah.
So
like geofencing kind of.
They're geofence it. They get them. You can ask for, say, I want to contact because I like hunting and fishing and right to guns, bear arms, that kind of thing. I can go out and get who's got a fishing license or a hunting license or a pheasant license in North Dakota in the last 2 years, 5 years,
kidding.
or whatever. And then you can just micro-target those. Pick a number, 200, 300, 400 people, whatever. And so there's a lot of that micro-targeting that goes on.
What would Ronnie have done that he got targeted, man? That's that because I said, have you done any? And he's like, no, I don't understand why I'm being targeted. And we'll hit these other candidates too. Let's
then I'll be here twice.
Let's head over to Josh Boshy's watch party. He's over at the Avalon Event Center. Chris Larson, how's the crowd? What's going on?
I tell you, Jay, it is absolutely packed over here at the Avalon Event Center. Lots of people here supporting the candidates, and one of them, he's running for Fargo Mayor, Josh Boshy. Josh, how you doing tonight, bud?
Doing great. It's a lot of good energy. Fun to see everyone getting together to see the results.
Josh, how you feeling, pal? You a little nervous, anxiety, or just? You're not new to this game, so I just got to believe this is not a whole lot of nervousness or anything, is there?
No, yeah, I've been through enough elections. I learned a while ago, once the polls close, there's nothing more you can do. So you just leave it up to the vote totals coming in, and we'll see what happens.
Tim Flackel is hosting with me tonight on election coverage. It's funny because he said, didn't you say the same thing? There's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it. It used to be, before the Supreme Court ruling in North Dakota, you couldn't electioneer on election day.
Yeah.
And you just loved it because it's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's over.
And you feel like there's not a thing I can legally do. And it was kind of nice in a way, but, I'm sure you were busy today, Josh. I mean, what kind of kept you busy today?
Well, fielding a lot of calls from folks wondering where they can vote, still trying to find voting locations and figuring that out. One of the demographics we really reached out to in our campaign was, new voters or voters who don't always vote in a June election. So lots of people had questions, but we're able to get them to the polls, and we'll see if that pays off in the end.
Yeah, we actually, on my show today, I was surprised we had callers that were calling in, emailing too, and they were asking, where do I go vote? And I'm thinking, wow, people actually don't know that answer. They don't know where to vote. Yeah. That's crazy.
Well, and I think also with the vote centers is a concept people don't understand. So once people realize they can vote anywhere in the county, I think that helps loosen it up too. Well, they just keep thinking they have to go to a specific location.
Dude, that's true. And I'll tell you, I've been voting for years. I cast my vote this morning on West Fargo in the Hartle building. I didn't know that I could have just went anywhere in the county and voted. I thought it was still I had to be within my city to vote, but that's not the case anymore.
What are you hearing, Josh?
That convenience really pays off.
What are you hearing? Because you're very close to it, and I know your guys are running these things, and as others likely will. Voter turnout. What are you hearing as far as today goes? Start there. Are we up?
Last I
equal
heard,
or
mid-after. Yeah, well, no. As of mid-afternoon, someone had said that local media had talked to the county auditor, and she had said that turnout was going higher than even a general election midterm. General election primary. So I anticipate we'll see a good showing today. Yeah,
like I said, Valley News Live was reporting, Josh. Now the number was as of 3:00, and their report was as of 3:00 this afternoon. There were about 10,000 votes cast in the county, and that was just that was just for today.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, that so many people had 4 more hours to vote.
Yeah.
All right, what are you hearing? What's your prediction as far as the breakout between early voting and voting on election day, percentage-wise? Because for a while there, just kept growing of voting early. I mean, are we kind of plateauing and flattening out on that, or is it going to show a little uptick again this time?
Well, I think, especially if those numbers are true, what Valley News Live had, we're going to certainly see strong turnout on election day. So put it at about 40% for early voting, which has been what we've seen the last couple of years. A lot of folks I talked to, myself included, kind of lot of people bounce around, right? One year they're going to do vote by mail, another year they're going to wait till election day, another year they just want to get it done and over with. So I think that flexibility is nice because it gives people options.
There you go. All right, Josh, I know you got a long night in front of you. Real quick before we let you go and get back to family and friends and supporters, you become mayor of Fargo. What's the first thing you want to get accomplished?
Well, the first thing we'll have to do is, really look at that budget. That's been a primary conversation throughout the campaign, and making sure we rein it in, both for, to have a positive impact for property taxpayers, but also to show the legislature that we can show some fiscal restraint. So when we're out there in Bismarck next January, any asks we have for big projects, they're willing to support.
All right, Josh, go have fun and good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Take care. Yep.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
we'll check in with Chris Larson and Josh later on. Chris now on his way to go check in with Denise Kolpak, who's in downtown Fargo. All right, Nate is helping us out tonight too. Nate, appreciate it. Nate and I we go back and forth on a lot of things. We just hammer on each other, but he does like to help out and he does a good job. Actually, he's got some primary election results in U.S. House at Large District. This is for Julie Fedorchak, and I'm having a hard time reading this. Right now, some votes in Julie Fedorchak with 1,066 votes. She's at 77% right now. Alex Balaz is at 23% with 319 votes. That's 1,385 total votes. I mean, that's barely nothing. That's a state. That's a state thing. But we appreciate that. Keep those things rolling into us. With that said, it's 8:03. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Numbers now slowly trickling in, and we'll keep you up to date on it. We'll go back and break down some more of the candidates as well, and Tim's thought on the fact with them already being in politics, what they're. I'm going to ask you about Michelle because she's a sitting commissioner. You got Denise, who's sitting commissioner. How much of a factor does that play in? And again, your calls and emails 701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYradionow.com. 8:04. This is Election Night Coverage 2026 with Jay Thomas and Tim Flacco.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio. AM 970 and FM 93.1, WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A Texas teenager has just been sentenced to 35 years in prison for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Earlier today, a jury found 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony guilty in the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. ABC's John Quinones is outside of the courthouse in McKinney, Texas.
It all started at a rainy track meet last year when Anthony walked under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. After Anthony was repeatedly asked to leave, Metcalf pushed him. Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the chest. Metcalf died in the arms of his twin brother. Late today, Carmelo Anthony in tears as his mother took the stand, pleading with the jury to have mercy on her son.
U.S. strikes across parts of Iran. Iranian state media confirming explosions in multiple cities. U.S. Central Command says forces began launching strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern at the direction of President Trump. CENTCOM making clear tonight's attack is in retaliation for yesterday's downing of an Army Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz.
The Apache helicopter was on a late-night mission patrolling the strait to deter small Iranian boats from threatening U.S. warships or commercial vessels when the Iranian drone sent it crashing into the sea. Both pilots escaped the sinking helicopter, and a remarkable rescue mission was launched just hours before dawn.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. In the California governor's primary, ABC News projects Republican Steve Hilton will be the second candidate to advance to the general election, where he'll face Democrat Javier Becerra. Polls have closed in Maine, where voters are deciding on who will be on the ballot for the Senate in November.
Today's election will decide whether oyster farmer and Army veteran Graham Plattner will be the Democratic nominee to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. Plattner has faced numerous controversies, but his message of fighting wealth inequality has resonated with many Maine voters.
You're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Pre-summer heat is rolling across the country, pushing along some severe weather systems. ABC meteorologist Steve Smith.
Tornado watch is already issued for portions of the Dakotas overnight tonight, where you've had up to a half a foot of rain over parts of Kentucky and southern Indiana. Flood watch is in effect until early tomorrow, but all eyes on the plains. Dakotas all the way down to the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma overnight tonight. Severe storms, a level 3 out of 5 risk. We're talking about destructive wind, very large hail, maybe some strong tornadoes.
Just in time for beach season, the FDA is expanding our sunscreen options.
It's the first new ultraviolet filter for sunscreen in more than 20 years. New here, it's been around in other countries for years. Now the FDA deems BMO-Triazonol safe for our skin. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Darian Sutton says the ingredient doesn't absorb into the bloodstream as much as current chemical options.
A lot of scientific studies have shown that it can absorb so much that it gets into your blood. And although we have not seen signs of harm in human studies, that can be problematic at high levels.
And the new sunscreen lasts longer. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
A federal judge today permanently blocked Alabama from using nitrogen gas to execute a death row inmate. Jeffrey Lee was scheduled to be executed Thursday. U.S. District Judge Emily Marks declaring the method violated the constitutional ban on cruel and unusual punishment. The case is expected to go to the Supreme Court. On Wall Street, the Nasdaq falling 250 points today. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s. And we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
All right, well, now a little excitement's coming in, not a whole lot, but we do have numbers are now starting to trickle in, and these are statewide numbers for Congress, for other things, and we can zip through those real quick. Before we do that, Tim Flacco, let's check in. Valley News Live also hanging out at the Josh Boucher Watch Party at the Avalon Center. Sydney, how's it going over there?
It's going pretty good. Things just started at 7:30, so crowd's definitely picking up. A lot of supporters of all ages coming in. They're handing out T-shirts, stickers. Everyone, if I had to describe the atmosphere in one word, I'd say excited or celebration. I think no matter how tonight goes, people are just excited to be here and support Josh and to see how far he's come in his campaign.
Yeah, so you say the crowd there's pretty good size?
Yep.
All right, and then you're hanging out there all night long?
I sure am. Okay. I'll be live with Josh, live interview at 9 on our 9 and 10 newscast as well. So.
Fantastic. And we'll check in with you later as numbers start rolling in, and we'll have a better feel what's going on with these candidates. Sydney, appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
You got it. It's 701-293-9000. Email is studio@wdayradionow.com. I'm checking what's going on here. I can't get something to look
Well,
up.
and just one little bit of update while you're looking there. Talked to Sarah, who's the head of elections in Cass County, and she said that she hasn't got anything coming in yet from the precincts.
Okay.
So we got a little time on that because first they have to go through and count them and verify and sign off on them and, okay, we're ready, and then get the numbers over to the county so she can upload those in the county and the Secretary of State's.
Okay. Well, what we have right now, we do have some numbers rolling in on statewide stuff, so let's bang those out for folks right now, Tim. It looks like right now just under 5,700 votes coming in from McKenzie County, Bottineau County, Cavalier, McHenry, Nelson, Griggs, Steele, Foster, Eddy, and Logan. Right now, the race between Julie Fedoracek, this is for Congress, and Alex Malaz, Julie is way up. Again, this is early. This is partially. It's 25 of 358 reporting. She's at 75.5% of the vote, and Alex is at 24.38%, and there's a 0.12%. There's 7 write-in votes.
Yeah.
There's so many here running unopposed. Let's get down to, Public Service Commissioner, Republican, and I really haven't followed this one too close. This one just over 5,000, just over 5,200 votes in. Looks like Sherry Haugen Holford, she's at 63.68%, and Devin, I don't know how you pronounce Devin's last name, at 36.28% of the vote. Public Service Commissioner, unexpired 2-year term. Chris Olson and Jill Kringstead, they are neck and neck. A difference of about 30-some votes, and Chris is ahead right now at 50.32% to Jill's 49.61%. Again, a lot of this stuff's early.
Yeah.
Ask Tim; he'll tell you it can change real quick.
Thanks a lot. Hey, but why don't you do the honor and call the sheriff of Cass County race?
I'm not comfortable with that yet. I'm not comfortable. Maybe
with zero reporting in, you're not going to call it yet.
Maybe we'll call Jesse, get him on, and tell him, hey, we've officially called the election.
Yeah.
We'll get
we can be the first one to call one.
We'll give Jesse the announcement on this show. Superintendent of Public Instruction. Right now, just under 7,000 votes in. Levi Bachmeyer at just over 57%. Tracy Lane Foss, just under 30%. Charles Tuttle, just over 13%.
So that's, Levi is the current. The other Lane Foss is the Democrat candidate because you're technically not partisan in this
exactly.
one. And then Charles Tuttle is Charles Tuttle usually is.
Yeah. Let's see. Justice of the Supreme Court, just over 6,600 votes in. Jared Tufte at almost 63%. Artisan E. Johnson, just under 37%. Constitutional Measure 1, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Just over 7,600 votes in. Right now, 74.71% are saying yes to it.
Ooh, that's a crushing number.
It is. Even this early to stage, that's pretty crushing.
And when you look at the spread, how the demographics spread on all those different places you talked about that had some reporting in.
Yeah.
That's
all right, let me jump down to Cass and see if there's anything in yet. Let's see. Bear with me. Yeah, it looks like nothing in Cass County has been dumped yet. All right, back to the mayoral race. So we were talking about Josh Boucher and the fact that he's a sitting, senator. What's that do for his race? And you heard him say when he was just on that they were able to go out there and get a lot of young voters, new voters.
Yep.
That could be worrisome if Michelle Turnberg or others weren't able to accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, and if you look at a lot of his, staff and volunteers, that is a demographic that is really shows for him as that young voter who traditionally don't vote.
That's right. It sounds like he was able to get a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Denise Kolpak. Been a sitting commissioner for how long now? 4 years? And my time flies. And, of course, she's a deputy mayor. How much does that help her in this race going for mayor?
A little bit, but I think when you listen to the voters, some people like trying to figure out how they're going to vote.
Mm-hmm.
I think they wish she would have split on some votes or positions a little more from the mayor at times, because it kind of seemed like, and whether they were just philosophically that much in line with each other or not, but I think they didn't feel like they felt like she was kind of tying her horse to that too much.
I've heard that from a lot of people.
That's what I'm sharing is that kind of feeling of, boy, when you're mayor, you got to be the person.
Yeah, but it kind of seems towards through her campaign towards middle, maybe just past the middle, she started pulling away from that.
She definitely did. She kind of downplayed that almost from the time when she started, because there was never any official endorsement.
Yeah, true.
Which I'm sure it was offered if it wanted to, but I think you kind of sometimes want to be your own person and not the mini-me of sorts or the clone of the previous person.
It'll be interesting to see what Mayor Dr. Tim Mahoney has to say after this is all said and done, because I know that Valley News Live they wanted to interview him, get his thoughts on the race, talk about what he thought he got accomplished, what he didn't, and his people said, well, we need to see the questions in advance, and they sent the questions and thought they had it, and then they came back and said, no, at this point, the mayor said, I'm just going to decline. And then he made a statement after that. His reason for that was, he said, look, I let the race be over. I don't want to have any kind of influence. I don't want to, and I completely understand
There's some logic to that, yeah.
I completely understand that.
I think sometimes, deep down, I think there were days when he goes, I shouldn't have ran for 4 more years. Because, it got pretty gnarly on some of those issues, some of those days. And, it's like, geez, do I really need this in my life?
Yeah,
and he's been around there a long time, and he's obviously been part of a lot of positive things over the years too, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But just some of those things that you just can't. There is no good. You can't stay out of the. Can't stay out of the way. It's just too much of a problem.
On the national level here, we're seeing that results are starting to pour in for the Maine primary. Who's that dude in Maine? That Plantier, is that his name? That guy that's just causing all kinds of problems for the Democratic Party. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's at 73%. That Plantier or whatever the hell his name is. All right,
let's. His last name fasciitis.
Yeah, exactly. Plantier.
Okay.
Current Commissioner Dave Pepcorn. It seems like he was running for mayor as well. Yep. It just seems like Dave wasn't in it, man. He just saw some billboards, although I didn't, but people said, and he did some of the debates. I think maybe he did them all, or he might have missed one.
Yeah, I don't know that any that he missed, but he may have.
But it just seems like he just wasn't into it. You just didn't see or hear a whole lot.
Yeah, you didn't get that. He just had the passion that Dave can have on things.
Yeah,
and like you said, I saw yard signs, I saw billboards. But I think people wanted more of the fire in the belly. I want to run because of this reason, and I'm going to only be there for 4 years.
Yeah,
and we got to boogie it, and we need somebody with experience. And but maybe he felt, hey, I've been in here 16 years.
Yeah, a long time.
The die is already cast. Either they like me or they don't. And like I used to say about Al Carlson, friends come and go, but enemies accumulate. And sometimes if you're there too long, some of those enemies can accumulate. And
yeah. How long was Alan? Huh? How long was Al in for?
Oh, he was. I can't remember the first. I should know this off the top of my head.
It was a long haul.
Yeah.
And then I know he ran for a commission seat in Fargo.
He ran a commission seat. He ran for Cass County Commission. I think he ran for Congress. But in those high profile, when you're the leader, particularly in the House, it's an axe fight every day. So
what am I hearing? I'm hearing some hooting and hollering. Somebody having a good time.
Wysocki.
Is that Wysocki? All right, hey, Chris Larson. Now he's made it all the way down to the Radisson in downtown Fargo, where mayoral candidate Denise Kolpak is running for mayor, of course. And what's going on at Denise's watch party, Chris?
Well, Jay, I'd have been here about 15 minutes earlier, but there was a dreaded train downtown, so a little late to the party. But things are hopping over here at the Radisson Blue Bar, and Denise Kolpak, currently deputy mayor, running for the position of mayor with me. Denise, first of all, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. I'm, like everyone else, eagerly waiting to see the results. So feeling good.
Jay, I'm sure you've got some burning questions for Denise.
I got all my burning questions out yesterday when I had Denise on the show, and I learned two things: that who her husband is, which I can't believe. I've been living here all these years. Tim Flackel's with me.
Either.
Tim Flackel's with me, Denise, hosting the election coverage. And when I told him that, he just laughed like, "What are you buried under a rock or what? How the hell do you not know that?" But I did have to share with him, Denise. I did share it. The only reason I did is because you shared it on the air yesterday. It was pretty impressive. The story about your mother, for folks that didn't hear that, can you tell that story again? Because it was like,
I
wow.
can do it now without crying.
Yeah.
Yes. And so before my mom died, she had ataxia, and so we knew her end was coming soon. We all had our time to say goodbye, which was really special. This was 5 years ago now. I had my meeting with her, and she said, Denise, you need to do two things. Number one, you need to retire early from Blue Cross Blue Shield, and secondly, you need to run for office. You've always wanted to do it. And so I did both, and I didn't realize it at the time, but then she left me $10,000 to run for a city commission. And so that was a nice surprise and really touching moment, and, a testament to her belief in me and my abilities her whole life.
That's a great story, Denise. It really is, man. I almost got choked up when you were telling that yesterday. How's the so how are the nerves? How's the anxiety? I mean, you're not new to this game, but this is a big position.
This is a big position. It's a weird day. It feels weird. You go so hard and you work so hard, and here we are now, just waiting for the results. It was apparently a really good voter turnout, which is wonderful to see. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing how we did, and I appreciate all the support from all the voters today.
Yeah, the numbers that we're hearing for turnout sounds pretty good. It really does. It's going to be an interesting evening. So, Denise, you become mayor. What's the first thing you do when you hit the ground running?
Yeah, well, the first thing to do is tomorrow I've actually got a meeting with the EPA about some issues that I'm going to be sitting in as deputy mayor, but certainly sitting down with the entire cabinet. I've said this from the beginning, and working with Michael Redlinger, the city administrator, to kind of think through what are the priorities and how are we going to get there. I know budget is very much underway, so I've been involved in that, but really, making sure I'm understanding where we are in the decision-making process. As you know, it's technically the mayor's budget and it will be meeting with all the other commissioners as well, and making sure I'm reaching out and starting to build a coalition with the new commissioners. And so both of those things will be a priority, and I'll take it very seriously that it's about relationships and collaboration.
All right. A race that, because I feel confident in it, that I'm calling early. Flackel told me I probably shouldn't do this. This is a political death, but I'm going to call it anyway. I'm calling Cass County Sheriff Jesse Johnner winning the race tonight.
Oh, yeah, okay.
825-50.
Yeah, 825-50. I've called it, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, good call.
Thank you. Well, Denise, you have fun with family, friends, and supporters, and we'll check in with you throughout the evening as these numbers, they should start trickling in here in Cass County pretty soon. But go have fun, and we'll talk in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jay.
Thanks.
Take care.
Have a good evening. Yep.
All right. 8:20. Somebody want to call Sheriff John and let him know the race has been called? That's Jesse's popularity as sheriff and what he's done as sheriff. And you have the portfolio. You're a sitting Cass County commissioner. He's just on top of everything.
They are so tireless in terms of preparation. They do all these simulations of, a person in the building, they go out to the fairgrounds and practice those. I mean, just all of the training that they do for every imaginable situation that may have a 1 in 50 years of occurring, they've done it. Seems like.
I'm checking in on West Fargo here. Can I call West Fargo mayor race or?
I think you can call that
well,
one.
there
too.
might be a Jay Thomas Wright in there.
Yeah, but you would not accept it. I'm pretty sure about that.
I would not accept it. I've even come close. Eric
and I'm not going to the meetings.
Yeah, I'm calling Eric Jurdovic as the next mayor of West Fargo. I'm officially calling that race too. All right, 701-293-9000. Email studio@WDAYRadioNow.com. Let's see. A question for you, Tim. Tim, would Josh have to give up his representative status if he wins the mayoral race?
I don't believe he would have to.
I think he was asked that.
But he should.
Yeah, and I think
he would.
I think when he was, we could ask him that when we have him back on, but I'm pretty sure in the debates that question was asked of him. Yeah. And for some reason, I believe he said that he would give up his.
It only makes sense. I mean,
you're a full-time mayor now.
Full-time mayor. We've had a couple rare instances. I know there's a legislator from Grand Forks who was a legislator and a city councilman, but you can't. It has a smell to it. Yeah. Oftentimes, you got to pick one or the other. And if you want to do a good job as a mayor, you can't be in Bismarck for 4 months.
You can't. Let me ask you this.
I've already talked to some people in the Democrats in District 44.
Yeah.
And I think they're ready to queued up that they have some names already, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that would be a big black eye immediately out of the gate for Josh if he were to say, I'm hanging on to that seat. Say, wait a minute, you're a full-time mayor now for the biggest city in North Dakota. You need to be focused on that. We're paying you a full-time salary.
Yeah, and that's where I think one of the commission candidates in Fargo got a little bit of a red check mark because they were not going to step down from school board.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right.
And it's kind of like, oh,
yeah, that's
okay.
right.
I mean, how many of these... because in a way, sometimes there's a conflict of interest. You just can't do all these things.
Email says, guys, regarding Commissioner Dave Pepcord, I don't think he had more than $5,000 in donations, and that wouldn't surprise me because he just wasn't campaigning hard.
I just didn't see it.
Yeah. You guys are so much fun to listen to. Two dudes. Hey, this is exciting, fellas. I've never been more interested for a Fargo mayoral race. There's so much at stake for the city of Fargo. I have a feeling that voter turnout numbers are going to be huge. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time it was kind of, it's been fun for talk radio, and I got to tell you, it's been the nonstop gift that keeps on giving.
Because, we had Mahoney against Roars Jones, which was like, oh, what's going to happen there? But it was kind of like, okay.
That fell apart, yeah.
But before that, it was, he didn't really have any, it was Wimmer against... Mahoney, I think.
I can't remember.
Back in the day. But, Bruce Furness, aside from his first election, never had anybody that was, he had that newspaper guy.
And then you had Wallaker.
Wallaker was untouchable.
He was kind of like Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
I think the last.
And they still have his voice
at the
Hector Airport.
I know, isn't that
crazy?
crazy?
I was walking through there this morning, coming back, because I had to be up at 3:20 this morning. I was walking through, and I'm like,
it's still.
Daddy.
I think that's fantastic that Doberstein does that.
Yes, I love it.
And I'll say this: speaking of Hector Airport, kind of off topic, but again, we just got to kill time till some real numbers start rolling in. When I flew out to Vegas back in March for filming, that's the first time I had been in Hector since the first part of December when Alex and I went out to Vegas for the Wizard. We walked in there. And I'm like, holy smokes, are you kidding me? That place is fantastic.
It really is. It really is. I mean, and all the, all the thoughtfulness in terms of everything that you hope for in the airport, because you go to some of these airports, we got to plug in. Yeah, that's not plugged into anything, or food that's like, it just is clean, and hats off to Sean and the crew. One of my former students, by the way, okay. Sean Doberstein, yeah.
What do you mean one of your former students?
Well, when I was in higher ed.
He was?
Yeah, he was an egg guy, yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Oh, he's been there a long time.
He has been there, yep.
All right, let me see. You getting any word from your people? I'm on Secretary of State's site. There's just still nothing.
Just bigger number. I mean,
bigger
more
numbers
votes,
on the statewide.
But I mean, it looks like some of the trends. PSC between Olson and Kringstead is still tight. Sherry is way ahead of Devin at this point. Levi for DPI is lapping the field.
I would be absolutely shocked if Levi doesn't hold.
One of the
that
best
position.
things he did was from get to know the job and the requirements and the people is when he went on his tour of all these school districts.
Oh, that's right. He had every single one of them.
Yep. And that was so good in terms of him getting acclimated to the job, even though he'd been in K-12 for a while, but he'd been in West Fargo, so he's kind of got big school experience. But all these other smaller towns.
All right. Time right now is 8:32. It is 2026 primary election coverage on 970 WDAY, 93.1 FM. You can also watch us on our YouTube channel. You can watch us on our Facebook feed as well. Listen on the app. We'll get an update from Dean Wysocki, see if anything's changed in the weather. Weather is starting to pop up. I know it was in a Bismarck area, and looks like the heavy stuff is moving out of Bismarck right now. Looks like got an area looks like north and east of Bismarck that's reporting a 1-inch hail right now. Anyway, we'll get the latest from Dean Wysocki. And again, we're waiting for numbers to roll in.
On Two Dudes Radio.
Two Dudes Radio. How about that, man? 701-293-9000. Email studio, WDY, radionow.com. Jay and Tim will be back in minutes.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. A Texas teenager has just been sentenced to 35 years in prison for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Earlier today, a jury found 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony guilty in the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. ABC's John Quinones is outside of the courthouse in McKinney, Texas.
It all started at a rainy track meet last year when Anthony walked under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. After Anthony was repeatedly asked to leave, Metcalf pushed him. Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the chest. Metcalf died in the arms of his twin brother. Late today, Carmelo Anthony in tears as his mother took the stand, pleading with the jury to have mercy on her son.
U.S. strikes across parts of Iran. Iranian state media confirming explosions in multiple cities. U.S. Central Command says forces began launching strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern at the direction of President Trump. CENTCOM making clear tonight's attack is in retaliation for yesterday's downing of an Army Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz.
The Apache helicopter was on a late-night mission patrolling the strait to deter small Iranian boats from threatening U.S. warships or commercial vessels when the Iranian drone sent it crashing into the sea. Both pilots escaped the sinking helicopter, and a remarkable rescue mission was launched just hours before dawn.
ABC's Martha Raddatz. In the California governor's primary, ABC News projects Republican Steve Hilton will be the second candidate to advance to the general election, where he'll face Democrat Javier Becerra. Polls have closed in Maine, where voters are deciding on who will be on the ballot for the Senate in November.
Today's election will decide whether oyster farmer and Army veteran Graham Plattner will be the Democratic nominee to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. Plattner has faced numerous controversies, but his message of fighting wealth inequality has resonated with many Maine voters.
You're listening to ABC News.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s, and we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
At Bethany Retirement Living, we believe life doesn't slow down with age. It gets better with the right support. Better mornings with a helping hand. Better days filled with activities, conversation, and familiar smiles. And better peace of mind for families, knowing their loved ones are safe, happy, and cared for. Bethany Retirement Living offers comfort, independence, and a community that feels like home from day one. Bethany Retirement Living. This is what better looks like.
Oh, there's no denying how delicious, tangy, and smoky barbecue can be. And JD's Barbecue took first place in the Midwest Wing Fest with their smoky barbecue sauce and their newest recipe, the Habanero Bacon Jam. So when you want awesome beef brisket or delicious pulled pork and the award-winning barbecue wings, go to JD's Barbecue and Catering in downtown Fargo. Make your work event or grad party a huge success with luscious food from JD's Barbecue and Catering. JD's, downtown Fargo, on Main next to Tailgaters.
ATI Diesel has been helping diesel pickup drivers get the most out of their trucks for years, and no one likes downtime, especially if you want to be in the field or trying to get something delivered to your customers. So if you're a farmer or run a business and you run light-duty diesel, you need to remember ATI Diesel in Fargo. They have built a strong reputation for Duramax, Power Stroke, and Cummins. Don't mess around with a dealer or someone who works on trucks once in a while. Go to the truck experts. It's what they do. ATI Diesel in Fargo.
People with chronic lower back pain have often tried lots of different things, and most of those things just don't work, and they're searching things that do work. Non-surgical spinal decompression is a type of treatment done with a specialized machine that has very high success rates, and we're lucky to be one of the few clinics in the entire state that has it.
I had pain for 6 months, severe pain. I couldn't really do anything because the pain was excruciating, and it didn't really matter what you do. You can't stand, you can't sit, you can't lay down, you can't sleep. It's just totally aggravating and debilitating. And he explained to me what was going on with my spine, so he knew exactly what to do to get this subsided. Right now, it doesn't bother me at all. I can do everything. I can walk, I can dance, I can work, walk my dog, everything a normal person would do.
So whether it's chronic lower back pain, sciatica, knee injuries from running, neck pain, headaches, or shoulder problems, the clinic can help.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
We're here most of the evening. Jay Thomas, along with my buddy, he lets me fill in once in a while on his show on Fridays, Tim Flackel, current Cass County Commissioner, former state senator for, 16 years? 18 years. So we're just, again, two guys radio. We're just sitting here, waiting for numbers to roll in. But Austin Erickson in our newsroom has some breaking news. What do you got, Austin?
Yeah, we only have around 12,900 votes called. Results for those, and the Associated Press is calling the Republican primary for North Dakota's House of Representatives seats for Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak. Right now, she only has 9,000 votes, but that's 71% of votes to Alex Balaz's 28%. Now, Balaz was the North Dakota GOP endorsed candidate, but that was because Congresswoman Fedorchak did not go to that convention. And this is the second time in a row that Alex Balaz has ran for this seat and was the endorsed candidate. So once again, North Dakota Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak has won the North Dakota Republican primary. She will face Trygve Hammer, who is the Dem NPL candidate. He ran 2 years ago for the seat as well. He is running unopposed. We got a statement from Congresswoman Fedorchak saying, quote, "I'm grateful to Republican voters across North Dakota for their trust and support on their behalf in Congress. Thank you to my supportive family, our hardworking volunteers and staff, and everyone who helped make this victory possible." So we're only an hour 40 into after polls closing, and we already have one race called.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that, Austin. No surprise by that, Tim, at all.
3 races called.
What else is called? Oh, I called the sheriff's race. You didn't report that. And I called that minutes a while ago. I called the race. I felt confident that Jesse John is going to be the next.
8:25 and 30 seconds.
I can put that on the website if you want.
Yeah, Jay Thomas called the Cass County Sheriff's race.
I forgot to mention that Alex Balaz, who was the North Dakota GOP endorsed candidate for North Dakota's House seat, was on earlier today, and he said he'd be surprised if he lost.
Yeah, he called. That's good confidence. Yeah, he called into the program, took that opportunity I gave to all the folks running, and Yeah, he did say that. Also, I called the mayoral race in West Fargo.
Yep.
I beat the AP to that one and the sheriff's race.
827.
827, I called that one, and it is Eric Jerdovig as the next mayor of West Fargo. All right.
Nothing on Fargo yet, huh?
Nothing yet? We're sitting here waiting in eager anticipation, and you know these candidates are.
The last we heard, county hadn't got the numbers yet from the precincts. So
Tim's got
now is
Tim's
a
got
tough time
the hotline.
because they starting at 8:00. People are like candidates are like, come on.
Exactly.
And
I think though once they come in, they're going to start dumping pretty fast. Tim.
Yeah.
They will. Okay.
But a minute seems like 20.
Exactly.
Minutes. Like,
Weather. What do we got?
Kind of like the storms once they finally get here.
So I got a question, and we got a heck of a southeast breeze coming in. It's been going for quite a while. Is that slowing these storms down? Or
No.
Okay.
What we've got, though, is we've got a line of storms now. Some of those are severe, stretching from Bottineau all the way down to Mobridge, South Dakota. There was some hail, 1-inch hail reported just northeast of Bismarck. We had some wind reports of 50 to 60. Now, where these thunderstorms are developing out in the central part of the state, we've got an unstable air mass, but as they're moving east, they're moving into a more unstable air mass. So they're moving into a more favorable environment here in the eastern third of the state. So as they do, they will strengthen. Now, I was chatting with the National Weather Service, getting their 2 cents because, it's up to them and Storm Prediction Center to issue any watches, and they said they are monitoring very closely what's going on down in South Dakota, because that is basically where our storms are going to be developing and coming from. And I'm pretty confident we'll have some type of watch issued by 9:30 or 10 o'clock. More than likely, whether that's a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, we'll see. But taking a look at our latest short-term models, we're still all of them are still putting that line of severe storms into the valley between 11 o'clock and 12:30. So it still looks like right around that midnight hour or shortly before that, those storms will reach the valley. Obviously, about an hour or so sooner out in Valley City.
Sure.
And a little sooner than that out around Jamestown. So
it's always at midnight hour.
Yep. So
nothing good happens after midnight.
Yeah. Once we get some watches or warnings issued a little closer to home, I'll let you guys know. We'll break in for coverage.
Or our age. Anything after 5, nothing good happens.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Exactly. All right, thanks, Dino.
You got it.
Also, latest weather always at. I forgot our website for the radio station. I've been here too long. WDAYRadioNow.com. That's what I'm looking for. All right. I'm going to let you talk here for a second. I got to run a note into Addison.
Gotcha.
So you go ahead.
So, I'll fill it. It's just on. Somebody just texted me. They wish I would have brought a cup here for their business. When a person I deal with for product placement today. So, but a couple. One of the things we're going to be watching throughout the night is those that were endorsed by the GOP convention that was held in Minot versus, because it was well publicized that a number of incumbents did not go to that. They got the signatures and went on to the ballot for the June primary. So we're going to see how those turn out as you move forward here, as well as there's a number of legislative races where I guess you call it friendly fire going on, where you have, and it's all on the Republican side, because it's a number of them, including District 13 we talked about earlier in West Fargo, where you have 6 people running for 3 spots.
That's the one that's gotten a lot of attention out there. And I say you see a ton of their signs.
Yeah. And then 25, we have a little contested. We had Terry Gerger on your show the other day. He's running as a kind of a, get the signatures, and he wasn't endorsed. But so there's that going on. We talked about 27 earlier. But one I'm watching because Senator Don Shibley, who I worked with, who is arguably, for my money, one of the best legislators to serve in the last 50 years. He's been opposed by what they call the Corn Lady. So we'll see what happens on that one. And, to my knowledge, there's no Democrats that are, Democrat against Democrat. And it's tougher, to be honest, for them when they're in the minority to just get candidates. So there's not a lot of that friendly fire that goes on. But we're also going to, of course, be interested in the 1% Fargo sales tax for infrastructure.
Yeah, that's right. There was that, wasn't there?
And I'm guessing pretty soon, if they haven't already, they'll, they like to call the Congress races earlier, but the Measure 1 has been
Constitutional measure.
really a big number so far.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens.
Well, I was just checking on that while you were talking, and so far, the yes vote on that constitutional measure 1, 60, just under 68% of the vote is for yes, 32.5% for no, and just over like 24,000 votes in on that. 24,930 votes total on that measure.
See, and I just like that concept of one thing on there.
I do too. I voted yes for that.
That's what gets Washington, D.C. in all the trouble they get in, because they have these big Christmas tree that they hang all their ornaments on. That everybody wants a little bit of this and that and this and that and this and that. And then, okay, so if you're Senator Hoeven and you want to vote for, flood relief money for the Valley, but you got to vote for the bridge to nowhere that's in the bill, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you catch it for that. So, I just like splitting these things out, making them work harder in the case of Congress, and just saying, here's up or down vote on this one thing.
I'm with you. I was a 100% yes vote on that. 701-293-9000 if you want to jump in on the conversation. Email is studio@wdayradio.com. Okay, we're going to check in with Tyler Erickson. He is one of the candidates running for one of the 2 seats in the city of West Fargo for a position on the commission. I had Tyler on my show last Friday from the garage, actually, and we had a good time, man. Before we get into it, Tyler, so Tyler worked the oil patch for quite a few years. Well, I thought it was 4 or 5 years, Tyler, you worked on the oil patch?
Yeah, lifelong oil patch resident, but worked there for about 4 or 5 years.
So I asked him, I said, so I got to ask you, have you seen the television hit Landman, and is it even close to what goes on in the oil patch? And I about fell on my chair where Tyler said, no, we've never seen an episode of it. Then over the weekend, I get a text message from Tyler. What was the text message, Tyler?
Yeah, it's got to be like one of my top 5 favorite shows, just because of the accuracy of how it captures what it's like to be a hand in the oil field.
So
it's like to be a hand.
You thought it was pretty accurate, huh?
Yeah, the only, the very first thing, they only went 4 guys deep in the work truck. We went 6 deep in the work truck.
Yeah,
so, it looked a little more comfortable.
You were telling me stories about that too off air. So how far did you and the wife get into it?
We're on episode 3. We try to take advantage of the hour that we have every evening after we get the kids down. So that's what we got. But we've, they're great, man. It's really good.
Dude,
really good.
You're not even into weight. It just that it gets better and better. You are going to be you're going to be, well, you already are addicted.
Yeah, it's got amazing writing.
Yeah.
It's Taylor Sheridan. And the characters are so strong and distinctive.
That's fantastic. Wait till the ex-wife plays even more into it. She gets crazier and crazier with her throughout. It's fantastic, and his daughter as well. Yeah. Hey, are you doing? I take it you're not doing a watch party tonight because you got a busy life there with the kids and everything. So it's just you and the wife kicking back.
Yeah, so we just put the dogs down, but I did just get home. I was downtown West Fargo at Junkyard Brewing with a couple of people. There was a watch party.
Oh.
A lot of fun. The excitement is palpable. Everybody's on the edge of their seat. It's
okay.
Yeah. Except for Eric Jurdevig, I know that he ran unopposed, so he knew already. But
I called that race
even without the.
Yeah, I called that race a few minutes back.
8:27. Yep.
I called that one. Hey, Tyler, you get one of these 2 seats that are open. What's the first thing you want to do? Want to hit the ground running with?
Yeah, probably 2 full days of annual leave I'm going to take for my W-2 and go in there and dig into the budget, talk with everybody so that the first meeting I'm ready to rock and roll. I don't, no surprises, just get a good lay of the land. So whatever's on the first agenda meeting, I feel, fully confident, ready to jump in. So that's my plan. That's my plan.
So how old are your kids about?
Oh, they're young.
Yeah, they're young. 4.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So do they understand kind of what you're going through or what you're trying to accomplish right now, or is it a little sketchy for them yet?
Yeah, it's still they're so young. The only thing that they care about is Paw Patrol and and chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, there you go.
And there's nothing wrong with that innocence. That's just like my grandkids. There's nothing wrong with that. Those years go by fast, dude. Enjoy
Well, it helps keep you grounded. You know, on days when you're like campaigning and stuff, they come back home to the kids and you go, life's still good.
Yeah. Tyler, how hard did you campaign?
It's, from as opposed to 24, I would say it was a different type of campaign this time around, just because I wasn't so fresh and new, to the community. This time around, it was more, trying to target areas. So I did mailers this time. I still pounded pavement. I still knocked on doors, talked to people, tried to get a grasp on what people really cared about. And, unequivocally, affordability, is that theme. So,
Are you a person that keeps your personal political beliefs out of a position like this?
I think, I mean, that's the beauty of local government is that, it's a lot of math. It's a lot of, it's roundabouts and stop signs, it's pretty straightforward, it's good government and it's, it's the closest to the people. So to me, there's not a lot of room for, political beliefs or anything like that. It's my two big themes, there's not like 3 or 4 things this time around. It's just affordability and accessibility. So anything that comes across my desk, if we can, support those themes and those ideas, that's the goal.
What's the theme on the affordability? When you say affordability, explain what you mean because we always hear that phrase, well, we need affordable housing. Well, how the hell do you do affordable housing? That's a dog that's been hunted for years and nobody can figure it out. Are you talking about that or just affordability in general? What do you mean?
Yeah, so affordable housing, I think, I've talked to a lot of different people that don't like specials, but, as I've dug into what specials really do, it's really, if you want to talk about affordable housing, I think you have to talk about eliminating barriers to entry. You need 3 to 5% down. You need to understand what your escrow is going to be. So that's property taxes, insurance, stuff like that. But if you have, real estate that does have special assessments on them, it actually does lessen the impact of, the financial constraints that, especially first-time home buyers will have. On the other thing, affordability overall, I think the planning department that we have is doing a great job procuring grant money, the prairie dog money, Jay, I talked to you about it before, of course, at the state level, but, getting federal grants so you can, really narrow the gap on how much the city absorbs when you're doing infrastructure projects. So rather than a 60-40, 60 city, 40 resident, you can do 80-20, depending on what state law, allows. So that's where I think we move the needle.
All right, brother. Listen, man, good luck tonight. Enjoy that family.
Enjoy it and take those kids out for ice cream tomorrow if you do well.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Or take them out no matter what.
Yeah, take them out no matter what, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll do. Jay, thanks a million for having me on. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for running,
guys.
Yep.
Good luck, man. Appreciate it. Tyler Erickson, his second go around at a shot at the West Fargo City Commission. All right, updating. There's still nothing from Cass County, Tim. I'm getting a little frustrating.
Yep. Little separation now in the PSC race with Kringstead and Olson. Kringstead now has 53.1 versus 46.7, so there's a little separation. DPI, Levi's still up, and then Tracy Lane Foss at 27.9%, and then Charles Tuttle at 15%, so that's kind of working its way through. And then again, Measure 1, which is the requirement that only one item could be on a constitutional amendment.
It should be.
Yes is 68%, no is 32%, with about 30,000 votes in.
Okay. I got to believe at some point, I think if that thing gets over 70, I'm guessing probably gets called.
Yeah, and I suppose they're kind of waiting for some more votes, just trickle in here. And again, those are a little less. They don't call them as early as like a congressional race.
And again, these could change because is Cass County not the most populous county in the state?
Yeah, Cass County's
Nothing's
not
come
in.
in on any of this stuff.
I don't know if Burley's in. Grand Forks County
Burley
is
is on some of that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Burley was in on some. Let me go back there to the statewide. Come on, state. Pop. There we go. Burley, where are you, Burley? Let's see. Oops. Yeah, Burley County. Not a whole lot in from Burley County. About just under 5,000 votes have been counted or in Burley County. So a ways to go.
And sometimes they want one of the. They're getting a lot of rural, smaller precincts in.
Yeah.
They want to wait till they get one or two of the big districts.
Yeah.
Big counties in before they say, okay, yeah, we're good to go.
Yeah, so I guess that's what they're holding off on. Cass. Grand Forks County, that's another one. Nothing in on Grand Forks County yet either. All right.
Well, and hopefully the weather doesn't start hitting people out west that they can't get their work done tonight.
Well, that's a good point. We'll see. We'll find out here. All right, 701-293-9000, email studio, WDAYradionow.com. Jay Thomas along with Tim Flacco. Again, just kind of sitting here killing time. Two guys radio, BSing back and forth till these numbers start rolling in. And they should be here. I mean, we're almost to 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, we should be,
Polls closed almost 2 hours ago, so we got to be getting close. Okay, breaking the candidates down for the Fargo mayoral race, the race that has sucked the oxygen out of every room in the state. Michelle Turnberg, current sitting commissioner running for the mayoral race. How does that affect her race, you think, as having, what is she, 2 years now?
2 years.
2 years in as a very vocal, very stick to her guns commissioner she was when she ran for that seat. How does this help or hurt her for this run for mayor?
I think it helps her because I was talking to somebody on the way over, and they were like, she's impressed me more than I've been really happy with her, so they were kind of torn about, do I want to lose her as a commissioner or do I want, be the mayor kind of, type of vote.
Yeah.
That kind of deal. So that could be a bit of a problem sometimes where they like you where you're at. But she really has, people kind of know where she's at on things now.
Yeah. You
there's
definitely
no doubt.
There's no wondering.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. It really is.
So I don't, she hasn't, in terms of just blind to everything else, she hasn't been there so long that people go, ugh.
Yeah.
The same old.
Yeah. She's fresh. She's still fresh. How about Mr. Sirleaf?
I think he's going to get his 1,000 votes, and
that's I mean, and I've said this,
but
because he's a nice guy.
He brought some interesting comments and excitement to it, and everything. So yeah, I'm always happy when people run. Nothing worse that I hate than when people, when somebody runs unopposed.
Yeah. Have you ever considered running for the mayor of Fargo?
No, wouldn't want to.
Why not?
I don't know. I just
not your.
So
cup
that's
of
just
tea?
like if I were to. I would rather be the lieutenant governor than the governor, because the lieutenant governor just does stuff.
Yeah.
And the governor has to do all these, ribbon cutting kind of thingies and I just want to do the work.
What do you think of the mayor now? This will be the first go around of the mayor being full time. This is a full time job, City of Fargo.
Well, I have a strong opinion on that because I've had half-time jobs. There is no such thing as a half-time job. There's only half-time pay.
Yeah.
And I think going back to when I was first even watching with Bruce Furnace, Bruce Furnace was a full-time effort there. Walker, full-time effort there.
Mm-hmm.
Mahoney, full-time effort there. So it's just a matter of saying they're full-time and paying them as such.
Yeah, yeah. If you're putting in the full-time work, you should be getting the full-time pay.
You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Because no matter where you go in a grocery store or whatever, it's this, that, or the other.
Well, and there's meetings and committees and all kinds of things behind the scenes that you don't see that the mayor's doing, and I think it was the right move to go full-time. Next question, then we'll go to a break, and then Chris Larson from our news department's checking in. I'm guessing he worked his way either back to Josh or Michelle's party. The ward system. They got the votes. How do you feel about this? I'm a guy that believes that this is they're going to have to do a special election on this. once everything's certified. I'm a guy that thinks, Tim, that this is going to pass. I think people got so fed up with feeling like everything was focused on downtown Fargo for years, they just didn't feel like they had representation in their part of town. I don't know how much award system is going to change that.
I don't think it'll change it. It's
perception.
There was a lot of people from the south end of town that were on the commission.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but downtown Fargo is kind of its own unique beast in that it's kind of the, if it's done right, it's the gem on the prairie kind of for us. I mean, it's a drawing card where there's, a variety of things going on. With the ward, the biggest problem I have with the ward, I think 7 is okay.
Okay.
But I think it should be voted by the entire city of Fargo. 100% believe that. Because like when I run for county commission,
explain
I
that.
represent an area, but everybody in the county votes on that election. And that's what I want to see in Fargo.
I see. Okay.
I want them to go, okay, you're not from my district, but I vote same as the people in your district.
Okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Because I want them to feel that, much like I feel like I need to help make sure Durbin and Arthur and Castleton and Absaraka are all doing well.
Yeah. So
not just
Fargo,
my little
like,
part of the world.
Yeah, we do wards in Fargo, but as a voting, you're not voting for just the person in your everybody can vote.
Yeah, because then it starts getting piecemealed out by partisan stuff going on.
So
and will it throw out everything that we've just are voting on today?
Yeah, true. So,
I mean, except maybe the mayor.
So then when you go to vote, you're voting for multiple candidates because you're gonna pick a candidate from each ward.
Right. So that's
interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's well, I mean you vote for every ward.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. But I like that concept of I get to vote on it too.
That's very interesting take on that, Tim. All right, 9:03. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll check in with Chris Larson. It's 2026 primary election coverage here on 970 WDAY, 93.1 FM. Jay Thomas along with Tim Flackel. And still nothing from Cass. Will you call your people and see what the hell's going on? There's nothing yet from Cass County. So maybe when we come back there'll be something. And we're all sitting here waiting. Come on, Cass County, get it together. 9:03. More coming up on 970 WDAY.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio. AM 970 and FM 93.1, WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. U.S. Central Command said its retaliatory strikes in Iran are completed. Targets, air defense, ground control stations, and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz. The retaliation against Iran after the downing of a U.S. helicopter near the strait. U.S. Central Command is calling them self-defense strikes. The move could put peace negotiations with Iran at risk. ABC's Martha Raddatz is in Jerusalem.
The president overnight had claimed a deal was imminent.
We could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now, but I think it's going well.
But Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, defiant, appearing to reference the helicopter attack, saying foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk, adding Iran prefers the language of diplomacy. However, we know how to speak other languages too.
Texas 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony sentenced this evening to 35 years for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Earlier today, a jury found Anthony guilty in the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf.
So this is a verdict that came for under 3 hours. What that tells me, in a case that self-defense is made the primary defense, if not the only defense, by the defense counsel here, is that the jury adamantly threw that out. They said that there was no issue here as to whether or not Carmelo Anthony subjectively, meaning his own perception, or objectively, those in the 12 in the jury who made a decision, that he believed his life was in danger, that he needed to use deadly force.
ABC legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer. ABC News projecting Graham Plattner will be Maine's Democratic Senate nominee, telling supporters minutes ago,
"If you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change."
The oyster farmer and military vet from Hancock County now slated to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. You're listening to ABC News.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VAs.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
In Canada have arrested Jeffrey Wall for deceiving the flying public and his bosses at Air Canada for more than a decade and a half. ABC Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky has more.
Police in Ontario said that Jeffrey Wall, this is a longtime pilot for Air Canada, had been a captain. He had been there for 27 years, but for the last 17 years, without having the proper pilot's license to be a captain.
Anthropic has a new artificial intelligence model that's powerful, but not too powerful. ABC's Mike Dubusky explains.
Anthropic is releasing a new model called Fable 5 that it says has the same level of capability as Mythos. That was the AI technology Anthropic previewed earlier this year without releasing it to the general public due to concerns bad actors could use it to exploit vulnerabilities in major businesses or governments. The company says Fable 5 gets around this by handing off certain prompts and queries to a less powerful model.
Police in the Bay Area are searching for 3 suspects who stole $15,000 worth of Pokemon cards in a smash-and-grab heist at a Brentwood store. That robbery just days after thieves got away with $40,000 worth of Pokemon cards from a store in New Jersey. Pokemon cards have risen in value, driven in part by nostalgia. As the brand turns 30 years old, experts say that the cards can be hard to trace and easy to sell. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s. And we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
And can't you do something, Flacco? Get these numbers rolling, buddy. Man, there is still nothing. I thought, okay, take this 5, 6, 7 minute break. We'll come back and something will trickle in and cast. There's just nothing. So how does this work? Explain to us how this works. How do they get the numbers in? How do they get dumped in the world we live in now?
Okay, well, I'm not as versed as I used to be in this, but so the precincts, individual precincts like Fargo Dome or El Zago or whatever, they would, close up their things at the end of the day, and then they would do the count, and then they usually would get a printout, like a tape, like a calculator tape that they used to get,
ticker tape,
and then they would, the different people would sign off on that, and then that information would get taken over to Cass County. and then they would receive, verify, and enter that, I think, both in the Cass County website as well as populating in the North Dakota Secretary of State's. But back in the day, we would have people that were stationed for our campaign at the county and, get it before they even had a chance to put it up because, you could hear it. It's like, well, we had this many, this many, this many, this many.
Okay.
But, yeah. And it was, without
different now,
the process.
though, isn't it?
I think it's a little different now.
What were you saying my ear, dude? Yeah, because mine is not. Why isn't this updating for me? Hold on a second here. All right. Austin, I guess, is saying that, oh, yeah, here we go. Finally. All right. Now we're getting some dumps here.
Okay.
All right. Austin in the newsroom said he's got numbers coming in.
It's a very small amount. Partial of all 23 precincts are reporting. We only have 179 votes in the city of Fargo.
Yeah.
Josh Boucher leading with 72 votes with 40% of the vote. Michelle Turnberg is second with 68 votes. That's 38%. So very small amount of votes, but we now finally have votes coming in Cass County.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Denise Kolpak right now, 12.29%. Dave Pepcorn, 8.38%. And Sekou Sirleaf at 1.12%. But again, that's only 179 votes in out of thousands of votes. Anything you hear of concern when it comes to the race between Josh and Michelle? Josh at just over 40, Michelle at about 38%.
I mean, it really means nothing at this point in terms of where do they come from?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did they come from his district? Did they come from 11? Did they come from 21, all heavy Democratic districts? Or did they come from like a 45 or 46, which are more heavy Republican? So, that doesn't tell you too much.
And you don't know if they're today's votes or if they're the mail-in votes, right? Or if they were the early voting votes.
What about the dead people voting?
Oh, that comes in later.
That comes in later?
That comes in later, buddy.
Okay, just curious.
Well, right now, I mean, again, 317 votes in for this race. Tony Gehrig is in the lead right now.
Okay.
With just over 18%. Chad Peterson at 16.4.
Yeah.
Scott Brecky right there tied at 16.4. And again, yeah, it's very, very early. Okay, let's go to Mr. Dean Wysocki. And any updates on the weather? Are you rolling? Is that rolling as slow as votes coming in Cass County?
It is pretty much so. We have just been put under a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. Now, does that mean we're going to have storms till 4 in the morning? No. But it does mean that the line of storms, which is now stretching from Rugby through Steele and down towards Strasburg, that's moving slowly eastward. There have been some reports of some wind damage around the Steele area or just east of Steele.
What kind of damage we know?
Minor.
Okay.
Yeah, just, but again, so that line of storms, and it's all the way from southern Canada down through Nebraska. As that moves east, it's moving into a favorable environment, a more unstable environment here in the eastern third. And I'm a little surprised that the Storm Prediction Center didn't just extend the tornado watch because it's moving into a more unstable environment. But the wind shear, not as strong as anticipated. But here's what I'm expecting. By about 11:30, we'll start to see that line of storms entering areas just west of the FM area, between Valley City and Fargo. Now, by midnight, expected here in the FM area. What am I expecting out of it? 70-plus mile-an-hour winds.
You still think we're getting those?
I still think so. Now, we could get what we call those spin-up vortices along this line, and that means we could see a brief touchdown of a tornado. That can't be ruled out. But I'm more concerned about the wind. Not overly concerned about hail. Not saying we can't get it, but I don't think we're going to see any big hail. We might see some small hail with it. I'm more concerned about the damaging winds, 75-plus miles an hour, as this barrels through close to midnight.
So right around midnight, get ready, metro area, for the winds. And you said earlier, too, not a ton of rain. Now, you're going to get the thunder and lightning.
Yeah, we'll see maybe 45 minutes worth of rain. So probably a half inch or so out of it.
No 3-inch downpours.
No, I don't see it. No, it'll be too quick moving. Now, if something happens, this unexpectedly slows down, that's a different story. But I'm not seeing that right now.
So right now, again, the only damage you're hearing about is out by Steele?
Yeah, and it was minor damage. Okay. So I'm not seeing anything else. I've seen reports of 1-inch size hail just north of Bismarck. But other than that, Haven't had any reports of any damage yet, so that's good. But again, it's moving into an unstable environment here in the east, and I'm expecting these winds to increase as this line moves eastward.
All right. Thanks, Dean. You'll be checking in throughout the evening as well.
It. Yep.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. It's 16 minutes after 9 o'clock. Let's jump down to West Fargo. Ready? Just over 2,100 votes in now in West Fargo. Patty Stedman and Tyler Erickson are the top two getters, and they are neck and neck. Patty's at 29.61% of the vote. She's got 2 more votes than Tyler Erickson, who we just talked to. He's at 29.51. John Severson, I believe this is his second go-around running for commission. 23.11% of the vote. Dave Withey coming in at 17.59% of the vote, and there's 4 write-ins right now. Better not be. Better not be, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
But that's, again, it shows you get your butt out and vote on these elections, because look at 2 votes right now for the top 2 people.
Wait, I'm sorry. I meant for write-ins for the mayor of West Fargo. There you
go.
There's 1.72% of the vote going to the write-ins, and I'm telling you, better not be. It's 1.72% of the vote. So, you got anything that
the one thing that you asked me about this race, the numbers. Where the numbers are interesting for me is, so you have Gehrig, conservative, Chad Peterson, conservative, second, Brecky, conservative, third.
Yeah.
Okay. So the same voters that voted for them have Josh Boucher in first place right now.
Because that would...
That's an interesting conundrum there, isn't it?
So what do you think's going on?
Or, I mean, are they... I can't add up the numbers quick here, but I don't. 317 total votes. 179 total votes for mayor. No, you take that in half because you can vote for 2. So that's 100 and we'll call it 160.
Sure.
So a few less people voted actually for commission than they did for mayor. Or they voted for, single shot at somebody.
Okay.
Which happens.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that on one hand, for the commission people, you have kind of the 3 what I would consider the most conservative, and then followed by a moderate.
Take on it, yeah.
Followed by the 2 that I would consider more, Democrat leaning, left. But for mayor, and again, it's not a big margin for mayor, but just the fact that it's that way. I just got this in. The head of elections, Sarah, just confirmed that the first set of numbers are up. So
that's what we're looking at right now.
That's what we're looking at right now.
It's gonna be a long night. Let's go to Horace, council member right now. Only 13 votes in right now. Ryan Moran, with 5 votes, is tied with Ross Renner. With 5 votes at 38.46%. Chad Chalmers is in at 23.08 votes. So, again, that's only 13 votes in.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find stuff that's around here. Let's see.
I remember a few years back, my hometown of Forbes, North Dakota, they had a tie for mayor. 17-17.
Wow.
Had to flip
that's a big turnout.
There you
go. Council members, Harwood, 3 people running. Brock Hansen, Jamie Nedham, both tied at 1 vote apiece right now. It's only 2 votes in.
And I think Michael Fott, mayor of Castleton's, running unopposed, so he'll be back again, which is, I think, good news for the people in Castleton.
Let's see. There's just so many. Yeah, the lotties I'm not even going to mess with. Park board for Fargo, there's only 392 votes in. We'll get to the infrastructure sales tax for Fargo to extend that out for, what was it, another 20 years, 25 years? I can't remember the amount of time.
I think it was 20.
178 votes in, 64% in favor, 35.96 saying no on that one. Again, we only have 317 votes in for the commission race in Fargo. And like you were saying, it's Tony Gehrig, Chad Peterson, Scott Brecky, the top 3 vote getters right now, with Chad and Scott tied at 16.4%. Then Gehrig's at 18.3%. So, again, Josh and Michelle are separated by, it looks like,
Four
four votes. Yeah, 4 votes right now. Yeah. But like you said, you don't know where these votes are coming from.
Right.
All right. Let's see. See, I never go through. Okay, I think we're this is the part where now. Come on, let's get the votes in here faster. So once they're starting to trickle now, do you think now we're gonna see faster
pace
dumps?
is gonna pick up. Yeah.
All right, 701-293-9000, email studio at WDAYradionow.com. If you want to jump in on the conversation, for you folks out there listening, I am finally starting to see some numbers. The race for between Julie Fedorchak and Alex Balazs, that was called a long time ago. AP called that thing early on because Julie was just blowing Alex out of the water. That one's called. Let's see. Are we here? Do we know where Chris is at? Addison, where was he headed? Talk over the air. Don't talk in my ear. Just talk over the air. Don't be bashful. Jesus.
Do you know who you're talking to?
No.
He's on his way over to Michelle Turner.
Okay, he's going to head back over there. Okay, so we'll check in with him a little bit. All right. Anything else, Tim?
Well, the one thing that was already talked about before the elections, about a week ago, is, some talk already of certain, quote, air quotes, certain people, if they lose, they will claim campaign irregularities. You know how that is.
Yeah, I'm quite sure there'll be some of that. That's not a national. That comes right down to the
just
state
the way
local.
it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of the usual suspects, shall we say?
All right. I got none. I'm kind of sitting here. Just I'm out of stuff, Max. We were hoping these numbers would come in a lot quicker, and they're just not.
Well, one thing that we haven't talked about yet is the big legislative change, because we have term limits that are imposed on legislators. Mm-hmm. So this is really the first crop that, when they run this time, this will be the last time they can run.
Okay.
Because they've reached that 8 years in their chamber, so they would have to either go to the other chamber or something else. So, so none of those are, they're one and done. 4 more years at the most.
If there's big changes here, one way or the other in the city of Fargo, let's say the changes go, and again, this shouldn't be partisan politics on this level, but let's be real about it. It is in the world we live in now. If you get Michelle Turnberg on that in that mayor seat, and you get Chad Peterson in there, and you get Scott Brecky, let's be honest, that's a conservative city lineup. That's who will have the power. The way the commission sits now, seated with, it could change if you go to the ward system and add more more candidates. But it sits that way. What does that do for the state of North Dakota?
Well,
anything?
I think it helps align, because the state of North Dakota, you do better when you're like them politically.
Sure.
So I think it goes without saying that, those people, and like when we would run, we would talk about how you got the power because you're with the majority party, you chair committees, all of these things. But I think there's just sometimes a little difference, whether it's palpable or not. It's always underground that they're more welcoming.
Well, how much is it still a factor? I mean, it's no secret. It's just there's this, and it's been like this for decades, that we are referred to over here as Imperial Cass County. What started all that?
I don't know.
And does that
I think
change
sometimes the attitude that some would bring to the Capitol about, hey, we're the big kid on the block. And it used to be a little reverse of what we have now, where there's, oil money is over 50% of the state budget.
Yeah.
Well, for a while, the oil money in the state was the cash registers, in the up and down the Red River Valley. And so, there was some of that little there's snarkiness that goes on both ways, back and forth. But and I think Cass County has done a good job of having many legislators. Like when I was in the Senate, all the senators were really from somewhere else.
Yeah.
You look at it around, they weren't from, Fargo, born and bred, really. They were, from Edgeley and Forbes and well, you had a Mapleton one, but beet country and et cetera, because I think that was good because it gave us a better understanding of what it's like in rural conditions.
Yeah.
But it's tough to get over. And, people can throw those little things out there. Like we were just talking about some, newspaper people that would throw out those little catchphrases to try to incite to get the clicks and everything. And, you just, as a legislator, you have to put aside the differences and say what's best for all people. Because when we had the K-12 big funding bill, we had one of our members that moved from the east to the west to be a superintendent in Dickinson. Well, if he'd have tried to screw over the Dickinsons and the west people of the west, all of a sudden that's the world he has to live under.
Yeah.
So you have to try to be really, really fair.
You got to be careful is what you got to be. All right, still refreshing here, and still no new. There's still nothing new here in Cass County. Has Cass County always been this slow?
It takes a while because there's so many.
So many people, coming in. Hang on here. Yep, still nothing. Still no updates. Let's go to statewide.
Did you say infrastructure sales tax in Fargo was leading?
That was
64%.
Yeah, that was leading by 64%.
Yeah. I mean, early.
Yeah, it is. Statewide, let's see. Anything really changed? Yeah, it looks like for the Public Service Commissioner, Republican side, Sherry Haugen-Holfert, this is with almost 37,000 votes in. She's doing very well, 65% to Devin, I can't pronounce this dude's last name, Styzinski, I don't know.
Styzinski.
He's just under 35%. Public Service Commission unexpired 2-year right now. It is Jill Kringstad. She's taken a lead on Chris Olson, almost 38,000 votes in there. She's at 54.7% of the votes. Chris is at 45.14 of the votes.
So she's opening up a little, one more percentage point since we talked last.
Just trying to find stuff that is, Oh, yeah, here we go. Constitutional Measure 1. That thing is still doing well. Got just over 53,000 votes in on that. And it is sitting at 66.31% are saying yes on that. That leaving, just one item on the measure.
Okay, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? If like right now for the Department of Public Instruction, there's 3 people running for it. What are your thoughts if somebody like has 55 or 60% of the vote? Should they have to go on to the fall, or should you say it's done?
Yeah, I don't know if you want to keep dragging this stuff out. I just don't. I don't know what the benefit is of it. I'm actually trying to see where I can't find that one.
Because in some cases, it was the same 2 people that ran for the primary that ran in the fall again. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
What are we doing here besides?
Why are we not seeing that up there? Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, Levi Bachmeyer right now for Superintendent of Public Instruction is still doing quite well. Just under 50,000 votes in, and he's holding at 57.37%.
He's basically double the next person, and then the next person is basically double of what Charles Tuttle is.
Yep, exactly.
In third place, so.
Yeah, so that's where we sit there. And let's see, go back to city, county. Where are we at here? Cass. See if we can get an update here. Refresh. I wish I didn't have to refresh this all the time.
But statewide, like for the constitutional amendment measure, 53,000 votes in on that now. So
on which one?
On the constitutional measure. So we're getting kind of close enough to calling it baked and done.
Here's an interesting one. Now, there's only 5 votes, and I don't know how many votes. This is for council members for Argosville, tiny little Argosville.
Okay.
Parker Vanderwall is leading right now with 40% of the vote. Trista Backstrom is at 20%. And the write-in is tied with the lead right now, 40% of the vote. I'd like to know what's going on and who are these write-in people.
And
but again, there's like 5
where?
votes. That's in Little Argosville.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's where, yep.
Let's see. Arthur doesn't matter. Let's see. That doesn't. It's kind of fun looking at these small towns. I did not know that Briarwood had its own council.
Yeah. They just,
Briarwood just south of here?
Yeah, they're their own standalone.
So, okay, I did not know that. All right. Well, you got 3 guys running there, and they're all tied because there's only 3 votes in.
They all voted for each other.
Yeah. Derek Groff, Joel Jorgensen, and then Brant Wilson. Yeah, each voted for themselves.
Yeah.
These are kind of fun to look at. Castleton. For the council out there, 695 votes in, actually. Jake Ansberry, and I don't know who's on the commission out there. I don't know, even though I love Castleton. Jake Ansberry is holding just barely in the lead first place with 30.07% of the votes, followed by Sarah Michaels at 29.93% of the vote. She's 1 vote shy. Bruce Wheeler in third at 27.05%, and Charles Francis is at 11.08% of the vote. And I didn't know Charles was running for that seat. I haven't talked to him forever. Municipal Castleton judge Charlene Nelson, and she's the only one running.
Yeah,
she's been the municipal judge out there for years, I believe.
I think so. Yeah.
Let's see. Any other? Let's see. Yeah, there's really nothing. And still nothing more. Come on, Cass County. Start dumping this stuff. You're sitting here trying to kill time, and it's killing the listeners. All right, let's do this. We got to do a news break anyway here. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get another dump. And I suppose it depends on where that dump comes from. That could really stir things up now.
Yeah, and I'm not being able to aggregate them by the location of the dump yet. I haven't figured.
Hey, Brad, honest Brad, can you hold on till after the news?
Sure can.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to put you on hold, brother. Hang on. We're going to put you on. We're going to put you on hold. We'll grab you after the news. And I also see Chris Larson is checking in. I believe he's back over to Michelle Turnberg's watch party. 701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYradionow.com. When we come back, more 2026 primary election coverage here on 970 WDAY. 93.1 FM. Jay Thomas along with Tim Flacco.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. U.S. Central Command said its retaliatory strikes in Iran are completed. Targets, air defense, ground control stations, and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz. The retaliation against Iran after the downing of a U.S. helicopter near the strait. U.S. Central Command is calling them self-defense strikes. The move could put peace negotiations with Iran at risk. ABC's Martha Raddatz is in Jerusalem.
The president overnight had claimed a deal was imminent.
We could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now, but I think it's going well.
But Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, defiant, appearing to reference the helicopter attack, saying foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk, adding Iran prefers the language of diplomacy. However, we know how to speak other languages too.
Texas 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony sentenced this evening to 35 years for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Earlier today, a jury found Anthony guilty in the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf.
So this is a verdict that came for under 3 hours. What that tells me, in a case that self-defense is made the primary defense, if not the only defense, by the defense counsel here, is that the jury adamantly threw that out. They said that there was no issue here as to whether or not Carmelo Anthony subjectively, meaning his own perception, or objectively, those in the 12 in the jury who made a decision that he believed his life was in danger, that he needed to use deadly force.
ABC legal analyst Brian Buckmeyer. ABC News projecting Graham Plattner will be Maine's Democratic Senate nominee, telling supporters minutes ago,
if you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change.
The oyster farmer and military vet from Hancock County now slated to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot in the military.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s. And we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
To care for grieving families with the utmost compassion and professionalism while caring for loved ones with dignity and grace. That is our mission at West Funeral Home and Life Tribute Center. We believe it's the little things that make the difference. Serving the Red River Valley since 1916, West Funeral Home and Life Tribute Center, with locations in West Fargo and Castleton. Visit us online at westfuneralhome.com.
Stop taking diesel pickups to those part-time truck shops. Take your diesel to the truck experts, ATI Diesel. You want your truck fixed right the first time, right? You don't want someone who works on trucks sometimes. When your diesel pickup is making noises, shaking, rattling, or is sluggish, ATI Diesel is the place to get the job done right the first time. So if your truck is not right, get your you-know-what into ATI. They know diesel trucks. It's what they do. With their new shop, get quicker turnaround so your diesel is back to working the way it should be. ATI Diesel. It's what they do.
Comfort King is the original mattress factory, always pushing what's possible for better sleep. That drive led to Float Technology, innovation designed for next-level comfort. And because we build it and sell it factory direct, you skip the middleman, saving money while gaining confidence in your purchase. And because we're factory direct, we can save you up to 50% off of comparable brands, only at Comfort King, for the rest of your life.
No games, no gimmicks, no bull. At Luther Family Buick GMC, our deals are hotter than ever. All month long, drive home a new GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% APR for 5 years, plus no payments for 130 days. Shop our full Buick lineup with 0.9% APR and no payments for 90 days. The best vehicles, the best prices. No games, no gimmicks, no bull. At Luther Family Buick GMC I-29 and 32nd Avenue South Fargo. We are professional grade.
Every evening.
Traffic alert, I-94 backed up right now. We'll keep you updated on that.
Valley News Live is working for you. Your first alert for what's next.
First alert weather day. This is throughout the day on Monday. Slick roads out there when you're traveling.
Uncovering breaking stories that impact the Red River Valley. Asking tough questions. Checking facts and finding solutions.
Valley News Live have been following and researching for months.
Valley News Live. Working for you every evening. This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
All right, 9:39 to the phones here in a second. Just a heads up for you West Fargo residents that we're concerned about this possible proposed apartment complex that was being looked at right next to Sanford Clinic there on Cheyenne and 13th Avenue. I'm being told that it was denied by the planning and zoning departments tonight. They said no to it. They will not rezone that. So some big news there coming out of West Fargo. Okay, let's go to, he's saying, Honest Brad. Hey, Honest Brad, you are up on coverage. What's up, man?
Oh, my God. I can't even tell you what's up other than I'm 66. I worked 66 hours last week.
Okay.
Yeah. I went to the what the hell was it? The Ramada tonight at 6:30.
Okay.
Because I've been working hard.
Sure.
It was packed. Okay, so when I first
Kopac's
got there,
event?
the chick. Huh?
At Kopac's event?
No. We went to vote.
Oh, you went to vote at the Radisson.
We went to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they said we ran out of the paper ballots. So you got to do it electronically. Well, there was a pretty good line. Then I seen people were getting paper ballots, so I switched. I said, I don't want to sit here all fucking night.
Oh, hit that delay. Watch your mouth, or I'm going to dump you.
Yeah. I didn't want to sit there all night. So they gave me a paper ballot, but nobody explained it. So I voted for some Democrats, and I'm a hardcore right-wing conservative Republican. So then I had to redo it again, and it was the worst voting experience I ever had. But it was packed, is my point.
Okay.
And there was people that I didn't even know lived in the community. So I don't know what kind of results you guys have yet.
Well, we don't have a whole lot yet. Actually, we only have 179 votes in for the Fargo mayoral race, and it's Josh and Michelle neck and neck right now. So we're just waiting for them to dump some more precincts. But Brad, appreciate the phone call. We'll keep you up to date on it, Tim.
A couple things that since we talked last on District 13.
Boy, I guess he was honest, Brad. By the way, man.
Yeah, no filter, Brad. But District 13, which West Fargo.
Fargo, it's a big one.
So for Senate, Judy, 551 votes in. Judy Lee, 53.18. Philip Sahlberg, 46.46 votes. So a little bit there, but relatively close. And then for House, bigger separation. The incumbents, Austin Schauer, 30.25. Jim Jonas, 30.06. And then it drops down a bunch, we'll call it, at 20.13 and 19.6. So
looks
one of the big stories that all my legislative friends are watching is in Bismarck, where currently for the House, Rick Becker is in third place.
Okay.
By a fair amount, but again, it's early yet. I don't have the.
I thought Becker was out of this. He got out of politics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The one that we had mentioned, Terry Gerger, we had on your show here last week, I think it was.
Okay.
He's really kicking it right now at 44.72. The next one is 32%. Kathy Strzok, who's current, and then Matt Evans at 23.2%. And then we had Grant call in earlier today. Only 54 votes in. So it's Sean Kessel at 46%, Greg Steeman at 39%, and then Grant at 15%. But again, so early that it really doesn't tell you much at all.
Okay.
So.
All right, 9:43. Let's go back out to Chris Larson. He is at the Gastro Pub Billiards in South Fargo, where mayoral candidate Michelle Turnberg is holding her watch party. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Jay, thanks, guys. We are at Fargo Billiards at Gastro Pub here in Fargo. It is a packed house here for Michelle Turnberg. Michelle, numbers are starting to come in here tonight. How you feeling so far?
I feel great. I mean, the numbers from the ballots are starting to come in. The numbers of the people attending our party have been astronomical, and so the support has just been so incredible. So we feel really, really good here.
Michelle, right now, I mean, it's nothing right now. It's only 179 votes in, but you look at it, it's what if this holds true, it's what I've said for a long time. It's going to be a neck-and-neck race between you and Josh. There's only 4 votes separating you two.
Yeah, I think that's what we've kind of imagined all along and have planned for it. And, we did everything we possibly could for this campaign and left it all out there, and I don't think I would change a thing. So I feel good about our effort and where we're at, and I think it's going to show by the end of the night. Yeah,
it's going to be a long night. I can't believe how long it's taken for these ballots to get dropped here in Cass County. And I don't know if you heard, but quite a while back, the AP had already called the race for Julie Fedoracek. She basically blew Alex Blazek out of the water.
I did see that. Even though it's the largest city in the state not being counted, it's probably a little disappointing, to not have our votes in there, but understandable. It was it like 70 to 30%? Right around there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't know if you heard, we just had a caller on Honest Brad, and he was honest. He said he showed up at one of the polling places tonight at 6:30, and he said it was basically chaos, the amount of people that were there here in Fargo. And they ran out of paper ballots, so they had to go to electronic. Then they got paper ballots, and he didn't understand the paper ballots, so he had to refill it out. And I think the turnout is going to be massive, and that could be why we're seeing these numbers trickling in so slow and so late, is just there were so many votes for this election.
Absolutely. And kudos to the election workers that volunteer their time, put all this effort in, put up with the long lines, and then the people that have to go through, this process and getting the numbers out there. So thankful we have them working for us. And I mean, Chris has been all over town. It's been crazy here. You guys will be on tonight for a long time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We might not know by midnight.
Yes, absolutely.
How long are
and
you?
I'm sure Dean Wysocki is still at the studio, right?
Yeah, I'm shocked by that. He is. And then for us here, it looks like the bad weather right around midnight or so, and he's still saying those 75-plus mile-an-hour winds, he's pretty positive we're going to see those here in the metro.
Oh, boy. I better go bring in all the patio cushions and...
Yeah, I did that last night because I knew I was going to be here all night.
Yeah.
What? How long are you doing your watch party for?
Well, we decided to extend it for another hour, but I'd say we probably just play it by ear and see. We've got all the TVs hooked up to the results, so it's a nice way to keep an eye on things, and we'll be here until we get kicked out, probably.
All right, we'll probably check in with you then one or two more times this evening. Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Michelle Turnberg's watch party. All right, come on.
And again, if they're within 0.5% in the vote, it's an automatic recount.
Got to do it all over again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just count it again. And usually, to be honest, with electronic votes, they don't move much anymore. I mean, they're that precise, but some of these get pretty close. I remember Dwayne Much lost by 7 votes.
Oh, that would hurt.
Yeah.
If you're going to lose, just, you know what, blow me out.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I remember Leroy Bernstein, one time he lost, and, he said, it's so frustrating because he had people come up to him and say, oh, if I'd have only known, I would have got out and voted for you, but I thought you had it made.
And that happens a lot. A lot of people, we were talking about this on my show today, people, I'm not going out, my vote doesn't count, I don't care. No, you got to care, your vote counts. And you have people, you have people that, what you just said, well, I figured you were going to blow the competition out of the water, so I didn't vote for you, and stuff like this happens.
Oh. That's what really, really hurts.
701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYradionow.com if you want to jump in on the conversation. You're more than welcome to. Comments on what's going on, how the race is going on. I'm seeing pictures of Michelle at her watch party holding up a little kid that has a shirt that says Michelle for mayor. That's funny.
Cool.
That's very cool. All right. I believe I just saw a tornado warning for the Devil's Lake area. Need to check radar here. Oh yeah, they got a line of storms coming through the Devil's Lake area, Carrington as well. And these storms are going to keep inching closer and closer here to Jamestown, in Valley City, Fargo, Red River Valley. Again, we'll keep you updated on that throughout the night. Dean Wysocki is here manning the Storm Tracker Weather Center. And again, the planning and zoning in West Fargo for the proposed apartment complex that was going to go on former Dr. Gaston's land where his house was. They were wanting to put up a big multi-complex unit. I was told it was 55 plus, although I couldn't find that anywhere. That has been denied by planning and zoning, and I think one of the reasons it was denied, there were big concerns from citizens about the traffic. How are you going to add all that traffic to that area? Because it's already crazy out there on Cheyenne Street. Tim, anything for you? Updates?
This is more maybe my, kind of thing.
Your wheelhouse?
Legislative races where you have current, a couple, one or two incumbents that are far right are in third and fourth in Minot, including behind Tim Mahalik, who is on the Board of Higher Education and Banking, and Blaine Deslaris, who is in first place. But Jeff Hoverson and Christo Hendrickson are pulling up the rear, so to speak, on that one. And so I think in some of these races, like in Rick Becker is still sitting in third place, no movement there with over 5,000 votes in, though. So as Yogi Berra used to say, it's getting dark early tonight. For some of these things. So we'll see. Hopefully, some of these hold because I'm worried for my Don Scheibele. There's only about 800 votes in western North Dakota, but he's got a little bit to pick up there.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's anything new on 13 West Fargo. I guess
West Fargo. My producer Ronnie's messaging me laughing. He goes, "Jay, there's now 19 write-ins for West Fargo mayor. I can't wait to see who that is."
Yeah.
Let me grab Jeff here real quick.
Yep.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for hanging on. You're up on the election coverage. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
Just dragging here, waiting for these numbers to come in so we can start breaking this down, buddy.
Yeah, no doubt. I just had one simple, quick question. This is kind of on a national scale, but you see what's going on down in California, right?
Yeah.
With that mayoral race down there.
In L.A.
I would just like to know what you think about that and the process of this whole. Man, why is it taking so long to get votes in?
People are. I don't know. I from what, and I don't follow it too. Of course, I was following Spencer Pratt because I loved what he was doing, but I know
right.
A lot of the commentators, political minds, are saying. I guess when Gavin Newsom got in, he played a bunch of games with the vote with how you can do voting in there, and it's an absolute nightmare. And I find it again. These votes come in, what was it, 24,000 votes get dumped? It's mathematically, I mean, all these people on both sides now are saying, this is mathematically impossible. Yeah. Out of 24,000 votes, there was not one vote for Spencer Pratt. That's just not possible.
Correct. That's what I'm saying, too. And I've got my picks for Fargo and what have you, and I'm thinking, really, we only got a couple hundred votes in? Like, how is that possible?
Well, we were talking about that earlier, and Tim kind of brought it up. It's a big county, and it just takes a while for these things. I mean, this isn't going to be like California where it's going to be days, is it, Tim? I mean, we should get this stuff done.
No, you'll get it. But, and to an earlier caller's point about, there was a huge line at 6:30. Well, the polls close at 7.
Yeah.
People kind of are partners in this, causing this delay because they didn't get to the polls, early enough, and you got to get them pushed through, and if you can't get them put, they don't cut it off if you haven't voted by 7.
Yeah, if you're in line, you can still vote.
If you're in line, you can still vote.
Right,
that could mean that could be it's a half an hour, so they don't vote until 7:30, and then they start the whole process.
And then they got to get them. Yeah, so.
But I mean, going back to your California point, it seems like they kind of keep the boxes ready at the waiting until they get enough votes that they need, and then okay, we're done now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's. I mean, not to get in the thick of the weeds and what have you with California, but my goodness, how can you have a guy like that, in second place, and all of a sudden he's out, and then now we're waiting for all these votes? It just kind of makes a guy really wonder if his vote does count. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like I was talking earlier to on my show when I made the comment that I'm to a point where I don't care anymore, and I didn't mean it that way. I meant it's just I don't let it consume my life. It's just because you see all this stuff going on, it's like you just shake your head and go, "What the hell's going on here?"
Yeah, exactly.
But the Spencer Pratt thing, that thing stinks to high heaven. That guy was doing so well, and just like that. And again, the fact that 24,000 votes come in, and there's not one. I mean, this guy was down in Watts. He was everywhere there, and he hit all the different communities. They loved him, but no votes on. Yeah, it stinks. The whole thing stinks.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Yeah, I agree. 100%. Appreciate you taking my call, Jay. You guys have a good night.
Thanks.
Reminds me of that boxing movie
Jeff.
where the fight where it was taking a long time to get the results, and Giamatti said, when it takes this long, somebody's getting screwed.
Yeah, it's just and in this case, again, I'm not concerned with. We're not.
No,
really
we're not worried about that here.
I
mean California.
Once these start rolling in. They should start rolling in fast. It's got to start popping here pretty soon, Tim.
Yeah.
701-293-9000. If you want to jump into the program like Jeff and Brad and Grant and others did, you're more than welcome to do that. You want to comment on this election or national stuff, you're more than welcome to. Like I said, we're just sitting here
Yeah, we're still holding steady with the mayoral votes.
Waiting. It's 9:55 right now, and there has been nothing else in Cass County dumped for these races.
I guess I can look up the Fargo School Board.
Oh, that's exciting. I didn't even follow that stuff, man. I've got it.
I don't even know. Aside from like Robin Nelson. I hardly know
look it up because I don't see that on here. Why would the fuck?
Well, you got to pull out school.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I got to go to schools. Okay. Dig it up. Let's see what you got. Okay, there's turnout. Okay, I'm looking at what is this? No, this can't. Yeah, so right now in Cass County, I'm looking at turnout numbers. Total voters 150,504. Right now the turnout is 2,226. So what does that mean? Does that mean there's 226 votes that have been counted so far? Yeah. Out of 150 plus thousand eligible voters. I believe that's what that means.
Okay, so here's what we got for Fargo School Board.
Right. Excite me.
Yeah, not a lot of votes. 274 votes, and you can vote for multiple. Robin Nelson, not surprisingly, is in first place.
Yeah.
47 votes.
Okay.
Melissa Birkeland, second. Carissa Geske.
Oh, where's Carissa at?
Third.
She's third, huh? And how many seats are up?
4. Is
Four?
that right?
Okay, so
Or
she's
5 maybe.
5. Okay, she's in third right now.
Yeah, Greg Clark, who's an incumbent, also 37 votes. Katie Christian Miner, 37. Paul Moeller, 36. I mean, so it's pretty tight. Jolene Garrity, 32. So you didn't get any write-ins there, Jay. So you're safe.
I knew I wouldn't get any write-ins there. 9:57. We'll have Dean in here with another weather dump after the top of the hour. I know over on the flag, Addison, what is it? They had an interview with Julie Fedorchak. Is that correct?
I believe they did, yeah.
Okay, we'll probably run that as we sit here and wait for these. Has it in the past gone this long, to take this long?
Yes.
It has. Okay, so this is nothing new, nothing to be concerned about. All right.
So, Jay, just think how you feel now. Think if you're the candidate. I mean,
if I was a candidate, I'd go to bed. I'm serious. I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to bed.
You have no fingernails left. You'd have them all chewed to the bone, and
yeah,
you wouldn't have any J lights left in the fridge.
Yeah, I never have J lights in the fridge. I go through those all the time, man. All right. Let's. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. I got to get some more water. Let's take a break here. Can we break now, or do we got to wait? Okay, you make that work. We'll take a break now, and hope when we come back, please give us some more numbers, man. Give us some more numbers. We're just sitting here repeating ourselves, trying to find conversation to make, because we figured, we knew they'd start trickling in about 8, but I figured Tim by 9 o'clock. Holy smokes!
Right, there'd be
But that ain't the case. We're still waiting here in Cass County. All right, 701-293-9000. Email studio@WDAYRadioNow.com. I know folks are calling into the program. Just let it ring. Addison will grab your call here in a second.
Your calls at 701-293-9000 and more election coverage in minutes on WDAY Radio. AM 970 and FM 93.1. WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo.
At Bethany Retirement Living, we believe life doesn't slow down with age. It gets better with the right support. Better mornings with a helping hand. Better days filled with activities, conversation, and familiar smiles. And better peace of mind for families, knowing their loved ones are safe, happy, and cared for. Bethany Retirement Living offers comfort, independence, and a community that feels like home from day one. Bethany Retirement Living. This is what better looks like.
Oh, there's no denying how delicious, tangy, and smoky barbecue can be. And JD's Barbecue took first place in the Midwest Wing Fest with their smoky barbecue sauce and their newest recipe, the Habanero Bacon Jam. So when you want awesome beef brisket or delicious pulled pork and the award-winning barbecue wings, go to JD's Barbecue and Catering in downtown Fargo. Make your work event or grad party a huge success with luscious food from JD's Barbecue and Catering. JD's, downtown Fargo, on Main next to Tailgaters.
ATI Diesel has been helping diesel pickup drivers get the most out of their trucks for years, and no one likes downtime, especially if you want to be in the field or trying to get something delivered to your customers. So if you're a farmer or run a business and you run light-duty diesel, you need to remember ATI Diesel in Fargo. They have built a strong reputation for Duramax, Power Stroke, and Cummins. Don't mess around with a dealer or someone who works on trucks once in a while. Go to the truck experts. It's what they do. ATI Diesel in Fargo.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Primary night in Maine, South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota. In the Maine Democratic Senate primary, ABC News Tonight is projecting Graham Plattner will move on to face Republican Susan Collins in November. Plattner faced questions after the New York Times reported several girlfriends described what they called unsettling behavior. Tonight, telling supporters,
if you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change.
Maine Governor Janet Mills ran against Plattner in the Democratic primary, but she suspended her campaign on April 30th. In South Carolina, we project incumbent Lindsey Graham will win the Republican primary for the U.S. Senate. And a week after the primary in California, ABC News can now project Republican Steve Hilton will face Democrat Javier Becerra in the race for governor. Last week, President Trump made fraud accusations against California's primaries, that it's taking so long because it's rigged, he said. But tonight, California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, who oversees the state's elections, saying counting takes time and they're following the law.
But we wait until the very end because legislation says that we cannot report that until 30 days after the election. So a lot of the things we do are really because of the rules and regulations that the legislature has placed upon us.
More explosions tonight in Tehran after U.S. forces launched self-defense strikes in response to CENTCOM to Iran's attack on a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. Texas 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony sentenced this evening to 35 years for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Collins County District Attorney Craig Wills.
This verdict sends a clear message
that we can change our politics and change our country. Then you must also believe that people can change.
The oyster farmer and military vet from Hancock County now slated to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. You're listening to ABC News.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including...
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s. And we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
Okay, well, now we've got some interesting numbers rolling in. We were hoping for this, and during the break, a massive dump for Fargo.
I switched my pocket square. I did it. I had a yellow pocket square, which I think meant caution, slow.
Yeah.
For red, white, and blue one.
Paul, hang on. We're gonna grab you. I want to check in real quick with Dean, and then we'll hit these numbers, man.
What percentage is in? Does it say?
Right now, it's very
like 20%.
For the right now for the Fargo mayoral race, there are 6,310 votes in.
Okay.
And for the commission race in Fargo, there's now 10,982 votes in. So,
All right. Well, we've got storms out to the west. In fact, severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect now. First off, the valley into Lakes Country, we're under a severe thunderstorm watch till 4 a.m. Now, that doesn't mean that the storms will be out of the FM area by 1 in the morning and then pushing into Lakes Country. Severe thunderstorm warnings right now stretch from Leeds through New Rockford down to Carrington. And there's more storms south of there, but they're not severe. Now, there was a report of some strong rotation just south of Leeds, and that's moving northward. So no confirmed tornado out of that. But again, these line of storms are continuing to intensify as they move eastward. So again, I'm expecting these in the FM area pretty close to the midnight hour, and then pushing into Lakes Country by about 1 a.m. And the main threat, I'm still looking at damaging winds. And again, we can't rule out an isolated tornado, but I think the main threat is going to be some damaging winds. We haven't had any reports yet of any damage from these, but again, they're moving into an area that's a little more favorable for these storms to intensify.
And Dean will be here throughout the evening along with us as well, so we'll keep you updated on that. Thank you, Dean.
You got it.
All right, Paul in Fargo, you're up on election coverage. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Jay, I've been listening to you tonight. Kind of interesting stuff. Could you repeat some of that stuff about Spencer Pratt out there in Los Angeles in the mayoral race? You guys were saying there's some crazy stuff going on there, something about a 24,000 vote drop.
Yeah, they had the other day, Spencer was basically, he was because the top two move on to the general election for the mayoral race. And it was Spencer Pratt and Bass. And what's her name? Raman was, she was way back in third. And all of a sudden, these 24,000 ballots come in, and they get dumped. And out of 24,000 ballots, there was not one vote in there for Spencer Pratt, and there was not one vote in there for current Mayor Karen Bass. All of them were for Councilwoman Raman. What? Come on, that is, what are the mathematical chances of that?
Well, actually, the mathematical chances are zero.
Yeah.
And if you do some fact checking on that, you'll discover that it didn't happen. But it is an interesting fact to report. It does get people riled up. But during the next break, do a little fact checking on that, because that didn't happen.
I'll check on it, because hold on. I'm following what the media we're supposed to trust is reporting.
No. You are the media.
No, I'm a talk show host. That's what I am.
Well, then the next point is,
yes.
We get excited about Spencer Pratt not winning out there, and that's fine. First of all, you'll discover that the 24,000 vote thing is it wasn't the media that reported it. Well, it certainly wasn't the mainstream media that reported. Secondly, the Los Angeles mayoral race, only people who are residents or citizens of Los Angeles, I guess, they're the only ones who get to vote. And, the number of registered Republicans out there is 20% of the vote total. Secondly, has there been a major candidate out there, president or anybody like that, who encourages people to vote by mail, or does he encourage them to not vote by mail?
I don't know. I just, the only reason I followed this was because I love what Spencer Pratt was doing, Paul. I'm not going to get deep into the weeds on this. I
think it's worth getting.
I know
it's.
I'm not.
Otherwise, it's misinformation.
Yeah. Okay.
For example, one of your guys a minute ago was saying, I just can't believe. I can't believe what's going on out there. Well, the fact is, there's 15 million mail-in ballots in California, because that's the way they vote in California.
Yeah, California's all messed up.
Out there.
It's all messed up out there. It's nuts out there. And what Bass has done to that city is she's run it into the ground, and there's no denying that. The crap they pulled with the Palisades fires and all that. I mean, people, what people still, very few of these homes are getting built. The whole thing's a joke. And like I said, I could care less about what goes on out there, but I just loved watching what Spencer Pratt was doing. But I'll check into that, Paul. I got to rock and roll because we got to update numbers. Okay, are you ready? Yeah, go ahead.
You want one in District 13, West Fargo legislative race for the House. Austin Shower, 32.77, and this is with 1,785 total votes cast.
Okay.
Jim Jonas second. So those are the two incumbents. Okay. And then Russ Bubach has moved into third place with. He's a ways back with 17.9%. And then Everett Duckworth is at 17.76. On the Senate side, Judy Lee is getting more of a comfortable lead, again with smaller numbers.
Okay.
57.76 with 529 votes. And then Philip Sahlberg at 43%. So those are kind of, the incumbents are kind of moving to the top, rising to the top in that race. Though I think I just got a message from one of my legislative friends that up in Grand Forks, one of the incumbents is losing a current, or he's been a member of the UND faculty up there, so not going so well. So, there's going to be some of those things.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to local stuff here. I don't want to talk about damn Los Angeles. Paul, you're calling back. We're moving on, buddy. All right, you got your point in, and right now we're getting back to local stuff. And I'm telling you, LA, the whole thing out there, Tim, stinks. It just stinks to high heaven. What's going on out there? Okay, so here we go. We have 6,310 votes are now in for the Fargo mayoral race, and right now Josh Boshi is pulling in. He's pulling up in the lead. He's at 41.95%. Michelle Turnberg is at 34.06%. Denise Kolpak bumped up a little bit, but not much. She's at 14.07%. Dave Pepcorn is way down there, 7.94%. And Sekou Sirleaf is at 1.93%. Now, we go to the commissioner race of Fargo. Chad Peterson is barely ahead. And by the way, 10,982 votes in. Chad Peterson is barely in the lead, but he is in the lead with 17.98% of the vote. Tony Gehrig. And I'm surprised because Tony didn't campaign hard.
Yeah.
And I thought the Hawaii thing was because a lot of people were concerned about the Hawaii thing. He's at 17.58% of the vote, so he's, not many votes behind Chad at this point. Nikki Gullickson is in third with 16.12% of the vote. Scott Brecky has dropped down. He's at 14.19% of the vote. Aaron Hill at 14%. Derek Arneson is at 4.09%, and Jeremy Schaefer at 2.46% of the vote. Okay, the Fargo, no surprise here at all. The infrastructure sales tax extension for Fargo, 6,104 votes in. And right now, the yeas on it are 69.36%, and the no is 34.64%.
Time to call that baby.
Yeah, call that one. Let's see. Let's go to West Fargo and check on the. Come on. Right now, the West Fargo City Commission race. Patty Stedman, she is in first place right now. There's 4,327 votes in, and she is, and these are all like West Fargo, that's partial 8 of the 8 precincts. I believe I'm reading that right. Patty Stedman's at 30.34% of the vote. Tyler Erickson is at 29.4% of the vote. John Severson is at 22.69% of the vote. Dave Withey is at 17.31%. And there's 11 write-ins. And now the write-ins for West Fargo mayor are up to 42. So there you go. There you go.
There you go.
And there you go. For you folks that were messing us, what are the current numbers for the mayor race? That's what we got right now.
Fargo School Board, Robin Nelson still leads. Melissa Birkeland, the second. Greg Clark moved up third. Katie Miner, fourth. And Jolene Garrity, fifth. Carissa Geske slid down to sixth.
Okay. Let's see, 701-293-9000, email studio at wdayradionow.com. Just kind of going through the small town, see if there's anything else here. Page, North Dakota, 37 votes in. I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of votes on a Page, but right now for the council in Page, it's Lucas Erickson in first place with just over 51% of the vote. Eric Vane is at in second with just over 24% of the vote, followed by Braxton Meehan at 18.92%. Then Robert Hoff is at 5.41. Let's see. I'm trying to
Public Service Commission, Joe Kringstead still has maybe a little wider lead, 54.3% with 32,500 votes over Chris Olson, 27,275 votes, so about a 5,000 vote margin there right at this point with a total of 60,000 votes cast.
All right, let's see. Mike in Fargo, you're up on election coverage. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I have a question for Tim. You had talked about when they got to within a certain percentage, there would be a recount on the votes.
Yes. Yeah, there's an automatic recount if it's within a certain range, and then there's another one, at least when we were in the legislature, that it was a bigger percentage, but you could pay to have it done as a candidate if you want. But it's according to the Secretary of State, it's 1/2 of 1%. So 0.5%.
I'm noticing on the school board, it's getting really close towards the cutoff because I believe it's like what the top 5 win or win election. It's getting pretty close between Jolene Gardy and Carissa Geske. It's within about 53 votes. Jolene's at 12.77 and Carissa's at 12.48, and I believe that's the cutoff line. What would it be, 0.5% between the two that would cause the recount?
I don't think they would be at that amount right now. I think I always defer to the Secretary of State on those.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's close enough, and we're a little early yet. But I just wanted to bring up that point because some of these will get automatically recounted. But to be honest, they move with today's technology, with vote counters and stuff. They move very little. I remember the one I cited earlier in I think it was 2006, which is now 20 years ago. But Dwayne Much, he lost by 8 votes, and I think at the end it moved it 2 votes. You pick up a couple and you lose a couple. So they really don't move too much anymore compared to when they were back in the day when they were hand counting them.
You guys are doing a great job. I'm an old political junkie, and I mean, you guys are making it fun tonight. So thank you.
Good.
Well, appreciate that. We wish these numbers would come in faster, but Mike, thank you for that, and hopefully they'll start dumping quicker here. 701-293-9000, email studio at wdayradionow.com. And there we go. Okay. Let's see if we got a fresh dump of numbers here. So it says right now, is this for okay, that's statewide. I'm trying to find where the number of precincts, Tim, where we're at percentage-wise for votes in.
Well, and then you got full and partial. That's where it gets
that's
even
where I'm
yuckier.
No update on the mayoral race. Again, Josh Boucher right now leading with 41.95% of the vote to Michelle's 34.04. Then it just drops off. It drops off way after that. Denise Kolpak just over 14 and Dave just under 8%.
And I know he's listening, so Senator Kyle Davison has a comfortable lead of 784 votes over write-ins at 5.
Okay.
So there you go. I'll say Kyle will move on.
Okay, right. Are you predicting that one?
I'm calling that one. There you go, Kyle.
I called a few tonight, so you're allowed to call. You're allowed to call one. 701-293-9000. Email studio at wdayradionow.com. Let's see. Are we missing any? I mean, they're all important, but We got the commission. You've got the school board again. We've got the sales tax in Fargo. That thing's going to win. That's a no-brainer right there. That's a done one. Park board commissioner for Fargo. Folks interested in that. 13,564 votes in. What were the 3 seats up there? I believe
3. Yep.
Yeah. Vicky Dawson right now is in the lead with 18.94%. Joe Deutsch.
Joe Deutsch, second, is incumbent.
He's incumbent. Okay, yeah, he's at 17.96. Emily Sector May is at 16.64. This is a kind of a tight one. Tyler Sand at 16.29 and Alex Nisbet at 11.44.
Yeah, that one's kind of been all over the place because early on, Sand had a commanding lead, early numbers.
Yeah.
And now it's really flipped on him.
I'll call the mayoral race in Frontier, North Dakota.
Okay.
I'm gonna call that for John Whiting.
Okay.
John's got 100% of the vote.
Ooh, that doesn't happen very often. Usually there's a write-in or two.
Okay, hold on. I'm just being told to refresh because we just got a new dump for numbers in Fargo. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, here we go. Oh, oof. Now 9,945 votes in Fargo, and that has really bumped up Josh Boucher. Holy smokes. He jumped.
I'm looking for it, okay?
He's jumped up to 45.35%. Michelle is at 30.68%. Denise Kolpak at 13.75. Pepcorn 8.26. Mr. Sirleaf at 1.89. So that was a big jump for Josh Boucher. Let's see what that does for the commission race. Commission race now 17,440 total votes in for the Fargo City Commission race. And Chad Peterson, there's 2 seats up for grabs, and right now, Chad Peterson has as in number 1, 17.57% of the vote. Tony Gehrig is at 16.57% of the vote. Nikki Gullickson now in third at 15.92%, and then it drops from there. Aaron Hill's just behind her at 15.03%, and then Anna Johnson at 14.58, followed by Scott Brecky at 13.42, and then it's Derek Anderson, followed by Jeremy Schaefer. So that's an update on that race. The infrastructure sales tax for Fargo, extending it, that has jumped up again. That is now at 70.89% of the vote for yes, 29.02 for no, with 9,635 votes in. So there you go.
Yeah, and getting back to like mayor and commission in Fargo, none of the precincts are fully reported. Out of the 23, none are
all
reported,
23 have reported.
But 23 have reported some.
But they're not. Okay, so but we don't, when they say some, we just don't know how many. We just know
how many from each. Yeah.
Okay.
But none of them are so-called full, meaning, day of election, early voting, and the like. So, and without making and again, it's case by case, so you wouldn't know the specifics unless you were sitting right there, knowing if they dumped in or everything at one time, which apparently they haven't because none of them are fully reporting.
Yeah, they're all partial. For you folks up there in beautiful Riley's Acres, 2 seats up for grabs. You got 2 precincts, 2 have partially reported, 198 votes in. Right now, it's James Thornton. He's in first. He's at 30.81% of the vote, followed by Jay Dick at 29.8%. Then it's Tyler, I believe it's Pfeiffer at 23.23%, followed by Carol McCamey at 14.65% of the vote. Let's see. West Fargo, looks like that's still holding steady with Patty Stedman and Tyler Erickson both in the top 2 spots. Patty at 30.32, Tyler Erickson at 29.3, then John Sievertson at 22, or just over 22%, with Dave Withy at 17.44%. If you're following the park board, West Fargo, there were 3 seats up for grabs there. Chris Heisey, not surprised, in the lead at 29.48% of the vote, followed by Jake Larston at 28.58. Then it's Bob Rasmussen at 26.42, followed by Tom Paskvan at 15.3%. All right. Anything new on state stuff or?
No, I was just looking at watching Fargo's here, but I haven't been looking at the state stuff. And and now, I mean, if it were to stop today, you basically have 3 conservatives and 2 more liberals.
On the Fargo,
and that's on Fargo.
Yeah.
Which is
it sucks because that's not the way local should be, but that's the way it is now.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
where we
everybody
live
knows. Everybody knows
It's no secret.
where they're at
Yeah.
on things, generally speaking, and it's kind of interesting right now that the conservatives are winning the commission, and the more liberal candidate Josh Boucher is ahead right now at mayor. But again,
okay, let's talk about that. So Josh he's a Democrat, liberal, and you've got the top candidates for the seats in Fargo for the commission. They're conservative.
Yep.
They're Republican. Why do you think this is playing out this way? Do you think it's because Josh he appeals to both sides of the aisle, or is it that he just was able to get his base out more? What is it?
I think he appeals to a variety of different people for a variety of different reasons. One, you hear a lot, he listens well kind of thing. And, I mean, I had conservative people, like when he first announced it, like, oh, okay, so this guy I know is, and he said he's going to support him and vote for him. But he is great at getting out his people.
Yeah, well,
he's really as good as you'll find in the state.
When he was announced, I heard from quite a few people that said that either they've worked with him in Bismarck, or they know people that worked with him, and said he was actually very well liked by both parties for the most part because he was willing to reach across the aisle and work with both parties.
Yeah, that's what I heard from my House colleagues that are Republicans that he doesn't play the victim kind of thing. Which sometimes when you're in the minority party, you have a lot of people like, he tries to work behind the scenes and get some of his initiatives accomplished. So, I mean, we'll see how this all plays out.
This could all change out too because it's partial precincts. All 23 reporting, but it's just partial in each one of them. We're going to be here for a while, man. Let's go down to Horace. There were 2 seats up for grabs down there. And I don't know who is incumbent, who's not. I don't know. But Ross Renner, I believe Ross, former Fargo police officer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Good guy. Ross right now is in the lead with 41.47% of the vote. Chad Chalmers is in second with 32.65, followed by Ryan Moore at 21.39. 879 total votes in. 2 precincts down there. And it's partial votes in on for both precincts. So that's what's happening down there. Let's see. Harwood Council, 2 seats up for grab. Right now, Jamie Nedham is in the lead with 255 total votes. Jamie's in the lead with 40.39%, followed by Richard Sundberg with 32.94%, and Brock Hansen at 21.96% of the vote. Let's see.
The other thing I haven't mentioned yet tonight is we have to be mindful that we have 2 different time zones that we're working with in some of these statewide situations. And
True.
If their polls close at 7 o'clock, it's an hour difference from us. So some of those are going to be really trickling in late. But different poll places have different times too.
Council race in Frontier, North Dakota. We know who the mayor's going to be. There were 2 seats up.
Still at 100%?
Yeah. 2 seats up for grabs. Cody Mack right now is in the lead with 47 total votes in. Cody Mack's in the lead with 36.17% of the vote, followed by Robert Chambers with 27.66. Then it's Kelly Howe with 21.28 and Dale Terry at 12.77. And in that race, there's one write-in. Okay. Let's let's see if we got, see if we can refresh this. And bear with us here. Keep refreshing this. Man, it's going to be interesting to see what the amount of voters that came out for this election. That's what's going to be interesting. Castleton right now is 698 votes in. Jake, there were three. It looks like 3 seats up for grabs. Looks like Jake Ansbury's in the lead with 30.09. Sarah Michaels, I think it's Michaels, 29.94% of the vote in second place. Third is Bruce Wheeler with 27.08. Charlie Francis with 11.03% of the vote. And there's 13 write-ins in that race, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, come on. Trying to get to Fargo here. See if Fargo. No change yet in Fargo. I just refreshed it. Nothing yet. Oh, smokes. We should probably take a break. All right. Time is 10:31, 701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYradionow.com. Yeah, no change since the last dump in the city of Fargo. Commissioner race still holding it the same. With the top 2 vote getters right now being Chad Peterson and Tony Gehrig. And for the mayoral race, top 2 vote getters are Josh Boucher and Michelle Turnberg. But Josh is really pulling ahead in the lead with 45.35% of the vote. Michelle sitting at 30.68% of the vote. All right, we'll see if we get another dump during the break. You're listening to election coverage here on 970 WDAY.
ABC News. I'm Dave Packer. Primary night in Maine, South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota. In the Maine Democratic Senate primary, ABC News Tonight is projecting Graham Plattner will move on to face Republican Susan Collins in November. Plattner faced questions after the New York Times reported several girlfriends described what they called unsettling behavior. Tonight, telling supporters,
if you believe, as I do, that we can change our politics and change our country, then you must also believe that people can change.
Maine Governor Janet Mills ran against Plattner in the Democratic primary, but she suspended her campaign on April 30th. In South Carolina, we project incumbent Lindsey Graham will win the Republican primary for the U.S. Senate. And a week after the primary in California, ABC News can now project Republican Steve Hilton will face Democrat Javier Becerra in the race for governor. Last week, President Trump made fraud accusations against California's primaries, that it's taking so long because it's rigged, he said. But tonight, California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, who oversees the state's elections, saying counting takes time and they're following the law.
But we wait until the very end because legislation says that we cannot report that until 30 days after the election. So a lot of the things we do are really because of the rules and regulations that the legislature has placed upon us.
More explosions tonight in Tehran after U.S. forces launched self-defense strikes in response to CENTCOM to Iran's attack on a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. Texas 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony sentenced this evening to 35 years for stabbing a rival high school athlete during a track meet. Collins County District Attorney Craig Wills.
This verdict sends a clear message. Violence like this won't be tolerated in our Collin County community, and we remain committed to protecting our schools and standing with victims and their families.
Mixed day on Wall Street, the Dow up, but the Nasdaq down 250 points. You're listening to ABC News.
Partly cloudy, breezy, and humid through the evening hours with temperatures remaining in the 80s. And we will see storms developing out in the western and central part of the state. Those will be moving east towards the valley after about 10 p.m. Some of those are expected to be severe with damaging winds, a good likelihood. And then those storms move east of the area overnight, will drop off into the mid-60s, and then a few scattered showers and storms on Wednesday. From the WDAY Radio Skywatch Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dean Wysocki.
Are you ready for floors so nice even Ruby approves?
Wow, Ruby, this place is so nice.
From cozy carpets to scratch-resistant vinyl, hardwood, and tile, Ruby's tested them all.
And how do you decide? They all look so good.
That's the FM Flooring and Kensock Hardwood Floors difference. Expert advice, great prices, and floors built to handle real life and real dogs. Come visit the FM Flooring and Kensock Hardwood Floors showroom today at 1919 Main Avenue. Follow Ruby's lead and you'll leave with floors you love and a tail-wagging good deal.
I'm here with Bob from Lakeland. And Bob, for all the lake homeowners out there, is it true that Lakeland is the area's #1 float dock and lift dealer?
Absolutely.
And float docks and lifts are top of the line, right?
Absolutely, Jay. All aluminum, exclusive, easy level system, and sturdy, solid sections with various colors to choose from.
So less hassle at the lake, right?
Absolutely. Plus, they look great.
Go see Bob and Jen at Lakeland, Highway 34 and 59 in Dunvilla, or Lakeland Dock and Lift east of DL on Highway 10.
If you own a lake home, protecting your foundation should be top priority. At Precision Concrete Cutters Ramjack North, we understand the challenges lake properties face, from erosion and shifting soils to high water tables and heavy rains that can cause homes to settle unevenly. Our team specializes in foundation repair and stabilization designed specifically for lakes country conditions. Don't wait for small problems to become costly repairs. Protect your investment today. Contact Precision Concrete Cutters Ramjack North.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. Hey, they've got a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the big box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores did not come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. No, there is no middleman. So you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dream sheets. Love these bed sheets. Queen size, normally $179.96. Your wholesale price is only $69.99. King size, only $79.99. Another amazing deal they're offering is on their premium MyPillows. Queen size, only $18.98, and Kings, just $1 more. So go to MyPillow.com, use the promo code WDAY, or call 800-506-9028. Free shipping options available. So remember, go to MyPillow.com, scroll down to the radio/podcast square, and use promo code WDAY, or call 800-506-9028 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
Okay, it's 10:37. Oh, it's been a long day. Holy smokes, man. This has been a long
you
one.
complain. I was up at 3:20 this morning. Buddy.
Why were you up at 3:20? Well, I was up at 5:30, so.
To get to the airport so I could get here.
Where were you?
I was in Indiana.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's going on in Indiana?
I had higher ed meetings.
You're watching them move the Bears over there?
Yeah, I had to drive a truck for a while.
I hope that story's true, and that's not fake news.
Oh, I bet Wysocki is just going to flip over.
Yeah. Okay. To Sal that just messaged me, I don't know what TV you're seeing that on. I'm not seeing it anywhere regarding election results. 701-293-9000, email studio. And I'll say this, Paul that called it in program, I did some checking during the break. He's right. That was not true. The Pat Spencer Brett, none of it was true. I'll address it on my show tomorrow. I'm just not going to dive deep into that when we're trying to do local
and you
coverage.
saw who it was, right? I told you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I knew who it was. I knew the voice as soon as I heard it. 701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYRadioNow.com. Let's see if we've got a fresh dump during that break.
I'm not seeing anything with at least the city of Fargo.
Nothing fresh there.
No.
All right. I mean, that's a lot of votes in so far. We got to be getting close.
I think you're only halfway there.
Oh, you think so? We're only halfway there?
I mean, I always thought it was going to take maybe 10,000 votes to win mayor, but there was a number of candidates, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, and you're right. No, there's no new dumps in.
But I mean, you got to get at least 8,000. You would think to.
Okay. All right. When's Chris joining us? He's going over to Josh's headquarters. Okay, he's on his way over there. Okay, so Chris Larson from our newsroom will heading over to Josh Beauche's campaign, and of course he's doing his watch party over at the Avalon. So we'll check in with him in a little bit. Let's see.
But similarly, I'm getting Bismarck, and Bismarck's not moving at all.
They're not moving in
Minot
Burley.
hasn't moved at all. So not a lot of.
Is there something they changed that's slowing us down? Because I'm getting messages from people that are running, and you're getting them too, saying, why is it going so slow?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I thought I remember nights when I'm like, okay, it's 10:30 and we're not done yet.
You do remember this, huh?
I mean, I thought so.
Okay,
painfully sometimes.
Yeah, well, for you. Yeah.
Put your head out there, you get it chopped off once or twice.
Deed Wysocki, the whole Spencer Pratt deal, that's not true. That's 100% false.
Where did it come
media
from?
was reporting, all these media outlets were reporting it, and Paul had called in the program and said, guys, that's not true. And I'm not going to get into it. I'll get into it on my show tomorrow. But no, that is not true.
Well, good.
That's 100% false.
Good.
And so you can't, the damn media, I mean, you just can't.
Well, that or AI.
You can't, well, I don't try, AI.
Yeah, AI is a big problem, too.
I mean,
I just last week, there were...
well, stick to local topics.
Yeah, there was AI photos of fake tornadoes, and then...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So then
People
that goes
freaking
over
out.
all social media, and it's like... No, that wasn't the case. There was no tornado.
You know, and
Next,
you know, you
next
hear
thing
stuff.
you know, they'll talk about the Chicago Bears moving.
I know, exactly. Yeah, they're moving to Indiana. So I'm glad.
Cheap shot.
Paul called that out. I did some digging.
How many Super Bowls does...
Oh, here we go.
Does do the Vikings have? Just
I'm a Packer.
Well, we've been to the Super
I'm a Packer
Bowl.
fan, so...
oh, that's even worse. Oh, man.
Well, you don't wear
party like it's 1985.
Oh,
What?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
Good
it.
call, yeah. Next time you are wearing that Packers baseball cap, I'll make sure I tell you, hey, get some crap on your hat there. I'll wash it off.
It might be crap this year.
Yeah. All right. So are they? I know we talked about this on my show earlier today. So are they going to keep it Chicago Bears?
Yeah, they'll keep the Chicago. But Hammond is.
It would be. Yeah.
Hammond is not far from. I mean, it's right over the border.
Yeah.
So they'll keep. They won't change it to the Indiana Bears or the Hammond. No way. Because I mean, look out in the New York Jets. They play in Jersey, don't they? Don't they play right over the border? I think they play right over the border. Yeah.
Okay.
So kind of the same thing. They'll keep,
So Indiana's smiling because they're going to get all that money.
Or change their name from the Bears to the Eggs, so they're Hammond Eggs.
Oh, well, that sounds more like
Where's
a
the
baseball.
rim shot?
Yeah. Addison doesn't have. There it is. Now he's got it up
I
there.
thought the rim shot was put away for the day.
Oh, now when I'm on, you keep that rim shot up at all times. Okay, so where are we sitting weather-wise there, buddy?
Well, not much has changed. We got a line of severe storms from, let's say Devil's Lake down through Carrington, and there's also some now severe storms just south into South Dakota, moving east-northeastward, and that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting because
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the way it looked is that the northern end of this line was going to clip the Northern Valley, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that southern end of this line down in South Dakota hasn't turned severe. Now it has. And because, again, it's moving into an environment here in the eastern third of the state that is conducive for strengthening. And, again, this is slow moving. I was thinking midnight this might be in here.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's still going to be around midnight, but I think it's going to be between midnight and 1 now. Know
what this is turning into? Like when there's a snowstorm coming. And we're looking
it gets all hyped up.
And we're looking at 1 to 78 inches.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yep. Well,
midnight, around midnight, maybe 5.
Now, I said earlier between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock,
did,
so it's favoring more.
Are you hanging out here that whole time?
I'll be here the whole time, yeah.
I don't know if I can make it that long.
Nah, you can go, shoot. But I'm not expecting anything tornadic. That's the good thing. Now, can we see a spin-up tornado? We can. I haven't seen any reports over 65-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's good.
Okay,
that's
doable.
good so far. Now, again, this is moving into an area where this can strengthen, so I still wouldn't be surprised to see 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds as this approaches the valley. But again, we'll wait and see. But we're looking at about between midnight and 1 a.m. here in the valley.
Now, this thing's starting to get a C curve in it.
That's where it starts to bow out. And that's when you start to worry. When it starts to bow out into that bow shape, that's when you get the straight line winds that could become.
So it's bowing this way.
Yeah, almost a reverse.
This is a regular C bow.
Yeah. Yep. So
not a backward C.
Right.
C. Okay.
Right.
So that means that's where you start worrying about those winds.
We're still worried about the strengthening as it comes to eastward. So, and again, all of our short range models strengthen this pretty quickly about 50 miles west of town.
That's when it starts strengthening. 50 miles west of Fargo.
Yeah, about 50 miles west of Fargo. That's when it starts to strengthen.
That's great.
Okay, yeah, we'll be here till the wee hours of the morning covering this, just in case this gets a little squirrely. But I haven't seen any reports of anything over 70 miles an hour. But again.
And how long are those 70-mile-an-hour winds lasting?
From what I've seen, they maybe up to a half hour, but they've been pretty quick moving.
But is it a steady or is it just gusting?
No, just a gust. Bam. Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
right.
not steady. Boy, yeah, that'd be a problem.
That's okay. So gust at 70 plus or 75 plus.
But I mean, like I said, if this strengthens anymore and we get those gusts 80 plus, that's enough to do some damage as it pushes through. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep you updated on any new warnings that as they approach Valley.
All right. No change in the Fargo mayoral race. Still at 9,945 total votes in. Josh Boschee sitting at 45.35% with Michelle Turnberg now at 30.68%. Followed by Denise Kolpak at 13.75%. Dave Pepcorn 8.26%. And Sekou Sirleaf at 1.89%.
But to show you how some of these can flip, my friend Senator Don Shibley out in Mott region area, he was down 2-1 in the first couple dumps.
Mm-hmm.
He's now in the lead by 5%.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So some of these things are, microcosms of, depends upon, is it your township or your county or your part of this county that is coming in, or where do the votes come from? That's what's really, the key
with the mayoral race, we know where they come from. They come from Fargo residents, but like you said earlier, probably you don't know are what we're seeing are today's votes, or were these early voting votes that are getting dumped, or was it mail-in votes getting dumped?
Our Democrat district versus the Republican district.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know too that all 23 precincts are reporting votes, partial votes.
Right.
Not full on. There's right now there are of the 23 precincts, 0 of them have fully reported.
Yeah.
Okay. So there could still be some turnaround. But again, I want to go back to, and this is nothing against Tony Gehrig. I like Tony Gehrig. He did a good job when he was commissioner in the past. I'm just surprised where he's sitting at this, because we talked earlier. It didn't seem like he campaigned a lot.
No, not really. I think he just kind of. I didn't see hardly any yard signs.
I didn't either.
Which has been, he did pretty well in the past.
Yeah,
I thought.
I saw stuff on social media. Where he would engage in conversation, put some stuff up on his page. I know there was concern from some about, well, how can you do this? You're going to live in Hawaii. Well, he doesn't. He's going to live
moves
here. Yeah, exactly. It's his job, and he said, and he addressed. I said, look, if I get this, I'm quitting this job that I'm doing, and I'm going to concentrate on this. And he did miss a couple debates. I think a couple of debates for sure. The debate we did here, and people thought, well, that's going to hurt him too. But evidently, right now, but like you said, Tim, this could all change on a dime. But he right now is holding that second slot just behind Chad Peterson at 16.57%. Nikki Gullickson is still in this too, and so is Aaron Hill actually. Nikki's at 15.92%. And Aaron's at 15.03. Anna Johnson's at 14.58%. So,
well, and again, if you say the mayoral race is down to two kind of leaders, what kind of coattails do they have or don't they have, or are all the commissioners known well enough that are the major players that they don't really need coattails?
Yeah, I would say
part of it to get out the vote effort.
Yeah, I would say Chad Peterson doesn't need coattails. Well known for his years on the Cass County Commission chair. Tony Gehrig's another one. I don't think he needs coattails. I don't know enough about Nikki Gullickson. Doesn't she sit on the school board?
She said she wouldn't resign, which I think was one of the reasons why some people were concerned about that. Shall we say?
Scott Brecky in at 13.42% as well. Derek Arneson at 4, just over 4, and Jeremy Schaefer just over 2% of the vote. And again, we're waiting for another dump here.
And the biggest thing I heard about Brecky was consistently people go, I just wish I knew more about him.
Yeah.
And that's tough when you're trying to break in.
It is. It really is.
Because he's running against a lot of people that have been up for elections before.
Yeah.
And that is a tough nut to crack.
It is. And West Fargo, still no change. It's top 2 vote getters right now are Patty Stedman and Tyler Erickson. Patty at 30.32%. This is for commission seats in West Fargo. There's 2 up for grabs. Patty's at 30.32%. Tyler Erickson's at 29.3%. Okay, with that said, here's what we're going to do. So earlier, it was called really early. The race with Julie Fedoracek going up against Alex
Blazes.
Blaz, yeah. I'm tired, people. Bear with me. So over on our sister station, AM 1100 The Flag, I believe Steve Hallstrom did an interview with Julie. So we're going to run that interview. It's about just right around 8 minutes long or so. We're going to run that interview, and hopefully when we come back, we'll have a fresh dump of numbers, Cass County.
Get the 11 o'clock dump. Because I'm guessing they try to hit these marks, too. It's like, okay, we're coming up on 11 o'clock. Get that stuff kicked out.
I don't like that. How about you do 15-minute dumps? Come on, man. All right.
I'm just saying they're watching the clock, too.
Here's hold on before we go to that. Real quick. Chris Larson's calling in. I believe he's over at Josh Boucher's watch party. I already check in real quick here with him, and then we will. Well, Chris is what? Yeah, I mean, we can, yeah, if is he over there right now? Okay, he just pulled in. Well, why don't we do this? Let's run this. We'll come back after because this will take us to the top of the hour. We can do the top of the hour news, come back, and then maybe we'll have a fresh dump of numbers.
We actually do, Jay. This is Austin Erickson from the newsroom. We have 18,415 votes in right now.
Well, I just checked it, too. Man, they are just updating it like, okay.
Yeah, so
right
maybe they
after
heard Tim and just said, might as well. So I can read those results if you want, or if you got them, you can read them.
I got them right here. Yeah, latest dump now at 18,415 1,000 votes. Josh Boucher continues to jump in the lead big time. He's now at 47.48% of the vote. Michelle Turnberg has dropped down to 27.51% of the vote. Denise Kolpak really hasn't moved at all, 14.9. Then you got Dave Pepcorn, 8. So there you go. It's do you think they're close to calling this? Everything is still partial, Tim. Or do you think we still got a ways to go?
I think we're about there.
Josh is at 8,744 votes right now. Michelle's at 5,066 votes.
3,000 is a lot to make up.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it goes back to she needs like 3,000 to catch where he's at now.
And then
3,000 votes come in, and he gets even 20% of them. Then it's a bunch more that she has to get. So I mean, it's
the race for commission seats has jumped up, not a whole lot, but Tony Gehrig has now fallen into third place with this last dump.
Oh, okay.
So Chad Peterson now at 17.99% of the vote. He's at 5,838 votes. Nikki Gullickson has jumped up to 16.94% with 5,496 votes. Tony Gehrig has dropped down to 15.7% with 5,094 votes. And Anna Johnson is she's hanging in there, 15.17% of the vote with 4,922 votes. Aaron Hill's right behind her at 14.46. Scott Brecky at 12.64%.
Goes to that point earlier we talked about the coattails. Mm-hmm. And, if Josh is increasing his lead, I think he's pulling Nikki up with him.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not thinking right. Yeah, you're right, and you know this stuff. And we now have 64. We now have 64 write-in votes in West Fargo for the mayor race. Yeah, no change in the more votes in, but nothing's really changed for the Fargo City Commission race. Two seats up for grabs. Patty Stedman, she's holding that first slot at 30.32%, followed by Tyler Erickson at 29.26%. That is John Severson at 22.43%, and Dave Withy at 17.7. Okay, let's run this interview, and then when we come back, we'll hook up with Chris Larson. He's at Josh Boucher's place. And more coverage. You can jump in anytime, 701-293-9000. Email studio at WDAYRadioNow.com. All right, let's run this. This is Julie Fedorchak earlier this evening with Steve Hallstrom on the flag.
It's actually Scott Henning.
Oh, is it Scott?
Yeah.
All right.
So here is that interview with Congresswoman Fedorchak.
All right.
We worked really hard. I've never taken an election for granted, and I never will. And, worked hard covering the state, talking about what our priorities were coming in, what we've done, what we've accomplished. And I'm really encouraged by the fact that so many, an overwhelming majority of the Republicans supported me and are asking me to be their candidate for the general election in November.
What are the issues you think really made the difference? Obviously, a huge number, Republican primary, overwhelming support. What do you think resonated, Julie?
Well, President Trump endorsed me because I've been, working with him hand in hand to help deliver on his agenda and the agenda for America First. And that includes, the border security issues. And we've really delivered on that, Scott. We have the strongest border in modern history. And that is a massive turnaround to what we were facing just like less than a year and a half ago. And so delivering on that and showing people that government can work, like we can get some of this stuff done. We delivered the biggest tax cut in U.S. history. Turning that from the biggest tax increase in U.S. history is what people were facing. We also, just on a more personal basis and in North Dakota, responding to what I heard from our citizens in some of our most important industries like energy and agriculture, we delivered for the first time after 3 extensions a farm bill out of the House. We delivered the year-round E-15, which had been stuck in the House for many sessions. And those were the top priorities of our number one industry, agriculture. Also delivered on massive regulatory reform for our energy industry. They were under the gun. They were, the target for the last administration, wanting to shut down our fossil fuel industry, and they were really feeling it. And we've reversed almost all of those very onerous regulations on our energy sector and helped to, unleash American energy and energy dominance for our country. And that's, we're seeing the results of that in Western North Dakota. I was just in Williston last weekend, and I have a sister and a brother who live there, and they both commented about how busy the community is. And it's busy because there's a lot of oil and gas development happening and production in that community. So we're delivering on the actual requests of the North Dakota citizens. That is a hallmark of my service, is listening and trying to solve problems. And it's going to be my message to North Dakotans in the next 5 months. And I hope that they will send me back to Washington as their representative for another term.
Is the Republican Party in North Dakota fractured, do you think?
Is it fractured? I don't know, Scott. I mean, I look at these results and I think geez, that's a pretty strong support for me. I didn't necessarily know what to expect going into this primary. And so I see, it's pretty similar to what we got in the last primary. And, or actually it's much stronger than what I got in the last primary, but fewer people in the primary. So that stands to reason. But of course there's differing opinions, but I'm optimistic that I can bring this message of listening, of conservative results to the broader Republican Party as a whole and get their support. The truth of the matter is, Scott, I have a more conservative voting record than Jim Jordan as a member of Congress. I am broadly supported. I have a A+ rating from the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life organization. I've got a very strong rating from the tax Friends of Tax Policy, or one of those organizations, anti-tax organizations. So I think that, my conservative credentials are strong, and I just am going to seize every opportunity I can to spread that message to Republicans far and wide.
Yeah, I suppose it's a product of dominance. When you look at 3 congressional seats solidly Republican, you've got every statewide office solidly Republican, got a supermajority in the legislature. So the competition isn't necessarily with Democrats, but with a fraction of Republicans that are challenging. I always consider them a loud minority, but they're definitely out there. What's the most important thing you think in this next term that you're most looking forward to doing, assuming obviously you go on to victory in November?
Well, I think the next term I'm going to double down. We've worked hard to create a more competitive environment for business, for some of our biggest businesses. We need to continue focusing on that, make sure that these ag policies get passed. But then we also need to get really focused on balancing the budget. We need to get serious about that and address some of the fundamental problems that are holding our nation back as it comes to fiscal policy. And there's fraud, massive waste, fraud, and abuse that we need to get a handle on, and we're working on that, but there'll be more to deliver next time. And then we need to get to continued reforms from some of our biggest costly spending programs.
Last quick question for you relates to a criticism we heard from some folks that there were not enough opportunities to converse with you, be at a town hall meeting. One part of that I don't think that people really understood, and maybe you could explain this for folks, is, Capitol Police and the security apparatus now around members of Congress, they don't exactly like it when you say, I'm going to be at this place at this time and come to a town hall meeting. So really outreach in this era, sadly, of political violence is one that's a little tricky. Explain that.
Well, absolutely. So we've done a lot of public events, and in fact, we've done more than 1,500 meetings with North Dakotans and 9 Fedora Tech forums, which are statewide telephone town halls. We've had more than 20,000 people participate in those. So this is just a talking point largely that I'm not accessible. That's just a talking point because it just isn't true. And furthermore, if people want to meet with me, they can call the office and they can sit down with me directly and meet with me one-on-one. I've done a lot of those meetings as well. So that's just a talking point, and it's an accusation that has no truth to it. We've done so many meetings statewide, but you're right. There, in this era of political violence, you need to be smart. And so we've employed some things like on public events that we do and have done a lot of. In order to get the location, you need to register. That's not a big barrier. All you have to do is give your name and say you're going to show up. That's it. And you get the location. But posting things broadly online, like here's where you're going to be at this time, this place, that is just not advised by security experts. And it's something that we need to be careful about, because protecting the security of the public and people serving these positions is a matter of very significant importance to our country as a whole.
All right, we'll let you go celebrate as much as you're able to between votes in the House this week. Thanks, Julie. Appreciate the time. Congratulations.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you so much. Take care.
All right, it's 11:03. You're listening to 2026 primary election coverage here on 970 WDAY 93.1 FM. It looks like Josh Moshe is giving his speech right now.
Made famous. Oh,
wait, it's wrong. Like,
oh, remember that?
I do.
Dandy Don.
Tim playing with his phone.
Yeah.
So I believe what we're watching is Josh giving his I won speech, right? That's basically what that is. Has nobody's officially called it, have they? I haven't seen an official call anywhere. Have you, Tim?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah,
yet.
I haven't either. But right now, again, Josh is at 47.48% of the vote with 8,744 votes. Michelle Turnberg in second place with 27.51%, 5,066 votes. Still, all 23 precincts are saying partially. They're not fully in yet.
Yeah.
Denise Kolpak still holding where she was at just over 14%, and Dave Pepcorn at 8%. If you go to the Fargo City Commission race, that's still a tight one. This could still be anybody's game, right, for these top three candidates?
Mm-hmm.
You have 32,443 votes in. Chad Peterson taking the top spot with 17.99%. He's at 5,838 votes.
You feel the most comfortable with him because he's led all night, basically.
Yes.
So I think that's a good indicator that, he will probably continue to do well.
Now, Tony Gehrig had the second spot. That's flipped. Nikki Gullickson holds the second spot at 16.94%. Her vote count right now is at 5,496 votes. Tony Gehrig now dropping down to third at 15.7% with his vote total right now at 5,094 votes. So he's he's at he's 402 votes right now behind Nikki Gullickson.
Still within striking distance. But he has to start getting some wind at his back again.
Mm-hmm. And then Anna Johnson still holding 15.17 and Aaron Hill at 14.446. Okay. Is Josh still giving his speech or is he done?
Live's live stream has ended, so I can play that speech right now.
Do we know how long? We got to take this top of the hour break.
It's 6:57, so I'd go to break now.
Okay, let's go to break. Then we'll come back and we'll roll Josh's speech and see what he has to say. Evidently, he feels or knows he won this race. I mean, he's got a huge vote count. Right now.
He's doing well, and I mean he's trending higher. So
yeah. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll do that speech and we'll see if we get an update. We got to be. You think we're getting close now to the end?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of, it's getting over.
Yeah.
But I mean, the city commission race in Fargo was still pretty close.
Yeah, it is. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. More coverage on 970 WDAY.
Weather and news, fast and first.
WDAY Radio, AM 970 and FM 93.1. WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead,
Hey,
West
North Dakota,
Fargo.
Minnesota, summer is heating up at all PetroServe USA locations. Join the free PetroServe USA Rewards program and get 5 cents off every gallon of gas, plus even more savings this June. Buy 2 20-ounce Coke products and get 1 free. 2 for $3 Johnsonville beef hot dogs, plus killer deals on Cheez-Its, Pringles, Red Bull, deli burritos, and more for those road trips. Download the app or sign up in-store. PetroServe USA, helping America fuel better.
PetroServe USA.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Nothing says I love you like a new pair of shoes.
Hi, Teresa here from the Fargo Red Wing Shoe Store. Whether or not the father in your life needs new footwear, why not buy him a gift certificate to Red Wing Shoes? No matter the size of his foot or the demand of his job, Red Wing shoes are strong, they're durable, they provide comfort and stability.
Just like our dad.
Stop in and see for yourself at 3003 Main Avenue in Fargo. Red Wing Shoes for ultimate durability.
We're here with Adam at Cheyenne Gardens again. Adam, let's say I have a space that's smaller, 5x4, or it's in a corner. What are some things I should think about when I'm deciding what to put there?
So when we start looking at spaces in the landscape and we need to put a new shrub in, you look at the size. If it's a small space like a 5x4 or 5x5, plants generally don't read. And so they don't know when they're supposed to stop growing. And so width usually gets me in trouble. And we all want to lower our maintenance. So I really focus on the width. And so if I don't want to have a spot that's 5x4, I'm going to pick a shrub that's going to stay 4 feet. And so it's hard to get the height that way. We do have some shrubs that give us a little more height, but when you got to look up, and sometimes when we look up, we might have an overhang that comes out 1.5 or 2 feet. And so when that overhang in our gutter comes into play, we don't get water. So then we have to water. So you want to make sure you're on the outside of that edge. Sometimes if I want to go larger, I'll make my bed wider. Adjust the curbing, edging, fix that so you can get a little more space if you need a bigger plant there. The other thing I look at is sometimes I go to a perennial. Some of my perennials stay a little bit smaller, then I don't overhang my bed. The goal is to make life easier, not more work. And so you want to really look and talk about the plants and look at some of the different options that you can have for smaller situations.
Thanks, Adam. Cheyenne Gardens is a great place to wander, admire, and explore for the largest variety of trees, shrubs, and bedding plants in the area. Just 10 minutes from Fargo up I-29 in Harwood.
Moving Team 6 is growing and looking for hardworking men and women to join their team. This family-owned company proudly supports veterans, welcomes college students, and offers both part-time and full-time opportunities. Employees enjoy great pay, a supportive team environment, and something most moving companies don't offer: paid drive time from clock in to clock out. If you're looking for a company that values hard work and treats employees right, not to mention a great way to stay in shape, apply today at FargoMovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeamSix.com.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. They have a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores didn't come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. Now there is no middleman, so you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dream bed sheets. Queen size, normally $179.96. Yours at the wholesale price of only $69.99. King size, only $79.99. Another amazing deal they are offering is on their premium MyPillows. Queen size only $18.98 and kings just $1 more. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028. Free shipping options are available. So remember, go to MyPillow.com and scroll down to the radio podcast square and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
Streaming your favorite local news is 100% free with Valley News Live. Before you binge your favorite show, make sure you have the free VNL streaming service. Just type VNL News in your search bar and download. Get live local news and weather instantly with Valley News Live streaming, your go-to for live local news and weather. It's easy to watch, it's easy to download, and it's free. Before you start to stream, search VNL News.
Valley News Live, streaming wherever you are.
To care for grieving families with the utmost compassion and professionalism while caring for loved ones with dignity and grace. That is our mission at West Funeral Home and Life Tribute Center. We believe it's the little things that make the difference. Serving the Red River Valley since 1916, West Funeral Home and Life Tribute Center, with locations in West Fargo and Castleton. Visit us online at westfuneralhome.com.
No games, no gimmicks, no bull. At Luther Family Buick GMC, our deals are hotter than ever. All month long, drive home a new GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% APR for 5 years, plus no payments for 130 days. Shop our full Buick lineup with 0.9% APR and no payments for 90 days. The best vehicles, the best prices. No games, no gimmicks, no bull. At Luther Family Buick GMC I-29 and 32nd Avenue South Fargo, we are professional grade.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
Okay, just did a refresh, and nothing new unless it just refreshed in the last minute or so, or updated in the last minute or so, but nothing new. Jay Thomas, Tim Flacco covering election night. We got to be getting close to calling this thing. Well, we know that the mayoral race. Josh has given basically an acceptance speech, as becoming the new mayor of Fargo, but I haven't seen it officially called anywhere. I got to believe somewhere. But again, his lead is massive. But here's an interesting email. Says, what does Commissioner Tim Flacco say about my assessment? Mayor race, so roughly 18,415 votes counted. Commissioner race, roughly 32,443 votes counted. Still roughly 14,418 votes different, outstanding, not counted yet for mayoral race. Not sure how many more total votes outstanding in the rest of the precincts or percentages at precincts. I would say around 35 to 40,000 votes total for the entire race.
Okay, it's important to remember when they say votes cast, you can vote for two for mayor. So, when I vote for two. As opposed to mayor, I vote for one.
Mm-hmm.
So you cut that in half, basically, and that's the comp. There's actually more people who would have appeared to have voted for mayor than city commission. I mean, just in the numbers I think you just gave me, because the total number for mayor, if you double that, it's a bigger number than have voted for Fargo City Commission.
Okay.
If that make if you understand, I mean that's why that's why those percentage numbers are so
because you're voting
skewed
for more
because
commissioners.
you can vote for two.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that addresses the email question of that, because that was always whether it's legislative races or other things where you can vote for multiples. I mean, in the case of, but I think what's happening too is sometimes in the commission race they single shot. They go, I don't know, I only got one I really like.
Yeah.
And which happens in school board. I mean, I picked a couple that I really like and that I voted for before, kind of deal, and I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, because you don't have to vote for everyone.
You don't have to vote for everyone.
Yeah.
Your ballot still counts.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do we got is Josh's speech ready to rock and roll?
Yes, I have it ready to go.
Okay, about 6 minutes long.
Yeah, and it wasn't the full speech. It was Valley News Live's live stream, but it's 6 minutes 57 seconds.
All right, go ahead. Let's roll some of this.
Going through stop signs. Neighbors expressed concern about whether or not our community was actually making a real difference or an impact on addressing homelessness and the increasing factors that lead to people remaining homeless. Renters shared their frustration of a continual increase of their rent or the addition of new fees to their monthly bills, and almost universally, those that participated in these listening sessions expressed their desire to have city leaders respect one another, respect citizens, and develop a vision of where our great city is going. The campaign evolved to engaging with community nonprofits, small businesses, and advocacy groups to learn more about the work they were focused on. Several of whom I had worked with in the past, and many I learned were new to our community. Each of them committed to making Fargo better than it was the day before, and individuals who collectively are working to improve our quality of life and making sure our city is one that anyone and everyone can call home. Across all conversations I've had with Fargoans, whether in group settings, small coffee group meetings, or on their doorstep, one theme continued to rise to the top. People love this city. They are proud to call it home, whether they were born or raised here or moved here just a short while ago. Fargo is a community that punches above its weight class. A thriving Midwestern city that continues to grow, continues to evolve, and continues to find ways to address the challenges that we are not only facing in our own neighborhoods, but challenges being experienced across our country and around the world. We have the foundational infrastructure for entrepreneurs to be successful and small businesses to grow. We bet on ourselves every day, and more often than not, succeed in overcoming any of the odds placed against us. And like all of you, and so many of those I visited with over the past 5 months, I love this city. In fact, the journey of this campaign has made me love it even more, as I have worked to not only listen to our neighbors, I've begun to establish a vision of where we are going. As your next mayor, I am committed to continuing to engage with residents throughout our great city. Regardless of who you voted for, or if you even voted, you deserve a mayor who not only listens, but one who leads and delivers results. You see, I'm not always going to have the answer, but I know that we can find the answer as we work together to make housing more affordable, whether you're looking to own a home or rent your home. We can find the answer to addressing homelessness in our region by establishing achievable goals and rally around them as we did to fight off 100-year-old floods. Yes. We can make sure Fargo is a safer city by reduce and make sure people who commit crimes against children are held accountable. Yes. Yes. We can work together to ensure Fargo balances our growth without breaking the budget, so even more people can call our city home or choose to further their education or choose to start or grow their business. Yep. And on that note, I want to take this opportunity to speak about a horrible situation that occurred in our community in the last couple of days. state representative from South Fargo went on Facebook, on a Facebook rant targeting the Somali community and followers of Islam. Specifically at a time when many in our community are looking to build bridges, she used her microphone to attack members of our community who wake up every day to serve others. Fargo is stronger because of the people who call our city home. Whether those people recently immigrated, are first-generation Americans, have lived here for generations, or are indigenous people of this land. It is their diverse experiences, skill sets, and culture that has helped Fargo become the 11th most economically diverse community in the United States. And as your mayor, I will continue to stand with all Fargoans. Before I let you go, on with your night, I want to thank a few specific people. My parents, Jake and Sandy Boucher. A construction laborer and a nurse were young parents that worked hard to make sure our family had what we needed. I didn't know until I was older that we were what would be considered low income. We were a WIC family. My brother Wyatt and I graduated from Head Start. My older brother Boyd is supported through economic assistance due to his disabilities. They are two hardworking North Dakotans who were able to lift our family up while taking care of and supporting so many of our extended family. When you see my work ethic, it is something I inherited from them and am grateful for as my parents. Amy, Jessica, Sarah, Caitlin, and Andrea, the team from 701 Strategy Group that helped build our campaign infrastructure, execute the plan, and support all of your volunteers over the last 5 months. I'm so thankful for your hard work and expertise that helped us get us here tonight. This is as much of a win for you as it is for me. And finally, I want to thank each and every one of you, whether you helped knock doors, host a small group conversation, made phone calls, facilitated a listening session, decorated your lawn with a yard sign, contributed financially, or just shared why you supported me to your friends, family, and coworkers. I am eternally grateful for your support. We did this together, and we will continue to do the work together. Tomorrow, next month, next year, and throughout my term as Fargo's 36th mayor.
All right, there you go. That is, well, sounds like the new mayor of Fargo, Josh Boscia.
Well, and if he is, he's got a work cut out for him. I mean, I was thinking here as he was talking about Field Marshal Montgomery talking about after the war. Now we've won the German war. We must win the peace, and he's got a lot of big issues on the plate. Whether it's he wants to deal with homeless housing, the drug, making sure law enforcement is doing the job that they're capable of doing all the time. It'll be tough.
Well, no matter who would have got that seat, it's going to be a tough job. It's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot of work. The affordable housing thing, we hear that. Look, I want people to have affordable housing, but I just don't understand how you get there. I don't understand. What do you do? Because you could throw the word out there, affordable housing, but what
at
do
what
you
level?
do?
And I mean, is everything the city's job to do?
No, it's not, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it doesn't matter if it was Josh, Michelle, Denise, no matter whoever it is. It's a long road. It's a long, hard road.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, there's some surprises tonight. Personally, I thought Aaron Hill would rank higher. I thought he'd be fighting for second or third. Right now, he's sitting in fifth place.
Yeah.
So that was a bit of a surprise for me. But I was glad. I'm still glad to see that Joe Kringstad, whose father was a dear friend of mine,
Mm-hmm.
looks like she's going to move on. So I was happy for that, because sometimes those sentimental things take over.
Yeah.
Because she lost her dad about a month ago.
Okay. Fargo Commission race, as well as the mayoral race, although I think the mayoral race is done. I just don't think there's no coming back with that many votes behind. And everybody fought a good fight. The commission race is still used to. It's pretty close, and I know you think that there's still
too close to call.
Too close to call this one, and it's it's between Chad. There's two seats, but you got three that are actually you got four that are in there. You got Chad Peterson, Nikki Gullicks, and Tony Gehrig, and Anna Johnson are pretty much still in this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd pick Chad to be the top vote getter
Yeah.
just because it seems like his experience. He does great at answering questions. He's got appeal to a broad variety of people, and he's one of those people. Even if you disagree with him or he disagrees with you, you can rationally talk about the reasons why.
Mm-hmm. I don't know a whole lot about Nikki Gullickson. I don't. I know Tony from his previous times on the Fargo City Commission. What do you know about Nikki? I know she's Fargo School Board.
Fargo School Board, but I don't know. I mean, I think she was on the American Cancer Society board, a board with me, like a long time ago, shall we say, like 30 plus years ago.
Okay, all right, yeah. And then the infrastructure sales tax extension of Fargo. That's a done deal. That's at 73.52% yes on it with 13,132 votes, and there are 26.48% say no on it in the vote count. There's a massive difference in the vote count on that one.
It's over. That one's over for sure. And I think the Measure 1 and the constitutional measure statewide is over. I mean, that's passing.
That's happening.
So
what's interesting now in this race in Fargo is now they got to, because I don't believe they've certified the votes for the ward thing yet. Hey, you got enough
signatures.
The signatures.
Yeah.
But once that is done, then it's the city's got 60 to 90 days to hold a special election. If that ward system passes, now you got two more commissioners to add. When do those commissioners get added?
But there's a whole series of complex issues. I don't know how they're going to handle them because the current commissioners, are they still in?
They are.
But what if they're in the wrong
doesn't
area?
matter. The way it's written is the current commissioners, you hold that, so you don't lose your seat. But when re-election comes up for you, then you're going to have to run in your ward, the ward that you live in. But you hang on to your current seat. So, but again, that would add two more commissioners.
Which again, I'm okay with 7.
Yeah,
I'm just not okay with
the way they get there.
I don't want 1,500 votes to decide who's a commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
I want a citywide election that determines, and they can be from wards, but much like in Cass County, I'm from a specific district geographically, but I'm voted on countywide. Because then you have that responsibility countywide, citywide.
Yeah. Let's see. It looks like Chris Larson is calling in. He's got to be probably with Josh right now. Appreciate the people that are messaging us and emailing us saying great job tonight. We're doing appreciate that. It's been a long day and sorry it's slow and then it picks up. It's slow. It took forever for numbers to come in, and again, we're still not done.
As my old legislative boss used to call it, steady by jerks.
Yep, yeah, there you go.
But we're not the jerks,
that.
You and I, but you know what I mean.
Well, sometimes I am. Let's see. A few folks in Horace, looks like for the two seats down there, Ross Renner and Chad Chalmers they're up there in votes. I think those two are going to have the seats. Ross is at 41.23%, 437 votes. Chad Chalmers is at 33.02%, 350 votes. Next up is the third candidate's Ryan Morin, and he's at 21.42%, 227 votes. Again, we haven't. It doesn't look like we haven't had another a dump of numbers in a while now. But again, we're kind of watching this because we pretty much know. I think it's mathematically impossible at this point, is it, for enough votes to come in to bump Michelle back over? I think it's done.
Yeah, I don't know how many are out there, but she would need some kind of a Hail Mary pass here to make that up. Because again, you can't assume that Josh isn't going to get any more.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
I mean,
yeah,
so
but those commission seats are the ones that are neck and neck right now.
That's where it's tight. It looks like Fargo Park District, Vicki Dawson leads with 19.5, then Joe Deutsch, 18.2, and then Emily Secor May at 17.53, and then Tyler Sands down. He's kind of the odd man out at 15.48.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of these smaller communities we're not mentioning because there were two things up for grabs and there are only two candidates. So it's nothing's changing. And again, we got 6,870 votes in the city of West Fargo, 8 precincts, all 8 partially reporting. But it pretty much looks like. I don't know how many more votes are out there, but it looks like Patty Stedman and Tyler Erickson are going to be our 2 new commissioners in the city of West Fargo. That's same thing with there's 3 seats up for grab for if you're following the park board in West Fargo. Chris Heisey's the top spot. Close behind is Jake Lordson, and then followed by Bob Rasmussen with the top vote getters out there. And again, 9,306 votes in on that race.
One thing we haven't talked about, we talked early, but I think the way it looks tonight, based upon some of the things statewide, Governor Armstrong's had a good night. The people that he endorsed, sometimes taking heat for it, are winning. So, and I think it's okay for a governor to endorse whomever they want. But they're winning, and the people he endorsed overwhelmingly are winning the way I look at it.
All right.
So far.
So Steve Hallstrom was able to grab Josh Boucher. Is that what you're telling me in my ear? Okay. All right. How long is that interview? Okay. So let's. You want to break now? Then do that. Then we can come back and run that interview. All right. So we'll do this. We'll take a break. Tim and I will take a break. We'll come back. Steve Hallstrom on our sister station. They're doing coverage over there. He was able to slip in real quick and get Josh Boucher on. So we'll just run Steve's interview. It's about 4 minutes long. His interview with Fargo's new declared mayor, Josh Boucher. We'll do that next on our 2026 primary election coverage here at 970 WDAY, 93.1 FM. Hey, North Dakota, Minnesota, summer is heating up at all PetroServe USA locations. Join the free PetroServe USA Rewards program and get 5 cents off every gallon of gas, plus even more savings this June. Buy 2 20-ounce Coke products and get 1 free. 2 for $3 Johnsonville beef hot dogs, plus killer deals on Cheez-Its, Pringles, Red Bull, deli burritos, and more for those road trips. Download the app or sign up in-store. PetroServe USA, helping America fuel better.
PetroServe USA.
You can always count on Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. Always crisp, always easy drinking, always just right. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment since 1903. Welcome to the High Life. 2019 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Celebrate responsibly.
You've smiled with your mouth closed long enough. You've skipped the steak, avoided the photos, and held back your laughter for far too long. That changes today. At Dakota Implant and Sedation Center in Fargo, you can experience a same-day smile transformation that truly changes everything. Imagine walking in and feeling nervous, uncomfortable, or unsure, and walking out just hours later with a confident, beautiful smile that you're proud to show off. With gentle sedation, compassionate care, and flexible financing options, fear and hesitation no longer get to decide your future. This isn't just about teeth. It's about confidence, comfort, and fully enjoying time with the people you love without holding back. Take the first step today. Call Dakota Implant and Sedation Center or visit dakotaimplant.com. It's time to smile like you mean it.
The sounds of a sanctuary are just steps away. You can stroll through your own backyard and feel the peace and tranquility of a botanical garden. It's simple. Just start at Cheyenne Gardens in Harwood. If your backyard needs a few new flowers, or you want to add a tree or shrub to go in just the right place, they have it at Cheyenne Gardens. Wander, admire, and explore the largest variety of trees, shrubs, and bedding plants in the area at Cheyenne Gardens, just 10 minutes north of Fargo on I-29.
There's no more difficult decision than how to care for an aging parent with round-the-clock needs. As a healthcare professional, I've been inside every long-term care and assisted living facility in the area. Some are large and decked out with brand new furnishings, but that wasn't important to us when it was time for Mom to have 24-hour care. There was just one place on my list, and that was Kinder Care in West Fargo. I could tell they were different from all the rest. We've grown to love Kinder Care for the exceptional caregivers and for treating each person like a family member. The caregivers text me and give me updates too. Whatever your family member needs, from memory care, medication assistance, rides to appointments, and leisure activities throughout the day, home cooking too. We rest well each night knowing she's well cared for and loved. Call or text Melanie at Kinder Care for a tour today. 701-261-3246. That's 701-261-3246.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. They have a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores didn't come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. Now there is no middleman, so you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dream bed sheets. Queen size, normally $179.96. Yours at the wholesale price of only $69.99. King size, only $79.99. Another amazing deal they are offering is on their premium MyPillows. Queen size only $18.98 and kings just $1 more. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028. Free shipping options are available. So remember, go to MyPillow.com and scroll down to the radio podcast square and use promo code WDAY or call 800-506-9028 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Nothing says I love you like a new pair of shoes.
Hi, Teresa here from the Fargo Red Wing Shoe Store. Whether or not the father in your life needs new footwear, why not buy him a gift certificate to Red Wing Shoes? No matter the size of his foot or the demand of his job, Red Wing shoes are strong, they're durable, they provide comfort and stability.
Just like our dad.
Stop in and see for yourself at 3003 Main Avenue in Fargo. Red Wing Shoes for ultimate durability.
It's tree season at S&S Landscaping, so if you're looking for a tree for your yard or your place of business, S&S Landscaping has so many choices. You may need their help to decide what kind of tree you want. They have tons of fruit trees, like a wide variety of apple trees, cherry trees, pear trees, plum trees, and flowering trees, shade trees, ornamental trees, and fast-growing trees. Plus, S&S will plant those trees for you and help you with any landscaping that you need done at your home or business. Locally owned and ready to help. See all the trees at S&S Landscaping. You'll be glad you did.
This is Election 2026 on WDAY Radio.
11:30. So how you doing there, Mr. Flacco?
I'm doing great. Hey, and if I could just, before you go to whatever you're going to, I mean, there's going to be winners and losers tonight.
I was thinking the same thing.
But I remember I lost in 2020 the Senate, and I really enjoyed being in the Senate and really worked with a lot of great people.
Mm-hmm.
But had I won, I would have missed out on 30, maybe 40% of the last 2 years of my parents' life.
Yeah.
Because I'd have been in Bismarck as opposed to Mom and Dad were here.
So there was a
and
reason.
So, yeah. So sometimes there's these reasons that are out there that you just can't foresee. And for me, it was like, I'm thinking afterwards, it's like how lucky I was to get to spend those days and those weeks with Mom and Dad as opposed to, pulling my hair out in the legislature.
Well, no, it's a good point. I was, during the break, just going... reading the comments on social media. This is one of the stories. State Senator Josh Boucher projected winner in Fargo mayoral election. You're looking at the comments, and boy, people really take politics to heart. They really do. There's some nasty comments on it. There's good ones as well, and I'm quite sure I'll be for all the candidates. And it sucks. It sucks when your team doesn't win, but you know what? You gotta live to fight another day, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
And again,
and it's tough, and it's tough on families because you get a spouse or kids or parents that really want you to win, and but they couldn't really do much about it necessarily, as opposed to you, and they feel it just, and it kind of does eat away at your sense of self-worth when you, particularly if you get your butt handed to you in some cases.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me.
And there was a few butt handed to you, in this year's election. So
yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm just checking to see if there's any. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new dumps when it comes to more votes coming in. Just want to make sure, because again, it's this Fargo Commission race is pretty tight right now.
Yeah.
Really tight. So I mean, it could change here. Again, we don't know how many votes are still out there. Yeah, nothing's changed. It's the same. Okay, so Steve Hallstrom was able to get to Josh. From what I understand, Josh is he's packed up and got home for the night. He's like, okay, I'm going home. It's been a long 5 months, man.
Yeah.
And I know Chris Larson from our news department was heading over to Billiards Gastro Pub to see if get Michelle. I don't even know if Michelle's still there. We'll find out. I was reading that, of course, Denise Kolpakis gave her concession speech, and she's done. Her term is done, right?
Right. She's done. It's going to somebody else.
She's done. Dave Pepcorn's done.
But again, how many of these could be recycled? They could, if the awards thing goes through, then their name is on the ballot again.
Exactly. All right, let's. What is this? How long is this interview Steve did? All right, this is 4 minutes long. Steve Hallstrom talking to Josh. Who's he talking to? Josh, right? All right, go ahead, roll it.
First of all, just so I can understand, get things clear on one item, there's reporting out there that you have declared victory in this race. I would just like to have you clarify what you know, and if you have chosen to make that statement now, what has led you to have the confidence level?
Just based on the numbers of votes in already in the reports we had earlier today in terms of what voting turnout looked like. So the decision was made to call the election there.
Okay. And have you been able to gather, so right now in your race, there are about 18,400 total votes that have been cast in this and counted. Do you believe that the 18,000 is very close to the finish line of what we're going to have altogether? What are you hearing about how many votes may still be out there?
From the staff that are working with me, it sounds like there might still be a couple thousand left out there, with reporting today saying that there was 10,000 votes by about 3 o'clock. And then with the early vote count that was already published throughout the news media. So we anticipate there's still a couple thousand votes out there.
Okay. So if there are a couple thousand votes out there, your lead then would be insurmountable, as you are right now about 3,700 votes ahead. So every one of those would have to go to Michelle Turnberg for there to be any kind of a turnaround in this one. I will, out of respect for the process, I will wait to say congratulations officially, Josh. I will be happy to do that at some point when we get those final results. I don't have any reason to doubt your numbers and what you're saying on any of that. So I want to be respectful to you on this and respectful to everyone else. But I will say that to this point, it's been a very impressive display and a very impressive showing. I'm sure that you were confident and optimistic going in, but if the final numbers look like 47 for you, that's almost a 50%, and the next highest at 27, that's got to be a tremendous boost of confidence to you if you are to take that next step and be the next mayor of Fargo.
Yeah, to us it's a testimony, especially with a traditionally low turnout election. Engaging voters who don't traditionally vote in June elections, and specifically young voters throughout our community that we saw show up to vote today. So, it's exciting to continue to be a voice for a new generation of leadership in Fargo, and we'll continue the community engagement and listening as we move forward.
Is that the storyline, you think, Josh, that where you were successful in this is you motivated those young voters to turn out when maybe they haven't been in the past? Do you think that's the headline to this story if it finishes up this way?
It's quite possible. It's one of the headlines. Yes. Again, the feedback we were getting all day throughout the campaign was specifically young voters, first-time voters, people reaching out to haven't voted in local elections before, saying that they were casting ballots for my candidacy. And so, it certainly aligns with our strategy, and we'll see what the data shows once everything's certified in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, to this point, from what we're seeing now, it's been a very impressive showing. The scoreboard is what it is right now, and it is very impressive to the strength of your campaign and what you've been able to do. I don't know that there were a lot of people expecting. I think there's been a lot of sentiment out there that you were running a strong campaign, had a very good chance to win. I'm not sure that many people saw 47-27 between the first and second slot. So kudos to you and your team. I know you've worked very hard, and if the official congratulations and we see some final numbers coming up soon, we'll be back in touch and we'll offer the proper congratulations at that point. But thank you for taking a few minutes here right now with us, and we'll let you get back to your party.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Steve, you might want to give that congratulations because it just refreshed Austin Erickson came in from a newsroom. 100% of the precincts are reporting. All the votes are in, Tim.
Yep.
And it is Josh Boucher, without a doubt, is the next mayor or the new mayor of Fargo. All in, all set, all done. 21,610 votes cast for the mayoral race. Josh Boucher wins with a very impressive lead. 46.7%. He got 10,092 votes. Michelle Turnberg put up a good fight. She came in in second place, well above all the other contenders at 27.66%. Her vote total was 5,977 votes. Here's the interesting one. I'm going to love to get your take on this, Tim. All votes are in. Fargo City Commission race, 37,914 total votes. Chad Peter, 2 seats up for grabs. Chad Peterson will be a Fargo City Commissioner, former Cass County Commissioner, Cass County Chair for many years. He racked in 17.64% of the vote. His vote total was 6,688 votes. Nikki Gullickson in second place. For that second seat at 17.16% of the vote. She got 6,507 votes. Now here's where I got a question for you. Tony Gehrig, who is not far behind, votes in. Tony Gehrig sits at just under 16%, 15.82% of the vote. Tony has 5,999 votes. He has 508 votes less than Nikki Gullickson. Is there anything that may happen there, or is it too much of a spread?
It's done.
It's done?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's done. But you really look at even the top, I don't know, where do you want to start? But even Anna Johnson had 58. I mean, so.
Yeah, she was close too.
800 votes separated the top four.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's that's where it sits there. Of course, the infrastructure sales tax, that's a done deal. That gets extended in the city of Fargo. Fargo Park Board, looks like Vicki Dawson, Joe Deutsch, and Emily Secker-May. And I don't know if those were incumbents or if there are any newcomers.
Vicki Dawson's a incumbent, and Joe Deutsch is an incumbent. Emily Secker-May is ran, I think, for the first time. And she takes the spot previously held by Aaron Hill.
Oh, okay. Who, of course, was running for
Commission.
Yeah. Let's see. Trying to just find some of these other races here as we get ready to wrap things up. Harwood, just up the road. Or it looks like you're all done, too. Yeah, you're done. Jamie Nedham and Richard Sundberg are council members. I don't know if any of those were incumbents or not.
Yeah.
Park board members, it looks like the same ones. It looks like down in Horace, it's going to be Ross Renner and Chad Chalmers for those 2 commission seats down there. Let's see.
Fargo School Board stayed basically the same way it's been for the last 2 hours.
Okay.
So,
and again, folks, everything is looks like we're being 100% of the precincts reporting.
And 90% of the people voted to have the minutes of the Fargo Public Schools printed.
They did.
Yes. And I wonder how many of them ever read that that they pay for.
Yeah. That's would you say 90%?
Well, it's 89.69. So yeah, a nice round number is 90.
Riley's Acres. Looks like for your council, you had 2 seats. It looks like they were up for grabs. Looks like Jay Dick is going, and so is James Thornton. Tower, it doesn't matter. He said, there were 2 seats, and there were 2 people that ran. It's fun. It's let's see, Fargo City Commission. There we go. That's what I was looking for. West Fargo City Commission. I'm sorry. All in, all done. Patty Stedman will now get a seat at the table. And so will Tyler Erickson. He will get his. I was impressed. I had him on my show last Friday. I had him on for a couple hours, and I was pretty impressed, man. This is his second go-around for a shot out there, and he got it this time. Just behind.
Always happy for that, yep.
What's that?
Always happy when, they get beat and then they come back.
Yep. Yeah. And he said, I got to come back and do this again. So Patty Stedman will now be a West Fargo City Commissioner with 30.39% of the vote, 2,117 votes. Tyler Erickson, now a commissioner in the city of West Fargo, or will be 29.24% of the vote. Total votes, 2,037. John Severson ended up coming in with 22.47% of the vote, followed by Dave Withy at 17.6% of the vote. It looks like that's really West Fargo West Fargo Parks, 3 seats. Chris Heisey, Jake Lordson, and Bob Rasmussen all going to the or staying on.
And then Superintendent of Public Instruction Levi Bachmeyer had a commanding.
Yeah, what was that final?
55.51. Tracy Lane Foss at 29.85, and then Charles Tuttle a distant 14.37. So Foss and Bachmeyer will go on. Of course, Bachmeyer, native of West Fargo.
Yep.
Graduated from Concordia College.
All right. You ready for this? We're going to talk to Michelle Turnberg. She's standing by with our Chris Larson. Chris?
Hey, Jay and Tim. I'm out here at Fargo Billiards and Gastro Pub. Michelle Turnberg running for mayor. Michelle, you come up short today. Your initial thoughts?
Quite actually, I'm shocked. I just learned of this 2 minutes ago, being live on the air with Scott and Steve. But what shocks me is that our city will deteriorate. And I don't think people realize that, and we are now Minneapolis.
Michelle, I mean, you guys were neck and neck, and then it just from there, it's like, wow, what is going on here? So you yourself, Shah, what was the response from the massive crowd you had there?
Well, I had to leave the crowd and do an interview, and so the information came in while I was on the phone. So I haven't spoken with anyone. I'm actually speechless. I just am shocked that people want to keep needles, people want higher taxes, and that this is the direction that residents want to go.
Hey, Michelle, can you hang on a second, because we got an EAS going off, so what we're talking about right now is not going over the air, it's just going over the internet feed. Yep. So just hold on here a second. This has got to be probably a new storm warning that's coming across right now, or a warning or watch or whatever it might be. We'll get Dean Wysocki in here. Just bear with us for a second. Hold on, Michelle. I'm going to put you on hold for a second. Hang in there. I know it's been a long night. We'll wait for this EAS to go off, because right now when that blue light's on, that means there's there's a weather warning coming out. But people can still hear us on the internet and on their smart speakers, but terrestrial radio they can't hear us because that overrides us. So I think should dump off here pretty quick, and I got to believe Wysocki's probably going to come in here. Actually, while that is going on,
you want me to hunt him down?
No, I can see him. It looks like he's getting up, and he may be heading
I see him now.
Heading this way. Let's see. I want to bring up this radar real quick here while we're waiting for Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. The light is off. All right. Okay, Michelle. All right. We're back on terrestrial now. We're on regular radio airwaves, and now Dean Wysocki's coming down here. It's been a hectic night. So back to what you were saying, because again, folks listening on the radio could not hear you. Pretty shocked when you got the news?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think shocked is a perfect term.
So what scares you the most right now?
Well, we will continue our needle program. We will continue to have spending out of control. Your taxes will continue to go up. We would have taken care of specials.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so frustrating. It makes me want to move. And I've lived here for 35 years, and I now see that Fargo has become Minneapolis, and it's heartbreaking and just it's defeatist.
For you now to sit on the city commission seat, do you feel like it's because we know Chad Peterson is gonna sit on the commission. Nikki Gullickson is going to sit on the commission. Boy, for the longest time there, thought Tony Gehrig had it, and then it flipped. I mean, he was close. He was right there, but just came up shy by about 508 votes. Do you feel like it's going to be just what you were dealing with before?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Michelle.
And Chad is such a budget hawk and such an incredible person to have on the commission, and his voice will literally be squashed.
Do you think do you think there would be any saving this if the city ends up if the citizens end up going to a ward system where they stick 2 more council members on?
I would have been more hopeful with 2 more commissioners because you can pick the best of the fields, but I mean, seeing how tonight turned out, maybe a ward system is better because we are not going down the right path right now.
All right. Any chance I can get you to come on the show tomorrow, or you're going to sleep all day?
Maybe text me tomorrow.
I'll text you.
Late morning.
All right, I'll text you late morning because that's probably I'm probably not going to get up till late. Yeah, exactly. All right.
I had 83 text messages on my phone the last time I looked, and my voicemail was full. So I will do my best to get back to you.
All right, Michelle. Sorry you didn't get the win. We'll talk soon, my friend.
No, that's okay. Thank you, my friend.
All right, appreciate it. Dean Wysocki, what's going on? I saw the EAS just went off.
Yeah, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for Cass County.
Here it comes.
There's a line of storms down around Ypsilanti, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour.
That's hauling.
Yeah, it's hauling. So with the storms moving that quickly, again, the wind is going to be the main threat with this, with 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. It's expected to arrive in the FM area. It's going to be probably 40, 45 minutes before it arrives here.
So between 12:30 and 1.
Between 12:30 and 1. Expect those winds to ramp up. And, again, could see some wind damage. We haven't seen any reports of any damage yet to our southwest. Okay. But it is coming from the southwest. And, again, a severe thunderstorm warning goes in effect until about 12:45. But, again, that will be extended into, let's say, into Moorhead and into Lakes Country. Probably within the next half hour, they'll issue another warning.
Okay, and this
line of storms.
This thing is going to come racing through here pretty fast.
Yeah, it's a quick, 50 miles an hour. It's a quick mover. So
and no damage. We haven't heard of a whole.
We haven't heard of a whole lot of damage with it, luckily.
Yeah.
But again, it's moving into an area where it can strengthen. So
okay.
And how wide is it going to be?
How wide is it?
Yeah.
It's about, in terms of countywide, it's about a 50-mile wide band.
All right.
So it's, again, it's
an hour's worth.
Pretty close, yeah, unless it speeds up a little more. But, yeah, it should be about an hour's worth.
All right. No tornadoes or nothing like that.
Nothing reported. But, again, it's in that environment where we can get some quick spin-ups. So.
All right. Dean, thank you. Dean will
You
be
got it.
here, man, and the weather as it gets ready to hit the metro. Tim Flackel, thank you for hanging out.
Had a great time. It's always great working with you. You know, when people think we hang out all the time together, like
we don't.
He's never here when I'm here because I'm sitting in for him.
That's right. I'm God. Addison, thank you for everything. Listeners, thanks for bearing with us tonight. Got to rock and roll. Have a good one. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 2.
On the job for you with the largest news and weather teams in radio.
AM 970 and FM 93.1. WDAY, Fargo, Moorhead, West Fargo.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Primaries Tuesday in Maine, South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota. In the closely watched Maine Democratic Senate primary, ABC News